Hello and welcome to 8 hours of original species. This video contains every video I made about original species in the past year and a half. These are probably the most popular videos of mine, and I'm glad you all enjoyed them so much. The videos are in the order they came out, starting in the bat persona era, and ending up in either the sheep or shrimp sheep persona era. You know, the one you're looking at right now. If you've seen these videos, but want to support me, you can always mute the video and let it run overnight in the background. I don't have a whole lot else to say that won't make me sound super sappy, so thank you all for watching, and I look forward to this next year. What's up, small fries? I'm Sera Proto, and I hope you liked the video. Hello, my children of the night. Welcome to the first video on the fandom species, Wickerbeasts. Yes, you heard me right. The first video, as in the first of many, as in there's more, as in not just this one, but others after. I too was planning for this to be a one-off video with details about the species, but there are pages and pages of lore and content about Wickerbeasts that I just could not sum up in one video and have it still be watchable. So this is part one. What are Wickerbeasts? I chose this species first because it was the one that I got told the most. I've never heard of that before. I too have only recently heard of it, despite being involved in the furry fandom for almost 15 years. Wickerbeasts are a fandom species that is open, but with some rules of which they vary by subtype. There are about 7 subtypes. Wickerbeasts are tall, fluffy, huggable giants from the planet Osova, although you might never see one yourself, not just because they're on a different planet, but because they don't really care for humans. The best way to explain the species is actually to go over the origins first, as the first one sets the basis for the rest, but before we start, I got to talk to the current species owner, Pine Warden, and I thought I should get them to share why they like Wickerbeasts in the video.
Wickers have been a part of my life for nearly 10 years, and have made me incredibly happy. I've made so many friends in the community, and I couldn't have found a home in the furry fandom more welcoming I feel. I find joy in drawing them, and find the critters incredibly expressive. The subtyping definitely gives me more freedom, creativity-wise.
And they're right, the community is huge, active, and they even have game nights together. It seems like a very tight-knit group, despite the size, which is hard to pull off. It makes me want a Wickerbeast of my own even more, but who has the free time to draw anymore, right? The first Wickerbeast, known as Wicker, was initially a vent character drawn by Demon Lady. A vent character, by the way, means a character or piece of art that was drawn by an artist in the moments of an intense emotional pressure, typically via anger or sadness. This can result in very personal, honest, and deep emotional work, and makes for some of the most unique works. This might explain Wicker's appearance and personality. Wickerbeasts have this sort of angry or twisted and mildly demented and intimidating appearance, and Wicker himself was initially made as a character who desired destruction with an insatiable appetite. With Wicker, we can see the basic features that are consistent across all subtypes of Wickerbeasts. Note the ears and how the inside points towards the body and backwards. The horns, lack of pupils, 4 claws that work as fingers, big fluffy manes, and long tails. Wicker became absurdly popular in a short amount of time, and this resulted in the advent of the species. However, just 6 months ago, Demon Lady, the original creator, stepped down as owner and has passed the species on to a new owner, the previously mentioned Pine Warden. I can imagine this was a tough choice for Demon Lady to make. The species is the spawn of something very personal to them, and it must have been quite a shock for the species to blow up as quickly as it did too. Wicker is just the first one. There are now 7 subtypes of Wickerbeasts, and I'll be going over them all. So before I start, if you liked this video so far, I'd really appreciate it if you subscribed and liked the video. Because of how YouTube works, even if I make a good video, it could go entirely unnoticed. The best way to make sure others see this video is to like it. Also, take a look at my Patreon if you want your name in the credits or on a game case on my shelf. The first subtype is Standard. This is the most common subspecies of the Wickers that live in the most commonly populated areas that don't require specific mutations to survive or thrive. You can see these ones walking through cities, playing in forests, or just chilling in caves. Standard species have the usual mandatory features of inward-facing ears, 4 claws on the hands, 3 toes, short fur all over, hair-like manes, and eyes without pupils. As for what they can't have, no furred tails, horns must match, and must have horns. They look cute and small, but they range from the average adult human height to being able to hit their head on the door frames in your house. These adorable babs make up the majority of the population, with only 1 in 10 being of the next variant, King Wickers. King Wickerbeasts aren't too dissimilar from the average Wickerbeast, but have a few differences that make them easy to spot, and because of that they tend to be favored. The first thing you'll notice is that they are absolute units, standing anywhere between 6'5" to 13 feet tall. For everyone else in the world, that's about 2 to 4 meters tall. Kinks have other noticeable features too, like enlarged claws, ears, more fur, including furred tails. Despite being the rare species, I can imagine that this is probably the more commonly made character because the floofier the better. The limitations are the same as standard, except a furry tail tip is mandatory. Already I really like this one, it's very striking and obscure, and when I think of the species, I think of this one. This one is called Rogue. Rogue are runts, they're the tiniest of the Wickers. But don't think, oh, look at the cute little fluffy baby. Rogues are still as tall as most humans, ranging from 4'6" to 6'6", or 137 centimeters to 201 centimeters. Imagine one of the taller ones looking down at you as they explain that they're the short one. Since they're not short to us, there are other ways that we can identify them. Rogues have no horns, no tail fluff, and little to no mane hair, but if they do have a mane, the rest of the body will usually have less fluff in exchange. Other than that, they have all the standard traits that you'd expect from Wickerbeasts. The subspecies mentioned thus far are ones that can be seen going around town. These next ones are regional and more rare. Swamp Wickers are, like the name suggests, much more accustomed to life in swamps. They have webbed toes and claws, thinner body, and an alligator-like tail to help them swim better and live their lives in swamps more comfortably. They're also the only subspecies to have these tails. The limitations are no tail fins, spikes, only the underside of the tail can be scaled, no fins besides webbing between their toes and fingers, then the usual rules for standard species, including the height ranges. Related to the swamp beast are their distant cousins, the pelagic. I hope I pronounced that right. Whereas swamp beasts are somewhat crocodilian, the pelagic are more shark-like, sporting gills on their cheeks and abrasive skin. They also have very little fur aside from their mane. The mane is slick and hydrophobic like an otter's and aid in swimming. And the body can grow various species of coral on their tails, thighs, shoulders, and horns. They also swim super fast, going at about 45 miles per hour. Aside from their fishiness, they differ from the standard species by having webbing under their arm and between their claws and toes, a thick sharky tail, and scales on the underside of their tail. They're also among the tallest of the Wickers, ranging from the same heights as the king Wicker, about 155 centimeters to 400 centimeters, or 5'1" to 13 feet. Dwellers are the final type that are fully detailed, as Arions are being reworked and hybrids are a species limited to approved artists. The Dwellers are the result of inbreeding and mutation, and as such have several features that are inconsistent with many of the other species. They are lanky and scrawny to the point of showing their ribs. As for differences that would be more easily spotted by other species is their large nose horn, cropped ears, mismatched or misshapen horns, and the 2 claws growing on their tail. The latter they use, like their finger claws, to grip and manipulate objects. Their claws can, however, vary in size and usefulness. The most astounding thing about them is how they embrace these flaws to excel in an environment others might struggle. Dirt. They can dig with these extra horns and appendages, going up to 30 miles per hour. The only limitation they have are mandatory horns, no gemstone horns, must have horns, and can't be bigger than standard variants. I personally like this one a lot. I like the Wickerbeast because of their sort of demented appearance, and this one really just ups that demented look. Arions, as I mentioned, are getting a rework, as a lot of these species are, so I'll address those changes in a later video. Lucky for them, they'll probably get their own video. Hybrids are technically the final variant, but these aren't open to just anyone. You have to be an approved artist. Hybrids are a mix of Wickerbeasts and other species. Because of this, they are incapable of reproduction. You can only get them via commissions by approved artists or by the artist selling them. To be an approved artist, you have to apply. Maybe I'll do that after all of these videos, since I'll be essentially a historian after all of this. So, what are Wickerbeasts? They're really cool, that's for sure, but the videos about them are far from done. If you stuck around to the end, you must be pretty interested in them too, so I urge you to subscribe for more of these videos about Wickerbeasts and other fandom species you might not even know about. Also, be a clicker beast, and click that like button, and check out my Patreon to find out how you can get in the credits and on my game shelf. Thank you all for watching. I have to make a Wickerbeast OC. I'll see you all later. Stay batty. Hello everybody, and welcome to another educational video about a fandom species. This one is about Manokits. Manokits are a relatively simple species to explain compared to Wickerbeasts. They're a mix of foxes and sharks, and Manokit is a portmanteau of Mano, meaning shark, in Hawaiian, and Kit, meaning fox in Japanese. Much easier to explain than Wickerbeast in terms of appearance because it's essentially just two animals stuck together. But you know I wouldn't be talking about it if it were as simple as that, because you could just Google that. No, we got a lot to go over, and I'm going to go over, well, pretty much most of it, pretty much all of it. Like Wickerbeast and Protogen, Manokits have a pretty sizable amount of lore to go through, but I wanted to avoid making the same videos others have, of course, but the videos on Manokits are pretty old now, and there's new info about them. Info about them that other YouTubers might not have covered. But unlike my video about Wickerbeasts, I did not try to get into contact with the species owner. This is actually because it's pretty hard to find information on them. If there's a Discord or Telegram group for them, I couldn't find it. And the original creator left the furry fandom and passed the species on to someone else. The original owner, Dubmutt, was also involved in a bit of controversy due to this. The only thing I could find on it was an Artist Beware post. An Artist Beware is essentially when an artist is being accused of screwing over someone that they owe work to. Typically in the form of fursuits or art, an artist is paid for it, and in the case that the artist doesn't follow through and give the art, they are posted on Artist Beware. This is usually an absolute last effort on the part of the commissioner, because this can potentially ruin an entire person's career as an artist. When Dubmutt left the fandom, they cancelled a lot of commissions, refunded, and possibly forgot or didn't make refunds to other people. I don't know how much of this is true, but typically people only post an Artist Beware as the last result, as I mentioned. I've personally waited 3 years for a commission before and never even thought about doing it an Artist Beware. I did find an account, however, called Manokit Official. However, it seems the account is now dead. They haven't posted in years besides the species update, which I'm about to show in this video. This species also doesn't have a website like Dutch Angel Dragons and Wickerbeasts. So, as you figured out by now, it's not easy to find up-to-date information about them. However, they are still a very popular species, with people still making new OCs and fursuits of them all the time. Now for what you came for. Manokits. And this will be divided up by the old info, which is the basic stuff that you know if you've seen similar videos, and new stuff that was added about a year ago to the lore. But before we start, with how YouTube works, even if I make a good video, it might go entirely ignored. You have to tell YouTube how you feel about this video so they know to share it with others, and the best way to do that is by liking, disliking, commenting, and sharing. And if you want to watch more fandom species content like Manokits and Wickerbeasts, make sure to subscribe. Manokits are a hybrid species that is open and anyone can make a character of. There are few limitations, and you're also not allowed to lewd them, which may be because of the lore, which I will get to soon. Manokit, as I said, are a mix of foxes and sharks that come from Hawaii. If you're familiar with the Manokits at all, you've likely seen them as this variant. This is the original Manokit, and a lot of the information shown here has changed, but I'll go over it anyway as a refresher to anyone who may have seen someone else's video probably a long time ago. I think the only other person to really make a video on this was Beta Eta Delota, but the original Manokit is easily identifiable by several traits. The squinting eyes, because of their partial blindness, massive pyramid-shaped noses, raptor-like posture, they waddle, ears pointed back and droopy, and shark teeth arranged in a canid-like pattern. Originally in the lore, these fellas were actually poor swimmers and chose to live on land despite being part shark and have a primarily pescatarian diet. Manokits have a few other unique features. They're completely furred, even on their sharky-like appendages like the tail and fin. Also, despite being a species that stand upright, they have retained dog paws and forearms. But the weirdest fact about them is that they don't reproduce via intercourse. They find a partner. The gender and sex of the pairing doesn't matter, so gay pairings can have offspring. Then they find a suitable object in which to put the new life into, such as coconuts, and using magic, they put the baby in it. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm being completely serious. Because of this weird reproduction method and the lack of genitalia, they can't be drawn in NSFW, because if they were to, that character wouldn't actually be a canonical Manokit.
No dick, no balls, and probably no butthole since this guy feeds on radiation.
Now for the post-Dubmutt stuff. The new lore has divided Manokit into 3 variations called Beach Dwellers, Tribal, and Holo Holo form. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but that's how I will be pronouncing it, because I assume it's meant to be not hollow form. I assume it's being pronounced holo holo. Well, go over beach dwellers next, as they're the most similar to the original Manokit. Beach dwellers. Beach dwellers are very similar in appearance to the original Manokit, although they stand more upright but still retain the original raptor shape. They stand at about 4'5" to 5 feet tall. Unlike the original Manokit, beach dwellers are great swimmers because of their use of magic in swimming, which is a welcome addition to the lore because, honestly, the only magical thing about them before was their reproduction method, so this does establish magic outside of that one quirk, making it seem less forced and more natural to the actual, way they live. Being the cute fluffy friends they are, they don't really try to hide their presence. They're spotted keeping the ocean safe by steering larger animals away from the shore and playing with fish. This is great because I just learned fish can feel depression, so they really need the friends. Also, think about that the next time you look at your goldfish chilling in their glass prison. Further updates in the lore include that they're blind because they're used to swimming more than being on the beach. They spend a lot of time in the deep, and when they step out, it's like stepping out of the vault. Despite this propensity for long swims, they don't have gills and use magic to hold their breath longer. Let's put a counter on the screen for each time something is explained with magic. Apparently not all beach dwellers are born equally magical and are grounded because of that. Their diet is still primarily fish, but they really like pineapples and other sweet fruits. When it comes to hunting, they tend to stick to crabs and small fish. This has made relatively easy work for them due to evolutionary traits such as camouflage that they use to hide themselves from their prey, or to make themselves look more attractive, which I really don't get why they would need to dress up to find a mate since they can just bibbidi-bobbidi boop a kid into a coconut, but whatever. The evolutionary advantages extend beyond this, even with advantages like bioluminescent eyes and markings, extra or bigger fins, and fins looking like other species of fish. The guide mentions betta fish, and I'm trying my best to not imagine them fighting each other like betta fish do. The rest of the guide for them mostly goes over land speed, which only matters if you're trying to figure out how many squares they can move in Dungeons & Dragons. Their religion, which also only helps if they're a paladin or cleric, and how they communicate. They purr at each other and occasionally whistle to communicate with the other variants called tribals. Tribals are Manokit that stand fully upright like humanoids and no longer have the raptor-like posture. They even have hands and wear clothes now, but because of this adaptation they have lost their swimming prowess. They have since moved away from the beaches and shores of their home and taken up new lives amongst the forest and mountains where they're able to climb, hunt, and live. I think this change is likely for the fursuiters out there. I'm sure posing like a raptor isn't great for your back. Their diet is mostly unchanged, but how they go about it has. They continue to be primarily pescatarians, but now craft tools to help them with that, such as fishing nets. They also occasionally chomp on burbs. The magic the species possesses also has adapted to their new lifestyle. They focus mostly on druidic efforts and use their nature to improve life on the land. I already checked out, and they don't know change shapes, so they can't turn into bears or anything. They can also see a lot better now. They keep their eyes open and can see just fine during the day, but struggle at night. They do squint if the sun is too bright, but I mean, same. They've also lost extra fins, and some don't even have a back fin anymore. They run at a maximum speed of 15 miles per hour, which translates into about 6 squares normal movement speed. Let me know if you get tired of the D&D jokes. Not like it matters though, as I won't be seeing your comments until the video's uploaded. They mostly communicate via chirps now, and can still communicate with beach dwellers and stand slightly taller than BDs at about 5'5". Female tribals have breasts, but no nipples, since they don't nurse their young. Honestly, seems like you're trying to have it both ways now. I'm going to sound really whiny now because I really don't see the need for secondary sex characteristics like breasts when they don't even possess primary sex characteristics. It's only so you can tell the boys and girls apart, but you could have really expanded on the lore for something even more unique. I don't even really see the need for different sexes. The species could have been entirely sexless, and then each one just expresses gender on their own terms. You could have even played more into the magic by genders being defined by their magical presences or auras. I'm not upset. I just feel like this was a missed opportunity. I was joking about the change shape thing before, but it's actually a thing. I'm seriously typing the script as I read each section, so my D&D joke isn't even a joke. They can just cast change shape to turn into the feral form known as Holo Holo. Holo Holo form. Tribal who shapeshift into Holo Holo are able to run faster now, being 4-legged creatures. They can also go as fast as 60 miles per hour, which is as fast as Dugtrio can dig, and stand at 3 feet tall. This form can see a bit better at night, and their magic is now concentrated in maneuverability. Other than being four-legged and shorter, they retain other traits of their appearance, such as coloration. While this information is much shorter when compared to the lore of Wickerbeast, it is still quite lengthy, so buckle up, because we have more to go over. The next part of the guide was a bit confusing. I thought I was missing a page due to how the left side reads, but it turns out I'm supposed to be reading this right to left like a manga. Babies. Baby Manokits aren't called Manokitins as much as I would love that. They're called Minos, or Minos? I'm thinking of it like, I don't know, Greek pronunciation or something like that, Minos, but maybe it's Minos, like fish? Manokit reproduction may not be sexual, and things like gender and subspecies doesn't matter, but it's not without risks. Manokit must have a strong bond with their partner. They then participate in a ritual where each takes half of their soul and intertwines it with each other's halves. For a while, the parents are weakened and can't have another child for a couple of years. If they don't wait, they could potentially lose their magic or lives. Pretty convenient having to wait 2 years, though. They don't have to worry about having too many babies at once and dealing with the pain of 2 screaming minnows. Some may wish to have another child regardless of these warnings. In this case, a surrogate may be brought in. It's a pretty romantic idea, and this is an excellent use of magic in a species. Once they have combined their essences, they put it into a vessel. The vessel can be anything as long as it's hollow and coconut-sized or larger. Shown here, they can be born into vessels made of leaves or seaweed, or mundane objects like coconuts, bottles, beach balls, and carafes. They also leave gifts alongside the child's vessel for the god of their variant. If I made one, I would probably call them Message and say they were born in a bottle, and for extra cheesiness, it'd be a bottle of whatever booze the parents had on their first night as a couple. Vessels aren't simply just a womb for the baby, though. It can be used to predict the subspecies the minnow will be. Minnows are in their vessel for only a month or 2 and open their eyes at 3 months old. If that seems fast, they learn to speak at 4 months old. Imagine looking at a baby and they say, "Mother, give me the booba, I hunger." After this, they're still totally reliant on their parents until they're at least 1 year old. In the case that parents are different subspecies, this can result in minnows having traits that are from both parents, being a hybrid of the two. But they are forced to have magic from one of the 2 gods, and once it is chosen, it can't be changed. It's possible for a minnow to look more like its BD parent, but have the magic of the tribals. Now we're on to a new variant, hybrids. BD hybrids are taller, but have shorter fins and tails, sporting day vision, and can be drawn with eyes that aren't squinting as much. They also lose their land traveling skill and can't climb. Tribal hybrids can have additional fins, but have to have the shorter fin and tail size common in tribals. They can also be bioluminescent and are shorter like BDs. They of course can't swim the way BDs do. Twins can be born, but it's pretty rare. The parents are combining 2 halves to make a whole and have ended up with 2 wholes, or so it seems at least. When this happens, they party hard, with a festival spanning multiple days. It's been estimated that this occasion is as rare as 1 in 100. Unfortunately, due to the pair being made from 2 halves, they don't have a power each of their own. It's instead split between the 2, resulting in more time spent learning how to use their magic. And it's possible only one of the 2 will excel, while the other is effectively a runt. In the worst case scenario, neither may end up having magic. Alright, well, that's the majority of it, so now it's time for the rules. If you want to create your own Manokit, here's what you need to look out for. Number 1, no wings. BDs can have large back fins, or arm fins like manta ray and other fish, but the species is incapable of flight. 2, Manokit cannot be hybridized with other species. They then go over some subspecies and some I haven't heard of, which is great. Thanks for doing the research for me. Saves me some work. But some of the species that can't be hybridized are Sergals, Vernids, Dutch Angel Dragons, Wickerbeast, Protogens, Gem Raptors, closed species, and more. 3, no NSFW, as the species doesn't have genitals or nipples, not even tribals, which still have breasts despite not having nipples or nursing, but I've had my rant on that already. 4, tail features must follow the same shape as the fins and vice versa, so you can't mix manta ray and goldfish, for example. 5, no cyborgs or undead styling for either form. No ferals for BDs, no tribal posture for BDs, no gills, no wings. Tribals can't be drawn swimming in deep water, no raptor posture, and no wings. Both species can now have horns due to popular demand, but can only be on the head. Pupils must be round, no X shapes, split shapes, squares, horizontals, or other style of pupils. Basically a whole lot of rules. So, can you really call it an open species with that many rules still? Well, Either way, I hope you wrote that down, because you'll probably need it as a checklist. I chose to leave out the facets of their religion due to this post running pretty long already, but I have a link in the description that will send you to the artist's post about this guide, in case you want to see it for yourself or use the guide to make your own Manokit. Now, did I make a Manokit for myself? No. As I was writing this, I was considering it. I have a lot of OCs, but about 7 or so. But Manokits just aren't really appealing to me. They're cute and their lore is really interesting, but the amount of rules are kind of off-putting and they're relatively basic. It is just 2 animals squished together. I feel like you can't really call it an open species when you have like an entire book of laws like this. It's definitely a lot of people's thing because there's still a lot of art being made of it, but it really isn't for me. Thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed this video, remember to like it and subscribe for more videos on fandom species like Manokits and more. If you want, you can also sub to my Patreon. I have rewards for subs as low as $1, and you can even get your name in the credits or on an object in my room. But that'll be it for Manokits, and I don't know what video I'm going to do next, but yeah, thank you all for watching. I'll see you all later. Stay batty. Just kidding. You didn't think I'd seriously sound like that, did you? Hello, every wormy, and welcome to yet another educational video about furry fandom species. If it's not your first time watching me, you're probably thinking, Amari, what the heck am I looking at? What are you doing? And the answer is simple. I'm worm. And I'm also the species we'll be talking about today. This is a worm. This is a worm on a string. And this is a worm on a string persona. Any questions? You're probably asking, why is this a thing? Why is it so popular? How did we get here? Where am I? Am I having a stroke? And the answer is simple. I don't know. And you should probably see a doctor. Okay, so the reality is, I think this is only a popular persona because of a few simple factors. The worm on a string, also known as the Squirmle, is the embodiment and peak of simplicity. You stare long and hard into its eyes, and you understand immediately. This is a face I can trust. A face I can love. Squirmles are easy to draw, they're expressive, they're silly, and they're so very memeable. Like seriously, just go Google worm on a string memes or Squirmle memes, and it is an entire worm subculture of its own. If something can be memed, it will be memed. If it is memed, it will be turned into a persona. Remember how Gothfield started as a joke and now every artist has drawn them? And a lot of them have drawn them in ways that I can't show on this program. It's kind of like that. So there isn't much to dissect about the Sona itself. People like it, so now it exists. People with ADHD and LGBT people get really hooked on really weird fads, like Furbies. You have no idea how popular Furbies are, and the furry community is at least 50% LGBT. What is a Squirmle, though? Squirmle is an old toy that is actually purposeless, which makes its rise to fame even more of a meme. It was designed with the same design philosophy as toys like the Pet Rock and Chia Pets. I can sell anything with the right pitch. So Squirmles were pitched as pets, able to do tricks, and marketed towards children who might want pets with parents but didn't want poop in the house. Squirmles can do tricks. People say Squirmles can do tricks. How do you make a worm on a string do tricks? It's just a worm on a string. Well, this promotional video shows a magician. Well, I guess he's not really a magician. He's a wormomancer. I guess he's a wormomancer or squirmlemancer, however you want to pronounce that. He's a squirmlemancer, and he's here to show us some of those tricks.
So whenever you move your hands, that's when he's going to move. Then as soon as you stop, he stops. If you spread out your fingers, you can get him to weave in and out of your fingers. And you can use different colors do the exact same thing. Here, watch, we'll get him to jump through a CD, throw him into a cup with a lid. To wake him up, just tap the top. He'll wake up, crawl right back out. Or you can, come on, stop, get back. Come on.
Jesus Christ, you shot him. Oh my god, you shot him. What the f*** is wrong with you, dude? He was just trying to live his life and now his wife and kids are gonna go hungry.
Now he's really gone. Just kidding.
Alright, so as you might have guessed, someone else is pulling the strings here. Not really, I just wanted to say the pun, he's doing that whole thing himself. But aside from this guy, like, no one can actually do any tricks with these things. But by the time people realized that these toys are in fact pointless, fit only for stimming, they were rebranded as nostalgic toys under the Nostalgia brand, and as cat toys. Speaking of cats, Nyx was in here. Nyx, what are you doing? You can come up on my lap. There you go. Alright. You can't see her, but she's here. You can stay up here for a bit, but I'm gonna be talking, okay? So no pawing at my face. She does that when I laugh too much. If I laugh too much or I laugh too loudly, she'll start pawing at my face. Alright, where was I? But by the time people realized these are pointless toys fit only for stimming, they were rebranded as nostalgic toys under the Nostalgia brand, and as cat toys. Nyx doesn't have a worm on a string yet. Maybe we'll fix that after this. If someone wants to give me like a few bucks on coffee, I'll go buy her a Squirmle, and I'll post some videos of it on TikTok. But anyway, the creator proved it's not the product, it's the way you sell it. How's my business worm sound? Fast forward to now. People asked if they could, and not if they should. So now we have a worm on a string Sonas. There isn't actually much to the culture and lore outside of the meme culture itself, but this is about the Fursona species. The meme culture itself doesn't really make sense. It's just one of those things where it's like, if you question it, or you start to analyze it, the whole thing falls apart, and it's more fun to not analyze it and just accept a worm. So there isn't that much culture or anything like that to explain. It's really just people like it. Other than it is an open species, so anyone can make one, and this species doesn't have any rules at all because no one really owns the species. I'm thinking about classifying it as its own fandom species, the corporate Sona, and if you want to have a model like this, just like the one I'm using, I put a link in the description to the model that I'm using for this video, and it's free and it's cute, but you should definitely give the owner a few bucks. It is a pretty extensive model in terms of what it can do. Like, look at me. Have you ever seen a worm with boobs this big? No, it's ridiculous. I am the most stacked worm out there. But this is a good quality model, and you should throw them a couple of bucks. Anyway, this is one of those things that only exists because of memes. Low skill barriers to draw, and nostalgia. I don't think our friends are going anywhere, but I, for one, embrace our new worm overlords. Now for the final question that I always ask. Did I make my own worm Sona? I don't know, you tell me. So, thank you everyone for watching. If you like this worm-tastic voyage, make sure to like and subscribe. It helps people find my videos, and consider becoming a patron. I have rewards as low as $1, such as early access to my videos, and getting your name on knickknacks in my room. The money will also help me buy more Squirmles, and I guess I'll get Nyx a Squirmle too. Anyway, I'll see you all later. I'm gonna go try to learn how to do the worm. It's a worm on a string. It's a worm on a string. I don't give a dang, it's its own unique thing. It's a worm on a string. Have a good night, everybody. Hello, children of the night, and welcome to another furry fandom species video. If you're a furry, you're probably familiar with this species somewhat already. If you're not a furry, then you are now. I've converted you, and there's nothing you can do about it. I got you to watch furry media made by a furry. You're one of us. One of us. One of us. One of us. More fur for the fur god. But you're also probably not familiar with these. This is a Protogen, and unfortunately I can't quite explain them yet, as they are a derivative species, meaning their species is actually based on another fandom species, and to explain Protogens, I have to explain the other species first. This might be a multi-parter, because it's quite lengthy. There's quite a bit here, but I'll try my best to make it one video. Primogen are a closed species by Cool Koinu, formerly known as Malus Risu. This means that if you want to make a Primogen OC, you can't. You'll need to buy an existing one or commission Koinu, with auctions going as high as $1,200. As I've said in my open versus closed species video, I have no problem with closed species. Primogens are the product of intellectual property, much like music, movies, writing, and art. And Primogens fall under art and writing, even more so with how fleshed out the universe is. And it's totally on them if they want to protect their IP or not. It does say, however, on their site that she has discontinued making further Primogen for a couple of reasons. One is that with the spike of popularity of the characters back in 2018, they were commissioned to make a lot of them. She felt like she was only opening the slots to please the masses, and this made her private character a public one, and they felt like they had less control over their baby, essentially. The second reason is the rise in drama surrounding the ethics of closed species. When they made Primogen... Yes, Nix, what? What? Am I gonna have to start locking you out of the room when I record? When they made Primogen, they were supposed to be like a fursona, an alternative furry version of them, a very personal character. So that's why they discontinued the species instead of opting to make them open. They never planned to have them be a public character, and didn't plan on selling them in the first place. Anyway, the species. Primogen are fuzzy raptor-like creatures with 4 ears and are primarily synthetic. They, of course, have the signature visor that has become synonymous with not only the Primogen species, but Protogen too. The visor is made of sciencey stuff like silicon and nanites. Not important, all you need to know is that they can smile. The facial expression is usually made of 2 nostrils, eyes, and a mouth. It's not a static display though. Everything moves, and they can even show things besides their basic face. The visor always covers the face, but can cover as much as the majority of the head, going down from the forehead to below the muzzle. Despite both Prima and Proto having visors, they do differ. A Primogen visor is longer. As you can see, there are a lot of robotic or synthetic parts of the Primogen. They're actually more synthetic than organic. They're about 70% synthetic. The only parts of them that are organic is their brain, skin, and spine. The rest is all replaced with more efficient artificial alternatives. More efficient as in they don't do anything. They don't eat, they don't digest, and they don't poop. So to keep running, they suck electricity, and that powers everything. Because of the lack of any real organs, they can't sexually reproduce despite having the organs required to do so. Immediately I'm thinking chrome dong. They're raptor-like in posture and body, as previously mentioned, and actually retain a lot of raptor-like features despite being a highly advanced species, like large claws, thighs, and feet. The latter two are supposed to aid in movement speed, of which they cap out at 120 miles per hour or 193 kilometers. This is super weird to me because I too have large thighs, but run really slow. Pretty simple, I guess, for their basic anatomy, but they actually have a massive lore in the universe. I'll keep it short for now. Their basic lore is pretty simple. Primogen were created by an advanced alien species in order to perform labor for their masters, primarily reconnaissance missions. They were designed to adapt rapidly, and if you've ever seen a movie about AI, you can probably guess where this is going. They went rogue, changed their source code, and now exist and live on their own terms, free from their once masters. Protogen are the other species. Protogen is an open species that anyone can make a character of, except there are some required traits, forbidden traits, and an entire Excel spreadsheet full of traits that are ranked by commonality. Protogen are very similar to Primogen, but they typically stand upright. Within the lore, each Protogen is designed to accomplish a specific job, and to match that, they have removable limbs that can be swapped to improve efficiency at these jobs. The traits that make them different from Primogens are a short, rounded visor, a chest plate that covers their chest entirely, biological ears. Rare Protogen have up to 3 pairs of biological ears. The visor is able to open, mammalian behaviors, modular limbs, and a functioning digestive tract. So they can eat and do all the stuff that entails, but are still incapable of natural reproduction despite the majority of their organs being intact. Protogen lore is a little different from Primogen. Protogen are the original Primogen in the lore, despite conceptually being created after Prima. Protogens are the prototypes. They were created using DNA from a space dino because their creators found that this species of space dino took to synthetics really well. Then the Protogen was made. They were made to fulfill a lot of the same jobs that Primogen later fulfilled. In terms of design, I like Protogen more. They're cuter. Actually, my online name, Sera Proto, was because when I started, I was a Protogen, and you can see my first model in my old videos on the Sera Proto channel. I was going to be a Protogen, and I was using the Mamagen Protogen model by Ghostly Shark. I eventually switched to Sera the Sheep because I wanted something that was more uniquely mine. This ended up a little shorter than I was expecting, so we have a little bit of time for some more lore. How are baby Primogen and Protogen made? They can't reproduce via sexual intercourse, so how do they make more? Prima and Proto are both grown via artificial insemination. The egg and sperm cells meet and start to grow. Then it is put inside of an artificial womb in which they are left to grow until they reach the required size for their designed function. During this process, their DNA is altered to further aid in their design goal. After they are done baking, they are fitted with the appropriate synthetics needed, then left in a med pod while the synthetics and body become used to each other. Once they're done baking for the second time, they are then hooked up via neural links and fed information that will create their existence, sentience, and worldview. This is so that they don't pop out, finished, and unable to communicate. They've lived their entire lives in vats up until this point. Finally, they are provided with their final bit of training via VR and simulations. So, how are baby gens made? They're not. They're grown like vegetables, and their first day alive is as an adult, which is super convenient. I don't know what a crying baby Protogen would sound like, but I don't think it would sound much better than a crying human, so it's cool that they can skip that. As you can see, they're very cool, and with a lot of lore that I imagine most probably haven't read, but for me, the more I learn about them, the cooler they get. They're very relatable to me as a trans person too. Their lives don't really begin until they're much older, and if they don't like their bodies, they can just change it. Reject beat puppets, become fluffy machines. Thank you everyone for watching. Make sure to like and comment to help more people find these videos, and subscribe for more Protogen, Primogen, and furry fandom species content. I make new videos every week, and if you want to help me keep doing that, you can become a patron. You've probably seen the game cases in the back, or the stuffed animal on my desk. Those are my patrons, and my Patreon has rewards as low as $1, such as early access to videos. So check that out in the description. But for now, I'll see you all later. I have to upload my consciousness to a new body. Stay batty. Hello everybody, it's time for another fandom species video. This one is about the crystal gems. Gem Raptors. Who else would I be talking about? While making my Manokit video, I noticed a section where they say that Manokits aren't allowed to be made into hybrid species at all. The FAQ went on to mention a few different fandom species that they couldn't be made into hybrids with. I guess the part where they flat out say no hybrids allowed wasn't clear enough. I'm glad they included this section because it included some fandom species that I personally have never heard of. I'm not exactly an expert, and I'm frequently late to trends. In the case of Manokits, I was late to that by about 7 years. If someone's willing to do my work for me, I'll take him up on it. Well, one of the mentioned species was this one, the Gem Raptor. Turns out there was a good reason I've never heard of this species, because it barely exists. I've had people approach me and ask me to do a video about their fandom species, and it's always a fox with a unicorn horn or something like that. So I guess I'll answer this now. If you don't have a lore page, basic art, and procedures for how others can replicate the fandom species within the rules that you have created, I won't be making a video on it. Gem Raptors here are the perfect example of the bare minimum required for me to make a video. So take notes, I guess. While searching Gem Raptors, I couldn't really find all that much. I don't even know who the creator for the species is for sure. All I have is this Facebook group, a lore post, Fervilla info, and if you didn't know, Fervilla info tends to be non-canonical, and a lot of Google images. I actually found more content related to things that aren't Gem Raptors when searching for them than are, and the Fervilla info doesn't even describe them, just says how to get one and shows a couple variants, so I feel like I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel with this species. What are Gem Raptors? Gem Raptors are an open species of raptor that have a few key traits. What is it with raptors? Raptors are like Manokits, shaped like raptor. Primogen, shaped like raptor. What is with people wanting raptor shape? I don't know. Anyway, they have a large gem on their chest, both the gem and their eyes glow, large wings attached to under their arms, and raptor claws on their back legs. The rest of their features are subjective. Most have tails that stick straight out and others that have tails that drag. Some have horns. Most of the ones that I've seen have horns. Pretty much all of them that I've seen have horns. Feathers depend on the individual, with some having feathers on their heads and tails, but the only mandatory feathers are on the wings. These arm wings allow them to glide but not fly. Gliding is primarily used as their main means to hunt. It's pretty simple, bare bones, really. I wouldn't even call this a fandom species if it weren't for the lore. To be real, I believe that whoever created this species should try bringing them back, maybe give them a webpage. A 6-year-old Facebook post is probably the worst way for anyone to learn about them, because I kept looking through this and I was asking myself, is this up-to-date information? Is this the right information? Am I even in the right place? Am I missing something? And I definitely couldn't find out who created it. So if you're the actual species owner out there, please make a webpage for this stuff and consider updating the lore, because I'm sure after this video, there's going to be some new people that are interested in your species. Maybe make a Google Doc and link it in a link tree. Then you don't have to pay for hosting for a site. I don't want to prematurely label this species as dead, but I am starting to question if it has a pulse. What is the lore? Gem raptors are a theropod dinosaur. Theropods are raptors, and they live in the Arctic Circle with some moving south. The ones that are native to the circle are covered in a lot of fur. Of course they would be, as I don't know if you all know this, but the Arctic is colder than a manokit's non-existent nipples. Seriously, look it up. Watch my last video. They don't have nipples. The coat isn't just for surviving the cold. Of course it's for camo too, as they are ambush predators using their wings to glide and hunt prey. Once the winter months are done, this coat sheds and shows their summer coat, which varies by the individual. The raptors that move to the south don't have a winter coat and instead are in their unique summer coat year-round. Gem raptors are an endangered species, and as you might have guessed, their names come from being raptors with gems in their chest. The lore says they have lights that display on their body to show their pack position as well as just to show their mood. I don't know if the light radiates outward from the body because of the gem, or if it's a refracted light that comes from the body, or I don't know how it works. They don't explain it. As I imagine it, it's probably like a glow, but it doesn't matter because gem raptors have magic, and if something has magic, you can bet that it will be used to explain absolutely everything. Gem raptor magic. If you didn't know, gem raptors are dinosaurs, and dinosaurs are reptiles, and reptiles are cold-blooded. This means that they can't produce their own body heat. They need to absorb heat from an external source to live and stuff. For example, they are likely to bask in the sun or on a rock with a heat lamp pointed on them to absorb this heat. Gem raptors live in the Arctic. There isn't much opportunity for them to absorb heat to stay warm. So this is explained by magic. They use magic to stay warm. Are you surprised? You probably could have figured that out when I said gem raptor magic and cold-blooded, but I digress. They have ice powers too, and they use that to control their body temperature. Whereas the ones that move south have powers that vary since they no longer rely on magic for general survival, but still retain the general snow and ice magic in addition to whatever new magic they have. The magic, of course, comes from the gem on their chest. Can you think of anything else in media that happened around the same time the species was created that might have influenced it? Well, they're not the crystal gems. They're gem raptors. Just ignore the magic gems on their chests and that they were made more than 3 years after the first episode of Steven Universe. Now that that is out of the way, the gems don't have just magic in them, but they're super sensitive and make it very easy for gem raptors to pick up and learn new simple spells, even store multiple different kinds of energy in one gem. While they can cast spells in normal ways, they're more often seen blasting them out of their mouths.
Dr. Octagonopus! I'm a fire in my laser!
Okay, I hate it when things are explained away with magic, so let's just move on to the next part. Who cares if this is a smooth segue or not? Social behaviors. Gem raptors aren't typically violent animals. Despite being predators, their social hierarchy is actually dictated by who performs the best light shows. If you're not on the raptors' list of favorite food, it's safe to be around them, since they aren't outwardly aggressive towards non-prey. They're more like cats, I guess. Like Manokits, their communication is primarily done via vocalizations like chirps. Once they've grown a bit, they'll use their vocalizations to create a song to go along with their own unique bodily light show. They should have called them rave raptors. It just sounds better, the alliteration. Rave raptors, raptor raves, rave raptors rave at raves. Since they're intelligent creatures, they can pick up human language but rarely use it themselves. They use the human language at the skill level of a child with lisps, but with practice they can improve their speech. It seems like every single fandom species is an intelligent species. When will we get a dumb as dirt species, huh? Gem raptors are monogamous creatures, and their courting consists of giving a feather to one other gem raptor that they like, and it has a customized light pattern on it. It's kind of like a love letter. After a day, the light will fade, and by that time, the gem raptor will have decided if the gem raptor that gave them this feather is the one for them. If they're decided they're the right one, they'll lay eggs. Oh cool, they didn't explain this one away with magic. Since we are on the subject, let's move into discussing their reproduction and growth. Reproduction and growth. Okay. Goddamn, I wasn't expecting this. I didn't think it would go into so much detail. I don't know what I was expecting. I read magic and I was like, okay, they're gonna just explain this all away with magic. There's not gonna be any mention of sex or parts. So content warning, it's basic sex biology, but it's a bit surprising. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. This goes into a little more detail than I thought, so I'm giving you this content warning because I am going to be talking about genitalia. If that makes you uncomfortable, please skip to the timestamp for the next section. The NSFW part. Gem raptors are born intersex. They have both a hemipenes and produce legs. Hemipenes means that they have a penis that is an innie and an outie, and that they have two penises. So simply, lizards and snake genitalia don't just hang loose like they do in humans. It's held inside the body until it's needed, and then it is inflated and comes out of the body for use. I will not be showing an image for this. Younger raptors hit puberty at 5 and fully mature at 10. This span of time is considered their teenage years and will leave their original pack to make a new one. Gem raptors don't really have a concept like gender, since all members of the species can lay eggs, and all of them can inseminate eggs. Because of this, they get confused when meeting species that do have genders and sexes. If they're around other species like this sufficiently, they'll identify as being agender, but some do identify with other genders in and out of the binary. Honestly, this is really refreshing from Manokits, considering Manokits seem to, since Manokits have this, like, arbitrary, like, designation of sex, like, they have sexes without sexual reproduction. So it really felt like with like Manokits that it's just like, oh, this is just a person who's trying to have it both ways. They want to have a species that has sexes but also doesn't sexually reproduce, and that just didn't make sense. This makes sense. It's a species that is intersex, and because of that, their collective identities and, makes sense for, what they are. That's really all there is to the species, is just this one Facebook post. If someone watching, or better yet, the creator, sees this, please comment or message me so that I can make an update to this video. Otherwise, I'll see you all in the next one. Make sure to like if you like this video, and tell me what you think about gem raptors. Do you want to make a GROC? Also, subscribe for more gem raptors and furry fandom species content like Wickerbeast, Protogens, and Manokits. Thanks to all of you watching, and an extra thank you to my patrons on Patreon for helping me make content like this. If you want to see yourself in these videos in the credits, or want to see my videos early, then check out the Patreon in the description, where you can see my videos early for as low as $1 a month. Also, thank you all to the subscribers. Like, it's been crazy. Like, I kind of just blew up overnight. I've consistently had like 100 new subscribers every day for the past week, just about. I made this video as a bonus because I wanted to get it out there quicker so that I could also say thank you to everybody, and I didn't want to make a thank you video and then have it become immediately outdated because I'm still growing, so I'm just tossing it at the end of this one. The thank you video is this. It's a bonus video. Anyway, I hope you all have a good night. Thank you for watching, thank you for subscribing, and I'll see you all next time. Stay batty.
We are the Gem Raptors, we'll always save the day, and if you think we can't, we'll always find a way. That's why the people of this world believe in Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl, and Sera.
Hello everybody, and welcome to another Fandom Species video. All my videos are special ones, but this one's extra special because it's a commissioned video. The species owner of Celestial Guardian Dragons, Cleo, commissioned me to make this video for her species. So make sure to check out her Twitter and other links in the description.
In the black depths of space existed a place of pure light, a beacon in the darkness. Protecting this holy place was the Great Mother of Light, who created everything in this realm, including the dragons made of pure starlight and light from her own very core. Yet no matter how holy of a place, darkness will seek to find a foothold. A being known as the Shapeshifter saw this beacon of light and wanted its power for his own.
Kind of funny that they came to me for a video after that opener, huh? It seems like they've got the video thing kind of, nailed. If you want to see the rest of the video, I linked it in the description, as well as a few other links to the rest of Cleo's stuff. It's a very well put together video, and you can tell she's clearly passionate about it by the line delivery. Here's an abridged version, but you should really watch the owner's lore video after you're done watching this video, and maybe leave her a thank you or say something nice about her video there. The lore. The Celestial Guardian Dragons are an old species of dragons made of starlight created by a mother deity who created her children in their planet. An evil shapeshifter grew jealous of this perfect little speck of stardust. Using the form of a Celestial Guardian Dragon, he tricked the mother into giving up her core, the light that her children and the kingdom were born from. There was, however, hope. When the mother died, she left behind another child, one that helped the others rebuild and ring in a new age of light called the Lightbringer. Their home, unfortunately still lost to the encroaching darkness, meant that the children had no choice but to leave their blackened home behind and search for a new one, which is where they found Earth. The Lightbringer hatched shortly after arrival, but due to the corruption, the Lightbringer was a little less heroic in appearance than they thought. She was small and mischievous, which led to her getting into trouble, where she was saved by a lion. Long story short, the lions and the dragons are homies, and the dragons look more feline-like now than dragon, as well as adopting pride-like behaviors and other social behaviors common in cats. The shapeshifting evil didn't let them live happily, though. He once again tried to trick them and take the light again. The Lightbringer saw through this. She escaped and grew stronger. Then she and her kind waged war against the darkness and saved the light, uniting Earth and her home. I'll leave the rest for you to watch for yourselves in Cleo's video. It's a solid lore post, to be honest. It's a bit Kingdom Heartsy for me.
Darkness.
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 Darkness!
Darkness. 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 Dark. Darkness. Darkness. Dark. Darkness. Dark. Dark. Darkness. 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 Dark.
But it plays out how you expect a creation myth to, which is a great start for lore. It's not a creation myth without a trickster god or two. So you've seen some pics of them by now, and you have a general idea of their appearance, but let's go into the next section and break down what makes a CDG. See what So you've seen some pics of them by now, and you have a general idea of their appearance, but let's go into the next section and break down what makes a CGD. Variants. There are two variants, the dragon form and the feline dragon form. Like Protogen, these are based on rarity, but unlike Protogen, there's no limitations on who can have rare ones. They are very different from each other, but they do have some shared anatomy. The first being that they are both fully formed, horns that function as ears, wings, a lion-like tuft of fur on the end of the tail, and claw paws, which are claws that work like paws. The ear horns probably stood out to you first. I haven't seen a species do something like this. They each have two sets of horns, a big pair up top and a small pair below them. The horns are able to be manipulated similarly to how some species may move their ears in order to communicate emotion. They're also able to pick up sound and can be used in self-defense. Each horn has a unique kind of fur on them that can harden and soften at will, allowing them to either harden and be used defensively, or soften and pick up sound and other vibrations around them, delivering the vibration to the ear hole hidden at the base of each horn. It's interesting, and it's a unique application I haven't seen before, and it's not entirely impossible either. There are lots of animals that detect vibration and turn it into sound in similar ways. The claw paws are what you would expect. Similar to how Wickerbeasts use claws as digits, CGDs do that too, but as paws. Now here's where they differ. The original Celestial Guardian Dragons are called version 1. These are the ones from the home planet. They're much more dragon-like, with a large stature and musculature. Thicker tails, sharp claws, pointier horns, and snout. They also lack manes and have a longer neck. The underside of the feathered wings have a more traditional draconic bat-like wing underneath. As you can see, these ones are still quadrupedal, but are much more reptilian in many aspects. Version 2 are the ones from Earth that evolved alongside the lions. Their wings are entirely feathered, males have manes, softer, rounder horns, lion-like tails, cat teeth. The claws are softer and may even have paw pads, and overall are much stockier and more feline-like. The behaviors of V2s are much more feline-like, mimicking a lot of the behaviors commonly found in big cats, such as prides and pack behaviors. Both versions can change size for a short duration, only lasting a few hours, and both variants are capable of any language, which is pretty common for dragons at large. Red dragons have an intelligence score of 16, try and tell me they don't know common. The rules for creating this species are just as simple as that too. Follow along with one of the diagrams and that's it. No approval method is needed, and there isn't any restricted access to the rare variant, it's just for the sake of lore. Birth and death. When born, baby CGDs have their full-size ear horns and they're very floppy and goofy, and they usually grow into them by adulthood. As you've guessed, celestial garden dragons can't actually die. They're immortal, unless they choose to give up the core of light that makes up their being. This core of light is called their light heart, and once it is given up, they are mortal. But it's not without benefit. The light heart being given up to another bonds the two and shares their memories and experiences with one another. The bond is strong enough that the two can feel and share their feelings with their bonded partner, even when apart. Cleo got the idea for this from the movie Dragonheart, which is an old movie most of my audience hasn't seen, back when we still got our movies on VHS tapes. Unlike many of the species I've covered, this species is still very alive and kicking, with an active Facebook, a small Telegram, and Cleo even recently did a panel at BLFC, the latter of which is where I got a lot of info for this video. They're also active in the community, doing fundraisers for the Alzheimer's Association, Lung Cancer Research Foundation, and the Trauma Survivors Foundation. There are links to all of this stuff in the description if you want to join the community or just follow Cleo on Twitter. Alright, that's it for this one. I didn't go over absolutely everything because some of you might be interested enough that you want to check out the species for yourself. This was more of a primer on CGDs. We covered lore, rules for making the species, and life cycle. Everything you need to get started with your own CGD. If you do decide to make your own, tell us in the comments and make sure to @ me or Cleo on Twitter with the characters you make. If you like this video, make sure to like and check out my Patreon. Without patrons like Hero and commissioners like Cleo, this video wouldn't be possible. If you want to commission your own, you can DM me on Twitter or message me on Discord. And make sure to subscribe for more fandom species videos like CGDs, Protogens, Wickerbeasts, and more. Maybe one of these days I'll make my own species. I'm already actually working on one. It's just going to be a while before I actually do anything with it. There's a lot of art I would need to draw to make sure that the video's any good, and I want to make sure that I'm holding everybody else to the same standards that I hold myself up to. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'll see you all later. Stay batty. Hello everybody, and welcome to yet another Phantom Species video. I know y'all get super excited waiting for these, and for me it makes a week feel so much longer than an actual week. But this one's, like last week, this one's special, but this one's not special because it was commissioned. This one is special because y'all chose it. You all voted, and there was 4 options, and Vernid placed first. Well, in the first 24 hours, Mochi Raptors quickly passed it in the following week, but I was going based off the first 24 hours of votes, and Vernid won that one. So this week we're talking about Vernids. And next week is actually Tabbies, because I actually got to talk to the creator. Before we start though, make sure to stick around until the end. I have fan art to show during the credits, and this is the first video to ever have a viewer of the week. So let's stick around and find out who they are. I made Vernids around 2009, and well, I didn't really put much thought into the species format, as my inspiration for creating them was for my love of dragons and canines. I kept making hybrids of the two, and Vernids were just one of the countless species I made to pass time as a kid. That, and I love the idea of world building. Having a bestiary of my own, so over time I kept updating on Vernids, specifically like changing their species appearance and adding to their lore, as they were my personal favorite of the bunch. Years later, I found myself in the furry fandom, surrounded by people who like my species enough to make their own OC or want them as a persona for themselves. It's a strange feeling when something you created, seemingly so small and insignificant, grows out of your own control and becomes a community of sorts. Even though I don't moderate them much, and at this point they feel like they're a species running free around the internet, I feel grateful and I owe them a lot for where I am today. I'm just a little guy with a species that's out of control. Vernid are a regulated species made by LeLiRai95 on Twitter, meaning that they're open but with rules, as well as some closed subspecies. They're a very cool, distinct, striking, kind of demented looking kind of species. I haven't really seen anything that really looks like them. It's definitely not two animals mashed together. I can see why you all wanted me to cover them. They're really cool. But this looks like it's going to be a quick one because as I looked around, I'm not seeing a lore page. So here we go. This is all the new information from the latest design guide that was recently released in, I think it was May 30th. So this is all the newest information. And there's a link to that design guide in the description if you want to see the whole thing yourself. Content warning on that stuff though. There is some NSFW artwork in that guide. So just a warning, don't click it if you're under 18. Vernid are a hypercarnivorous species that are classified as reptiles despite being somewhere between mammalian and reptilian. They're fully furred with some exceptions and have live births and engage in standard mammalian breeding. They bone. They bone. The babies are super adorable. Look at their huge eyes and their tiny little heads. Just want to squish it. Other than that, female Vernid don't have breasts and are much taller than their male counterparts. The main way of distinguishing Vernid is their name and female height, and also female Vernid have a patch of hair missing from the base of the spine. The males have a mane that goes all the way down the back and to the tail. Anyway, how do we get to that point? What takes us to the bone zone? Well, Vernids find a few traits more attractive than others, such as long or big ears, and the more draconic or reptilian their features are, the more attractive they're considered. This is in part due to their worship of draconic gods. Like dragons, they're also distracted by shiny objects. Vernid typically live in tropical forests and build many interconnected tree houses. Think Ewoks, or cat trees. Like cats, they're also afraid of water, but instead of cleaning themselves with their tongues, they take sand baths like some rodents do. Like chinchilla. That's essentially it for the lore. The bulk of their info is in their design guide. The creator designed this very well. Despite being several pages long, the design guide is step by step and keeps it pretty light on the text, so it's pretty simple to follow. Of course, all the resources are linked in the description again. Again, there is some NSFW artwork in there, so click at your own risk. So if you want to make one but don't want to have to replay this video a lot, you can follow their guide on Twitter. If you don't want to click the NSFW link to create the character, you can just watch this video because I'm going to be going over it. We're going to be using the new info because it's the most up-to-date. I haven't seen anyone talk about the updates, and I guess that's my thing. We should just call this furry patch notes with Sera. Step 1. Here we get a good look at the varying body types of Vernids. We've got Chunky, Boss Bitch, Short Nerd, and ooh, the peak of character design. This one reminds me of my old persona, Sera Chimera. Clearly, this is an artist of culture. Oh, and there's this one as well. There's also references throughout the guide you can follow for ideas. Next we have colors and patterns. Li Lai Rai used to have a rule where you weren't supposed to do Sparkledog or neon colors. I guess they changed their mind on this. Now there aren't many color restrictions, but they do go over some suggestions like green fur isn't natural, it would have to be dyed, and blue and brown are the common colors. They also suggest that the hair color be consistent with what's on the tail. For number 3, we have the skin tone. Vernids have a consistent skin tone across the whole body. However, it does mention that chimerism is possible.
Big Brother Ed.
Not that kind. Chimerism is when an animal has 2 different skin tones or fur patterns that typically splits down the middle. This happens pretty often in plants and mice. I bring this up because chimerism would result in 2 skin tones, being the only exception to this rule. Otherwise, aside from being spotted, striped, or 2-tone gradient, a Vernid will only have 1 skin tone that is consistent across the ears, skin, mouth, tongue, gums, scars, and paw pads. Now, on to horns. This is where we see the subspecies split off. Common Vernids are the open species and do not have horns. Royal Vernids are a closed species that do have horns. You can, however, buy a license for your Vernid to be a royal one for only $25. This is called a MYO, or Make Your Own Slot. It's kind of like buying DLC for a game. This is honestly a much better way than making your closed species adopt only, because these adopts tend to be expensive and auctions get ridiculous. The artist gets their cut, it's cheap, and you get to make your own special one without having to wait for an opening, or wait for them to open commissions, or wait for an adopt to show up, or hope you win an auction. But before commenting on this, keep in mind, art is a luxury. You are not entitled to a rare Vernid. If you don't like it, don't make one. Artists have bills, families to provide for, they need electricity to draw, closed species don't hurt anyone, so if there is no harm, then there is no issue. They have a right to profit off their creation. Back to horns and scales. Horns on common variants are a no-go, but scales are fine. There's a handy guide you can see that shows where scales grow and where spikes do. If you have a rare Vernid, your horns have to look like this. Any other kind of horns means your Vernid would be a hybrid. Horns and scales need to match in color, but they come in a variety of color options and materials such as matte, rough, smooth, gloss, metallic, chrome, glittery, or multicolored up to 3 colors. Step 5. Teethses and bloods. Their teeth are rarely white, and blood ranges from black to red. Simple step. They also have a color guide here for the blood and teeth. 6. The eyeballs. Vernid eyes have a lot of options. The pupil is a dark color, irises are light. The pupil is a dark color, irises are lighter than the pupil, and can be the same color as the sclera, but can't be lighter. So no black sclera. The sclera is the brightest part. There isn't a whole lot of rules for the eyes aside from this. You can even do a cartoon or silly eye style for the sake of a style. An interesting trait of Vernid is that they can use their eyes to hypnotize their prey. This is one of the traits that has led to the stigmatization of the species. During hypnosis, their pupils stay the same size, but the iris and sclera alternate colors to cause this hypnotic effect. Step 7. Acid! Wait, acid? Is that right? Give me a second, I gotta check the paperwork here. Step 6, step 7. Yeah, acid, Yeah, okay. I guess they shoot acid. Vernids are capable of projectile vomiting acid in a jet at their target. While shooting their goo, it causes their flesh to glow from underneath with a radioactive kind of glow. This glow serves as a warning, like a cocked gun.
Come on, stop, get back. Come on.
It quickly corrodes non-Vernid targets in metal, but isn't very effective against scales. You have a choice of one of these 4 colors, and that's the final step in creation. There's a bit more in the paperwork on things like their downstairs hookup. I won't be going into detail about this section because I like making videos and I don't want my channel to be banned. Other than that, Vernid come in a wide range of looks. So that's it. That was a short one, right? Light work for me this week, I guess. Tell me what you think about Vernid in the comments. If you have one, tell us about them. And if you make one, make sure to share it with me on Twitter by adding me at SeraProto. Awesome stuff, y'all. It's been a great past couple of weeks. I'm so happy to have you all here, and I'm going to be honest, it sucks making videos for a quiet crowd or no crowd at all, so I love and I read all your comments. Speaking of which, this was my favorite comment from the video of last week. The viewer of this week is Mercury Planet. They came by my stream on Monday and followed me pretty much everywhere. But I picked Mercury because they said, "Yay, congrats on 1K, your videos are so amazing." I'm not at 1K yet, so I thought this was kind of funny. But, you know, it's happening. Thanks for the early congratulations, Mercury. Before we go, if you like the video, make sure to like it so more people can find my videos, and subscribe for more awesome furry fandom species content, like Vernids, Tiba, Protogen, and more. And of course, a big thank you to my patron on Patreon, Kiro. He's the lizard doll you see watching on the desk. Check out my Patreon in the description for early access to videos and other benefits for as low as $1 a month. And with that, I have to go wash acid stains out of my spaceship. Bye-bye. Damn it! I told you to stay off the mantle! Hello everybody! It's Friday again, so it's time for another Fandom Species video. I chose this one next because I was able to get into contact with the species creator, Mr. Tallycat, and as usual, here's the quote. Tibas have been a part of my life since I was 10. I was photoshopping my favorite animals together in MS Paint out of boredom in my family's computer office, and I never would have guessed my creation would become the amazing community they are today. These fluffy little marsupials have taken over my life as over 1,000 people have joined in making them, and I couldn't be more grateful. I've met so many amazing people through this, and it's been such a personal expression of art nothing else could really replicate. Tiba are an open species made by Mr. Tallycat on Twitter, and they're a visually interesting species that looks like a large horned cat. The lore is actually pretty deep, despite being just 4 pages long. They even have their own alphabet, holidays, and iconography. They're much like Wickerbeast too, but only in the sense that the community is managed and is pretty tight-knit with a Discord group and an Instagram. The origin of Tibas. Many legends have been passed down through the generation of Tibas, however this one is known by all who choose to listen, and it starts with a moonlit night. The elders say that one night as the moon rose over a star-filled valley, it was larger and brighter than usual. The peculiar part was that some say the moon was so full it began to drip. One drop of moonlight landed in a meadow, and as it touched its surface, it began to spin into a new form, one with a powerful mane and plumed tail, covered paw to paw with sleek white fur, but it was branded with a black moon upon its head. It blinked open 2 dark eyes with large white pupils, perfectly resembling a moonlit night. This Tiba had life, however, he found himself alone, so he touched his nose to the flower and transferred a piece of his life into it, creating another Tiba. And so he did on and on until there was a meadow full of lively Tiba. However, as he touched the last flower, he transferred the last piece of himself into it and faded back into the moonlight. To this day, the Tiba Pumbles still praise the moon and that first Tiba for bringing them to be. Tiba are little party animals and typically celebrate 4 holidays: Nimacom, Vex Siom, Alruthara, and Kalyan. Their first celebration of the year is around the first new moon and is called Nimacom, and it means lonely night. This holiday is celebrated with a fast and spending the night alone in the dark. This is to honor Kutamo, whose sacrifice created them. Vex Siom, or Night of Strength, celebrates the full moon after Nimacom. Tibas come together to celebrate their creation with flowers and prayer. Alruthara, also known as the Festival of Flowers, is celebrated at the start of spring. This one is a big party with flower crowns, games, quality time with the people they love, and bonfires. And lastly, we have the best holiday, the one where they eat all day and go to sleep. This one is Kalyan, the Great Sleep. The language is seen here, called Ivarian. They seem to use something similar to runes. The quirk about this language is that they don't use capitalization or punctuation. Sentences are separated by writing on a new line, but they've been known to incorporate punctuation for people who are new to the language. There are some bigger symbols that encompass concepts and are used in design, culture, and celebration. Some interesting ones of note are mind and body, their reflections, suggesting they view them as one shared concept. Gift of the moon and life are spirals. This is likely because the gift of the moon was life. The symbol for moon and love are both crescents. Love is the moon inverted with a smaller moon inside as if the 2 moons are embracing, and the inversion of the moon suggests that these 2 are both children of the moon. Energy is also a series of moons. The sun symbol shows the moon inside of it, noting how the 2 are a pair, and the eclipse does the same but inverts the moon. This symbol also means both sun and moon. The description of the symbolism is just what I'm noticing. It's my own words from the viewpoint of an outsider. Now onto the main part. What are Tiba? The average Tiba is wide and short with big paws and ears. In regard to the body shape, think bears. Like bears, they can also stand on their hind legs and walk. There are 2 variants of Tiba. Both variants of Tiba have a Y-shaped nose similar to rabbits, large lower fangs, big ears on the side of their heads, mane, badger-like claws, a big thick tail, and both sexes of the species have a pouch on the stomach. The mane comes in 3 flavors. Mane Classic. This is your full calorie and full flavor mane. It covers the neck, but not the head, then trails down to the back to the base of the tail with a dollop of floof on the tip. Mohawk is a flavor for the young and rebellious, but still has all that Mane Classic flavor. Mohawk is similar, however there is hair on the head in a mohawk pattern that trails all the way down the back and to the tail tip. Cape is the flavor for floof connoisseurs. It's similar to the classic flavor, but goes down the back of the leg and is on the ears and the underside of the tail and lower stomach. For our first variant, we have the Cabo. Of the 2 variants, Cabo are the more common ones. They're incredibly social and live in large packs called Pumbles. So if a pack of Cabo trip, that means that Pumble is taking a tumble. Cabo are distinct from the second variant, Mazai, in that they have horns, taller builds, bigger teeth, and larger ears with tufts. Kabo are also venomous. They fire or inject this venom from their large lower teeth. It's non-lethal to humans. It is, however, very irritating and frustrating. If that Vernid was still in my ship tearing it up, I'd consider getting a Kabo to try and take them out, but last week's Vernid I lured out with a Walmart rotisserie chicken, so we're good. Had to throw out the couch though. Turns out you really can't get acid out of things. Mazai are adorable. They look like lions, but if they were munchkin cats. Look at their just dopey little legs. Anyway, Mazai are smaller and live solitary lives, only bonding with one other Tiba. Mazai are most recognizable by how they look like babies. Like munchkin cats, their legs are stubby and their stomach hangs low to the ground because of this. Mazai may not have venom, but they're not defenseless. They have adapted to grow multiple spikes across their body rather than the large horns of the Kabo. Here we can see their height in respect to humans. The shortest Kabo stands at about chest height like bears, but can be as big as you can see them from a mile away and should start running in the opposite direction now. Oh god, it's coming! Run! Mazai are most commonly up to the waist, but can be as small as ankle biter dogs and as tall as up to your elbows. Mazai aren't actually babies, they're just smaller than the other ones. So let's talk about the babs. Tiba babies are called pups and chicks, and like some species of sharks and snakes, they can have either live births or eggs. A standard litter is from 1 to 3 puppos. Pups are much thicker and fluffier to protect from the cold. Their paws even more so. This hair goes away after about a year and they stop being cute and get put in the dumpster. There are Tiba Kabo and Mazai hybrids, but they cannot reproduce with other non-Tiba species. Kabo pups don't have any horns at birth, which is for the best. I can't imagine birthing would be terribly fun with horns. It's not a terribly fun process in the first place. Mazai spikes start growing at 2 years old and horns at 5. Mazai are fully grown at 15, but their horns keep growing long after that. What do these grizzly bear house cats eat? They're omnivorous and eat berries, nuts, birds, fish, and low-growing foliage. Like cattle, they have more than one stomach. They have 2. One for meat and one for plant life. Although if they're having a rough time and can't find enough food, they can always regain their energy with moonbathing. This is similar to how cats sunbathe for warmth. Tiba will lay in the moon and use its light to recharge. This is most commonly practiced during holidays, but afterwards they're energized and ready to go for the next day. Now for the last bit, abnormalities. There are many kinds of abnormalities found in wildlife that are also found in Tibas, such as chimerism, albinism, melanism, extra or fewer limbs, and stuff like that. But there are some that are unique to the Tiba. Some may grow feathers, but never more than 1/4 of their body would be feathered, and they can't grow wings. Sometimes their tails may not fully grow, and end up significantly shorter than the average Tiba. A big tuft would still grow at the end of this not fully grown tail, and the resulting Tiba would have more of a cotton-like rabbit tail. Tibas can have height abnormalities as well, such as being significantly taller, called Goliath mutation, and shorter ones called the teacup mutation. Only Mazais will be teacups, and only Kabo can be Goliaths. Some may experience enlarged lower teeth resulting in massive canines. This mutation, called sabers, do not occur in Mazai. Lastly, lop. This is when the ears and lips droop, making them look like a Saint Bernard, and this results in some funny-looking drooly Tiba. That's it for the Tiba. They're a completely open species, and you can even make adopts and charge for them. The only real rules is what we covered, and if it's not in here, it's not allowed. Like gills. You can even make them into anthros like furries, and make NSFW if you want. But NSFW should only be made and owned by adults, and shared in explicitly adult places. So that minors don't accidentally happen upon your NSFW. If you want to join the Discord, I put the links in the description as well as Mr. Tallycat's Twitter. Tell us what you think of Tibas. Tallycat watches my videos too, so he might even see your comment. That'll be it for this one. If you want to help this channel grow, the best way is by telling YouTube that you like my videos. So make sure to watch them all the way through, leave a like, comment, and subscribe, so YouTube shares my videos with more people. If you want to support me in monetary ways, we have patrons like Kiro to thank for that, and you can buy merch like stickers and shirts from my Redbubble or Stream store. I'll see you all in the next video, or in my streams on twitch.tv/SeraProto. And with that, bye! Luthen the Bard said, Vernid are a pretty interesting species. I can definitely relate to shooting acid, as I too get heartburn. If you want to be a viewer of the week, all you have to do is comment below. If I like your comment, I'll probably put it in the next video. Every time I look up a species, I'm gambling with myself. The gamble is how difficult will my workload be this week? Do I easily find the creator? They respond promptly, and they have all the resources I could need or want? Or am I going to have to become the world's lamest private eye and have to scour every inch of the internet just to find even a few scraps of information? For every awesome species like Tibas, there's a Manokit. For every Wickerbeast, there's a gem raptor. For every easy to make species video, there's one that is an absolute pain to find. This time, there is an overabundance of information, but it's organized in a very user-unfriendly way. I'm genuinely surprised that this species has the following it does while having so much crap to sift through. Anyway, hello everybody! I'm Sera Proto, and I come from space with videos for your face. This is a weekly series where I go into depth and tell you all the stuff about all the things about furry fandom open species. If you like the video, don't forget to like. People tell me I'm underrated, so let's get me to overrated. Today we're going to talk about Mochi Raptors. In my poll last week, it was the highest voted, and I can see why you all wanted it covered. All of the info is on Amino, and it's such a pain to go through this site and look through all their info. I'll try my best to cover everything, but this is a less than ideal host method. I feel like Amino wasn't designed with this kind of content in mind, and it really shows. Amino has the worst UI on PC too. It is just so cluttered. They should honestly get a website for all this info and just use Amino or Discord to host the community. I really don't know where to start here with this species. It's not easy to dig through all this stuff. I get why you all wanted it covered, but at the same time I feel like you're punishing me? Did I do something to upset any of you? I'm really sorry if I did. I don't know what I did wrong. At first, I couldn't find a lore page. Turns out there is lore for each of their variant and their traits, but it's mixed in with a bulleted list of do's and don'ts, and so much reading. I'm questioning if I can even do this video in a week, and I've even been keeping track of the time it takes for me to make this video. So, on screen you'll see the number for how many hours it took me to make this week's video. Mochi Raptors are a semi-open species in the furry fandom. The term Mochi Raptor actually covers a series of traits that any Mochi could have. Each of these traits are drastic enough changes that the Mochis could be considered a different species within themselves. A Mochi can have a king, aquatic, pinata, liquid, winged, and ghost traits with varying levels of open and closed, but only a couple are considered different enough to get their own lore. So rather than each of these groups of traits being restricted to one type of species, like say Wickerbeasts, they instead all listed as bullet points and jammed in one box and called Mochis. The species is very rules heavy despite not having much of a thematic consistency. I was going to organize this like Wickers, where each is considered a subspecies, but I want this to be as accurate as possible to the guide and not assume what Lupi meant with these. Mochi Raptors in general are a series of pseudo-mammals, meaning they're a species that has the appearance and traits of mammals but aren't actually mammals. They're easy to distinguish from other raptors based on some common traits. They have big round heads and sticky tongues. The Sera is also dark, with some variations like albino, pibbald, or blind Mochi. This isn't just for aesthetic purposes either. The dark Sera of the Mochi helps them in hunting by being better equipped to absorb light and making them less likely to be blinded, as well as intimidation factor. There is a lot of variation in their eyes outside of the Sera difference too. There are some with many, which is a restricted trait only for the king variant. Some with one big eye like a cyclops, and others with eyes that are buttons and mouths. I don't see how the latter two help with hunting, but sure, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Regular Mochi are under 8 feet tall, and kings are as tall as 10 feet tall. The double king... the double king can be 12. Sorry, I'm wondering what makes someone a double king? The shortest Mochi can be 3 feet tall. Mochi Raptors mature at the same rate as humans and live up to 120 years old, which makes sense for the size of the species. Larger animals tend to take longer to mature because they have less predators in the wild and can have the luxury of a lengthy adolescence. A lot of this stuff is a bulleted list, so I'm leaving some stuff out for the sake of better flow. Mochi Raptors don't have a gender. A cool thing about their habitat, diet, and language is it doesn't matter. They don't have a specific habitat, diet, or lore, or language, but they do originate from forested valleys in the maintain, as it's written here, I think they meant mountain, where they can take advantage of their natural climbing skill. So yeah, if you wanted to, you could say your Mochi lives in a dumpster and eats discarded Taco Bell.
Hello, I live in a dumpster. Ooh, what's this? My favorite. Discarded Taco Bell. My favorite. Now to wait for someone to dispose of some Baja Blast.
You're going to see soon enough, but this species has a ton of variety, like big, dead, fish, and pinata, but in addition to that, they can have antenna, bug wings, and beetle wings. As a bonus, there is no limit to how many open traits you can apple? Why does my script say apple here? As a bonus, there is no limit to how many open traits you can apply to one raptor, so feel free to go as Sparkledog as you'd like. Anatomy. Yay! More bulleted lists. This is not a fun read. Mochi Raptors are equally capable of walking on 2 legs or 4, depending on the need, and they typically have a round dome piece. That's their head. This is because there is a concentration of fat deposits inside the face that facilitates nerves that help them detect better scents. Feathers. You can stylize feathers on their head into hairdos. However, the feathers can't be bigger than the raptor or they'd eat pavement. Horns. No restrictions on horns besides that they can't be bigger than their dome piece. There aren't many limitations on teeth. They can be any color, overbite, underbite, fanged, crocodilian, and saber-tooth. Although the underbite can't go past the nostril and the saber-teeth can't go past the chin, that's because these are close traits belonging to the Oni variant. Who would have thought that the species with a variant for fish, pinatas, and dead would have so many rules? The head can have additional traits beyond just the round shape. They can have whiskers and streamers or a cobra hood. I read somewhere that the cobra hood used to be a restricted shape that was tacked on when the creator wanted to monetize the species. They later on changed their mind about this and had to issue some refunds to people who had previously paid for these traits. Fine, whatever. I don't mind close species or traits, but there are so many here that it's hard to keep up with what is okay and what isn't. And I think the audience feels the same way too, because I'm seeing a lot of comments of people asking, is this okay? Is this okay? Is this okay? This would really benefit from a step-by-step creation guide like Vernid's. Each feature has a limit too, like whiskers can't be longer than the body. I feel like I don't need an amino for this, I need a checklist. We're at the halfway point for the official trait list. This is going to be longer than the Manokit video, isn't it?
Yes, 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 yes. Yes.
It is, isn't it?
Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god.
There are a large variety of free body traits for you to use, such as feathery manes, butts, arms, ankles, scaly limbs, underbelly, back feathers, and spines. There are just as many tail options too, like mochi, pointed, button, peacock, top tail feathers, long tail, small fluffy, big fluffy, and feather tip, as well as the various different types of tails for specific traits like crystal. Mutations. Mochi Raptors can be born with a variety of abnormalities caused from birth defects or environmental factors. Common mutations include 2 heads, up to 4 arms, centaurs, up to 3 tails, and double-mouthed. Mochi can't have a combination of extra heads plus limbs, but you can add extra tails or mouths to them. They show a picture of others including more feathers, multiple tongues, and whiskers combined with streamers. They also include a lazy eye in mutations, but it feels really mean to call that a mutation. Plant growth. Mochi Raptors who have lost appendages will experience plant growth on the end of the missing limb. This can result in plant growth growing into fully functional limbs. This is a really cool alternative to robot prosthetics, but I'm starting to question what makes one thing a closed trait and the other open. There's a big lack of consistency here, and it seems like these traits are marked open or closed arbitrarily. The species has no rules thematically, but still so many rules thematically. Aquatic traits. Previously, aquatic traits of Mochi weren't allowed, but one day Lupai said, "Fishy cute," and made them a thing. I agree. Fishy are cute. But I think this should have been organized into its own subspecies to keep things thematically consistent. But you can now add shark, fish, tentacle, eel, shrimp, and axolotl tails, as well as fins, anglerfish antenna, and a back fin. The little bit of lore here is that during a big war, some Mochi were too scared to fight and hid. The ones who hid in caves or near water developed aquatic traits over time. This isn't included in the official trait list. You have to click the second aquatic guide, or is it the third, because the ones included in the official trait list. This is organized poorly. Liquid trait.
Liquid!
I had to do a rewrite of the script to get back to this part because of how the official trait post is organized versus the newcomer's guide. I thought I was done. Liquid mochi are mochi that have liquid traits that can't be used to imitate closed traits. This liquid can have objects floating inside. They mentioned that you can even have toenails inside. The section that can be liquid are everything but the head and legs and arms. Wings can be liquid if you paid for wings. Liquid can imitate open traits as well as glow. Pinata trait. This is another one I initially skipped. Pinata traits are similar to King Frill's traits, but we'll go into King's Frills later. All you need to know is that it's like them, but you have to have 2 or more layers for it to be a pinata. Ghost traits.
He's a phantom.
This is where we finally start seeing significant lore, but it's kept in a separate post from the rest of the main trait list. There is so much lore here, and it's genuinely actually interesting. This is why I think of traits as being subspecies rather than traits. If each trait were organized as a species and given their own lore, I think it would make for a much more interesting species and a better read. It would also encourage consistency rather than a chaotic jumble of parts. I was considering writing this video in the way that they're different species, but this video is about the species as Lupi wrote it. I don't want people to see this hypothetical one that I would make and think it's an official lore video and get the wrong idea about the species. This video is about being accurate to how they wrote it. Anyway, mochi have a life force called anima, and every time one is injured mentally or physically, a bit of anima leaks out. Unable to ever return to the body, the anima follows the mochi around or latch onto the one who hurt them. Once the mochi dies, all the anima in their corpse will escape and hover like a cloud. Usually this anima fades with time, but if the mochi dies, and its soul is too weak to pass on, was brutally killed, the body defiled, or has unfinished business, it'll turn into a ghost mochi. Isn't that just rad as hell? Ghosties don't age, develop new traits or interests, learn new info, and may have their personalities demented a bit. This ghost-only trait has a parasitic fungi growing all over and controlling its host. The host's eyes turn white and lifeless as the host loses all control of its body. It's merely a puppet now, and the mushroom is pulling the strings. Because of this, the ghost is forever trapped in this ghastly realm, forced to wander for eternity at the hands of its parasite. Ghost trait 2, Double Iris. This mutation happens to any mochi near death, granting enhanced vision, but upon death it can become a very dangerous spirit. These mochi can gain up to 5 additional iris, and can be present in regular or dead mochi, and still follows the same rules as regular mochi eyes. Ghost trait 3, Rotted Flesh. A healthy mochi is a happy mochi, but ghosts aren't happy, so this one isn't healthy. This mochi's skin is fragile, and it's slipping and sliding off its newly animated, rotting body, exposed its insides all the while. Of course, this trait is only for ghosts, so we'll probably never have to see one ourselves. Ghost trait 4, Floating Limbs. Ghost mochi aren't incapable of being hurt. This variation happens when the ghost is injured. When the mochi has its limb torn off, it floats around the host body and leaks anima. The ghost can still manipulate the appendage within a limited range of the body. The anima wants to stay whole, but can't reattach, so the limbs merely float close by like a magnetic field. These ghosties may be seen with floating heads, arms, legs, tails, or they might look like Rayman, but just floating hands and feet. Ghost trait 5, Handtails. Any mochi can have big hand-shaped tails, but a living mochi can't control them, but ghosts can control theirs. If all the mochi trait types were organized like this, it'd make for a much more enjoyable read. Crystal trait. Crystal traits are a series of open traits that involve various levels of crystalline growths. These crystals, when formed at the base of the tail, can result in the mochi having a tail with a mouth. Crystals can grow next to the eyes of a Cyclops mochi, as turtle-like plates on the back, as generalized growths looking similar to spines, hooves, or the aforementioned tails. The tails can be thin and long, stubby and round, or big, fluffy, and long. Wing trait. A lot of the species we cover typically have rules against having wings. This is typically to promote a consistent appearance, lore reasons, or they're too worried that their species will look like Dutch angel dragons. But mochis can have wings. Wings are a gift from the Enlighter to the mochi, a remnant of the long past history that has something to do with the war against the dragons the first time that was mentioned in the main post, and it leaves me with more questions than answers. Maybe the war should be the first thing you mention at the beginning in addition to generalized lore, but instead we have bullet points. Wings are a closed trait, and you need an MYO to get them. If you remember from the Vernid's video, an MYO means make your own slot. It's not a commission, but a license that says you're allowed to have a winged mochi. These tend to be cheap in most cases. this isn't most cases. The wings can be an angel, bat, or a mix of the two, or bug wings like butterflies. I made a lot of typos in this script. Anyway, butterfly wings can't be longer than the body since Mochi can't fly. Not all the wings are closed. You can have smaller aesthetic wings like head, butt, tail, or ankle wings. They need to be small though. The tail ones can also replace the tail, but they can't be bigger than the head. They follow the same type as the regular wings. I kinda wish they made these a closed trait too, so the checklist would be easier to follow. King traits. In the main traits section, I mentioned some traits that are only available to king mochis. Kings have their own posts like ghosts do, but not too much lore. Despite the king being made almost immediately after the original, this post is 2 years old and they didn't update the lore. It really seems like they thought about what they could make and charge for before they thought about how it fit into the world. Kings are obtainable only through raffles, adopts, customs, and MYOs from Lupai and Snowy, the owners. The traits are Oni Fangs, Multi-Eyes, Tail Streamers, Frills, Jaw Tusks, and Face Scales. The difference between these and free versions is simply how these ones are longer, or in some cases, just an extra one. Oh my god. This is a fursona with microtransactions. This is furry microtransactions. Did Activision make this one? Oni Fangs. Oni are ogre-like monsters from Japanese mythology. They're depicted with long curved teeth, and those teeth are on king mochis. They're extremely sharp and great for fighting, but result in issues when it comes to eating. So despite being better suited for combat, they mostly eat nuts and berries. One mochi can have up to 6 of these teeth. Multi-eyed. King mochi can have up to 5 eyes, and they can be placed on the head, chest, and hands. These extra eyes sharpen the raptor's vision, except up close. As an object gets closer, the vision goes from sharp to outlines, except for the main 2 eyes. These mochi can see in ultraviolet as well. Double-headed mochis can have up to 5 per head, making for a total of 10 eyes. Wow, if you add wings onto this one, it'll look like a biblically accurate angel. Tail streamers. Tail streamers are feathers attached to long, thin strands. They're used to sense surroundings and hunt prey like bug antennae, or to search for a mate. These mochi are often seen as more important within their own pack. They are, however, very brittle, and the feathers can catch or snag on the environment. Neck frills. These are long feathers that are connected to the neck of the mochi. The frills can open up and close like an umbrella or like a fringed lizard, making them seem larger as well as be used to intimidate enemies and prey. As with most king traits, they give off an air of superiority over regular mochis. So they win the genetic lottery and get to become CEOs because they inherited daddy's money, daddy's kingly stature. Of course, they're used in mating too. Like the streamers though, once extended, they're pretty easy to, mess up. Jaw tusks. These tusks are on the outside of the mouth and on the jaw itself. They're made out of the same material as spikes or horns and typically appear dull and battered in appearance. They're used to fight, of course, dig, and find mates since they can be better at fighting other interested partners who are going for the same mate as them. Other mochi seeing this trait know not to even bother fighting them because they know that they got their hacks on. These tusks, however, are very heavy and result in a slower mochi or can be broken painfully. Face scales. These are large solid scales that look like plate mail that grow on the mochi's face. They're very strong and nearly indestructible, giving them a huge defensive edge in combat. They can also use these plates to crack open nuts and rocks. Alright, that was the last of that. So, how do we, the plebs, get the honor of a king? There are people selling their old traits we can buy. Staff does a monthly custom king trait for an adoption. Buying an MYO. MYOs are one use only. You can sell yours, but not for more than you paid unless you include additional art. You can breed your king with others, but they don't inherit the traits. And you can redesign as long as they look similar. So the easiest way seems to be to buy one of the monthly MYOs that Lupai or Snowy offer. One king trait is $20. 2 is $30. So you save 10 by buying 2. That's $20 to be told that I can put bigger teeth on it. That seems a bit much. But you can't have more than 2 of them. Wings are $35. Wings with a king trait are $45, and 2 traits plus wings is $65. Yikes. Yikes. This is an MYO. Are they drawing them?
No.
I think it's just a license.
Yes.
It seems a bit pricey for a license. If I have to draw this myself and I'm being charged $65 to do all the work and just being told that I can do it, that seems a little bit far. That seems a bit much. Up at the top of this post, it also says that these are reduced prices. So how bad were they before? I looked more and this isn't actually even the current prices. Another problem with this particular amino. On the new users page, the prices I mentioned are called the new prices. But I checked Lupai's feed, and they're charging less than that for slots. So the slots are actually cheaper than that, but they're not showing the newest prices on the one that says new prices. So it's actually 45 for 2 king traits and wings, which still seems like it's a bit much to be told, go ahead, you have my blessing, sport. But it's not the worst, and they only offer these once a month, so there's some semblance of rarity or exclusivity. I've always said that you don't get to complain about an artist's price, just go to a different artist, but I think I can whine a little since MYOs are a license and not art. It's kind of weird to charge that much for what is essentially just permission. It's genuinely hard to tell what's going on with this amino page because the information is outdated and out of place in a lot of places. Amino is not a good place for storing this amount of information. They should really look into getting a website. I keep seeing a lot of comments from people on the amino about not being able to find posts. Apparently this community used to be 10,000 members at one point, but now it's less than half of that. Anyway, I'll explain the full controversy of this in another video. What would I do to make this better? I'd divide these traits into thematic subtypes. With it as it is, it's too hard for most people to keep up. I'm having a hard time keeping up, and I make these videos pretty regularly now. But this results in the creator and staff getting flooded with "is this okay" messages and questions. While if you broke it down into their own subtypes with individual rules, people could pick one aesthetic they like and build from there, like Wickerbeasts. I mentioned that this species would benefit from a step-by-step creation guide like Vernid's, but each step would have a million options to go over. So I'd go, this is a regular mochi. It can do this. This is liquid. Liquid! It can do this. This is aquatic. It can do this. Like how they have the ghost mochis as a separate species kind of deal. This is too long as it is. So with that, if you like this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe. Let's turn me from underrated to overrated. If you really like these videos, you should also check out the Patreon so that you can get your name in a video, or see these weekly species videos up to 3 days early for as low as $1. So, thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you all next time. Bye! This week's comment of the week is from Zombie Guts. I really liked this comment. It made me laugh pretty hard. And I think a lot of you feel the same way too, because they have 28 likes on their comment now. Zombie Guts, in response to finding out that Tibas are called a pumble when in a group, said, "The pumble fumbled and took a tumble, which caused them to rumble and grumble, until one named Bumble was humble and mumbled that it was sorry for the jumble, and did not wish for them to crumble." Awkward Finger Gun said this one was a masterpiece, and yes, I agree. Thank you for the comment, Zombie Guts. If you want to be a viewer of the week, all you have to do is just comment, and if it's good or something I like, I'll make sure to put it on the screen. Before we start, it's very important that you hear this. I'm going to be talking about a lot of people and some bad stuff they did. Please do not harass or even talk to the people that I mention in this video. It makes me, you, and my entire community look bad when you harass the people I talk about. This hasn't happened yet, but I want to get in there before it does. This video isn't a call to arms, so chill out, get yourself a drink, turn the volume up on your headset, and listen to some of the crazy junk going down in these fandoms that you've never heard about. Furries are a very vocal community. If something is going wrong in a group, they tend to either step up and say something about it, or whine about how many people are complaining about it in general. So it's no surprise that a lot of the communities I cover in the fandom species videos have a history of quote-unquote drama. To me, drama is when the complaints are minor, or it's just petty interpersonal arguments that get blown out of proportion. There's a lot of that, but a lot of these are more controversies or big issues, genuine problems, and I feel like calling that drama really lessens what it actually is. It makes it seem like less of a big deal than it actually is. But drama has become the new accepted term for this kind of stuff, so drama's in the title. Gets more clicks. I'm usually aware of these controversies when I make the video because I usually stumble into them while researching the species. Sometimes I'll offhandedly mention them if they're short enough, like I did with Dubmutt leaving the furry fandom and having to refund commissions to people in their Manokit fandom. When Dubmutt left the fandom, they cancelled a lot of commissions, refunded, and possibly forgot or didn't make refunds to other people. I don't know how much of this is true, but typically people only post an Artist Beware as the last results, as I mentioned. I've personally waited 3 years for a commission before and never even thought about doing an Artist Beware. I did. Other times I won't mention it because it'd be too long, like the Mochi Raptors video, which I'll get into the actual drama of that soon. Other times, I don't mention them because of the actions of the people in the community no longer affect the community, like in the case of Wickerbeasts. The original creator of the Wickerbeast quit making the species and passed it on to someone else because they no longer had a connection to the species they created. Wickers blew up and grew to a size the Damon Lady couldn't handle anymore, but also people in the community found out that DL was drawing feral NSFW. This was also around the time that famed dog lover, hypnotist Sappho, was ousted for being a little too friendly with animals.
And I want to clear the air and say that, for the record, I am a zoophile.
Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?
Sappho was a VR chat user and content creator that used a Wickerbeast model to VTube with, so there was a lot of pressure at the time on the individuals within the community, and some felt that by having the owner of the fandom being into ferals that it somehow portrayed the community as a safe place for dog loving, being big fans of dogs. I chose to not include these stories because the behavior of both of these people have nothing to do with the Wickerbeast fandoms themselves. These people engage in these behaviors outside of these fandoms, so it's more like they just so happen to be a part of this fandom while also engaging in these activities. DL isn't in charge of the community and has felt disconnected from the community for a long time, so there isn't a connection there. Sappho only uses a model from the species. The model was made by someone unrelated to the Wickerbeast community, so Sappho probably had nothing to do with the Wickerbeast fandom in the first place. So I felt that including it would do more harm to a fandom that had nothing to do with these two bad actors. Now, remember how I said in the beginning of the Mochi video that sometimes I have to go full detective? Well, I'm doing it again. Mochi Raptor controversies are a little more on the money side, and this sort of thing always happens with closed species. But recently, I've been in contact with 3 members of the Mochi community that all told me similar accounts of some stuff that happened around the December area of 2021. That is little more than just hobby drama. When I explain about someone named Mint, you'll understand why the Mochi drama didn't pop up on my radar until after the release of the video. This community is pretty thorough at covering its cheeks. This first part comes from a Reddit post by the user Beetle Goblin called Mochi Raptors, the tales of an absent leader and expensive dinosaurs on the subreddit r/hobby drama. Reddit has a pretty big history of making stuff like this up for the sake of upvotes, but I've talked to a lot of people in the Mochi community to confirm these. At one point, the Mochi Raptor community used to have 10k members. That's a massive community and probably the biggest I've covered thus far. Even now, it's 4,500 and still the biggest I've covered. This amino they have is like its own little isolated island in the middle of the ocean with its own culture. The amino and species were made by the same person, Loopypup, who will be the main focus of this drama. In the beginning, Mochis were made to be completely open. This was before Lupi made king traits, wings, and overpriced MYOs. This was great because the majority of the community was younger people, and kids aren't usually swimming in Dosh. But as time went on, Lupi started to disappear and become increasingly inactive. I get that. A lot of these species blow up and it tends to be overwhelming. It's much like becoming famous overnight, and you either crumble to the pressure or become a vain turd. Stepping back now and then is probably necessary and a good idea to retain your sanity. But when Lupi did come online, it was only to open adoptions or commissions. A lot of people complained about this, but the fan base was rabid at this time and was quick to defend Lupi. This is normal because this was essentially their first offense. If you're one of the people who watch my videos to learn how to better run an original species, be active in your community. It's really crappy to only show up to collect a paycheck. This isn't your Subway job. This was a community you made from your passions. Act like it's actually a passion. If you can't be bothered to participate in your community, then you should just not have one. As with most online communities, the MRA, not to be confused with men's right activism, MRA means Mochi Raptor Amino. What an unfortunate acronym. They needed mods and staff to maintain the community and enforce the rules. Pay your mods, by the way. Two of the major staff members are named Lucy and Choco. The community really liked them, and I can vouch for that. They're still talking about Choco. The people I talked to all said the same. Choco seemed to be available at all hours of the day, and Lucy wasn't as active, but definitely more active than Lupi. Lupi decided it was time to monetize the species. It makes sense. She was managing a community and needed to pay mods. The first of these traits were Cobra Hoods and Crystal traits. If you wanted either of these traits, it would cost $10, which isn't bad. The Crystal ones are really cute, and the Cobra Hood is somewhat neat too. Not a lot of snake-like personas out there. People were annoyed by this though. For many, this only further cemented that Lupi was only in it for the money, which now, in my opinion, I would likely agree, but using the knowledge of the time, I'd personally have no issue with it at the time. People talk about selling out like it's a bad thing, but the people who have an issue with selling out likely don't have debts to pay. However, there are better ways to make money off your community without closed variants like selling bases. Even if she isn't drawing them, the community needs money to run. A community of this size doesn't run itself, but it was clear to a lot of people that Lupi only logged on when she wanted money. She didn't host events, moderate, or even post in general with her community. She ignored the complaints people had. People get weird about money, but even the cheapest food still costs money. Speaking of which, I need money to live too, so thank you to patrons like Kiro who help me pay for things, and you can help like Kiro by liking, subscribing, commenting, tipping, or becoming a patron for as low as $1 a month. All links are in the description. Patrons even get early access to videos and art. I'm not monetized yet, still need the watch hours, so even by watching, you're helping, so make sure to watch until the end. Anyway, one of the people who helped Lupi create these traits was a staff member named Mint. Mint was a big contributor with these traits, but was banned shortly after their release. No one knows for sure why Mint was banned, not even the people I talked to, but that might be because the staff moderate the chats and posts. So anytime people would try to discuss why it might be that Mint was banned, the staff would shut it down, which is why I think I didn't find out about the most recent stuff until after the release of the video. They seem to be doing this anytime there's any issues with their fandom, but I get it. You have to keep your community from eating itself alive. Mostly the rumors were that Lupi and Mint argued, but rumors don't do very much good for me. What happened next though, that really upset people. Since Mint was banned, that means that they couldn't be selling Mint's work anymore. So Lupi had to cancel the Crystal and Cobra traits from being paid only. A lot of people were upset. They had already paid for these traits. Lupi did release refunds, but didn't issue refunds to anyone who paid in amino coins, the microtransaction currency of the amino platform. I don't know if it was because Lupi couldn't or chose not to, but this made a lot of people leave the community, and as you'll find out later, she was charging 2 to 3 times as much for amino coin prices over the cash prices. So it was a lot of money to lose out. This wasn't the only controversy in this community though. We aren't even halfway through yet. See why I couldn't include this in the original cut of the video? Lupi disappeared again for a while after that. Choco tried her best to keep everything running, but of course, Lupi came back only after designing new paid traits. These were called King traits. Back then, it was $30 for one to be added. People went berserk. But not because of the reason you think. It's because they actually loved the idea of artificial scarcity, I guess. The community was mostly kids, so I think a lot of it was just the abuse of FOMO, the fear of missing out, and the artificial scarcity and rarity of it all. Like it is now, Lupi would sell slots of these once a month, 3 slots at $30 a slot. These were MYOs, which means no art was sold to them, just a permission slip saying that yes, you can make this. More of these slots were sold for amino coins. These AC slots were 10,000 AC apiece, which means a single king trait cost $65.
Oh my God!
These coins could not be turned back into real money and were instead used to buy premium accounts and various in-app purchases, like buying art from other people on the platform. So it's not like Lupi had to worry about transaction fees. Okay, here's why that AC is an issue. Because this AC can only be spent in the amino ecosystem, this meant it could only be used on microtransactions like in-app purchases and premium accounts, but it could also be traded to other communities and potentially other artists. You could even use external sources to sell the coins to other people. The only reason I can see why you would charge this much is because of the inconvenience of dealing with amino, but this is highly exploitative because PayPal is an extremely cheap option by comparison. Who would see these prices and choose to use the more expensive option? People who don't have PayPal accounts. And who doesn't have PayPal? Children, especially children with mommy's credit card. As usual, this was the only time Lupi would be online. A lot of people who voted in my poll earlier this week mostly said the way Lupi handled MYOs isn't exploitative, and I'm curious if you all still feel the same way after hearing more context. Is it exploitative now that you know she wasn't an active member even in her own community, or that she charged absurd prices in amino coins? These amino coin slots still sell, but it's more like 10k for wings plus 2 traits, which is still double of the PayPal price. All for what is essentially a permission slip, no art. I have no issue with artists making a living or them charging a lot. I paid $400 for the model that you see here, and I did the rigging myself. But I paid $400 for the art, so I really obviously have no issue with paying artists what they deserve for their work. It's not the money that bothers me. It's that this way that Lupi does it feels exploitative to me. Lupi's frequent absences came back to bite her though, as Amino passes leadership on to other members in the community if the leader is absent long enough. Lupi was active regularly, but Amino measured this activity in time spent active. Lupi would only come on long enough to sell stuff and disappear again. This meant that the leadership was eventually passed down to Lucy, but Lucy had a stipulation. Lucy would only give membership back to Lupi if she promised to be more active in the community. I think that, overall, that's pretty fair, considering leadership would just get passed off again if she didn't stay active. How hard is it for you to just talk to your community? I do it every day. I practically check for comments every 5 minutes, and it's on your phone. It's not like it's a desktop only thing, so it takes you 5 minutes to just pop on your phone and take a look at things. And with how much waiting a person does in a day, or just spending time on the toilet even, I feel like you could probably make the time for your community. This makes even more sense when you find out that the first time a leader is passed, it's a warning. The second time it happens, the community is deleted. This is because Amino assumes that after the second time that the entire staff must be inactive or dead. So, not a totally unfair ask of Lucy, who just wants to keep this community that she cares about alive. Lupi made a few posts and then asked again. A few posts doesn't mean you're active. You have to do it for a little longer than a day or two. That's really just so crappy. Sorry, I'm still struggling with this. Why the hell does someone have a community if they don't want anything to do with them? This is just so stupid. This community should have been shut down so long ago. Lucy, of course, turned her down. Lupi blasted her on the Amino page, including sharing screenshots of their private messages. These messages weren't even really conclusive of anything, just little arguments that they had between each other. If Lupi found that upsetting, it only makes me more curious about the situation with Mint. So if anyone knows Mint, or if you're Mint and you see this, I would really like to talk to you and find out what exactly was going on that led to your ban. Eventually a rift formed in the community. It was Lucy versus Lupi, and this is kind of funny to me because their names are so similar that I can't help but think of one of them as being the evil twin and one being the good twin. This was the second time a lot of people left. Lupi later on made a new Amino. Imagine that. It was less work to make a new community than it was to participate in it. I'm thinking maybe Lucy cared more about the community than Lupi did. Lupi even made it a point to promise that she would be more active in this new community, but even that was a lie too. I've even checked her recent post history, and it's all MYOs, commissions, and adopts. And this in this post from July, she even had to be reminded to post her monthly MYOs. If she hasn't written off her community in her mind yet, I am genuinely surprised. Also, yeah, it's August 28th and no August MYOs yet, and I guess Naga Mochis are a thing now. I guess I'll make an update video when those get done, although lore was mentioned on her page 11 months ago and that still hasn't happened either. Lupi, of course, didn't keep her promise and went inactive again. Seems now like it was an empty promise made just to keep people from bailing. This was when she released aquatic traits, which were previously banned. According to the Reddit post, this was the third mass exodus. At least this trait is free, but as I said in the video, this species is a confusing mess of random parts. Any semblance of a theme was long gone after this point. One of the other traits that was previously banned made a return, and this time as a paid trait. Wings, and as we know now, the most expensive trait. So it seems now like things are banned and unbanned at a whim, and nothing was really banned for the concerns of consistency. To me, these unbandings kind of seemed like they were being used to explain away her absences, that she was so super duper busy working on unbanning these that's why she was gone for so long. But in actuality, it just seems like these were unbanned on a whim with no care for theme. By this point, the species is hardly recognizable from its origins that people fell in love with. It's like she is a movie studio, remaking the same movie again and again, trying to relive the good old days, but instead, it's just upsetting the people who like the original. And by this point, she still has no lore for the base Mochi Raptor. Now with the addition of these wing traits, she was making $180 for no work, and I'm guessing about $300 to $400 in amino coins, and this was the fourth mass exodus. People left because they were catching on that this species wasn't a work of passion anymore. Look, I'm just saying, Demon Lady may make feral NSFW, but at least they knew when it was time to step down. We still aren't done, and my hands are aching from typing this script. Even in the recording session following it, I waited like 4 hours to see if the pains would stop, and no. I need to get a new setup for typing. After this new staff was added, one of them was named Checkers, and this was another person related to some drama. Amino has chat rooms, and they were monitored by staff. They had to be, to ensure content wasn't being shared that was against Amino's rules like NSFW content. There was one chat room called 2 Cult, 2 like the Roman numeral. To join, you had to put the Roman numeral for 2 in your username, so 2 capital I's. As the Redditor puts it, their name was Iron, so they had to add an extra I before Iron. The 2 Cult initially seemed harmless, but as you spent more time in there, you'd find that they'd post a lot of offensive content and were even sharing NSFW content. They of course insisted that it was just dark, edgy humor, but as I'm sure most of you know by now, even if you're making an offensive joke, you're still saying something offensive. A lot of groups like this will tell you it's just a joke, but most of the people who make offensive jokes actually believe them to some extent. They're often being used to test the waters to find out who they can be their real crappy self around. Checkers didn't like this, and of course tried to make them stop. Inadvertently, supposedly, he was banned by a member. I doubt it was an accident, but I digress. In retaliation, Checkers removed the chat room. 2 Cult got upset, called him a dictator, and accused him of police brutality. Yeah, I don't really get that one either. Members of 2 started making alts and used them to send him graphic and violent content, and to them, this was of course just more silly, edgy humor, and definitely not traumatizing or causing genuine direct harm. See what I mean though? They say it's just a joke, but they genuinely meant it. Checkers was backed into a corner and put the chat back up. This was a bad choice, I think. As a mod, he can't let people walk all over him because it sets them up as knowing that they can get whatever they want from him by just abusing him. But I don't blame Checkers. No one should have to put up with this kind of behavior. After that, Checkers stepped down. Some might say he let them win, but I can say for sure, no matter how much you love this fandom, it's not worth what he was put through. He even made a post detailing what was going on. What happened made him feel like hurting himself. He wanted to end his life. But 2 Cult was just joking, right? Sorry, but if you're one of the people who harassed him like this, I hope one day you grow a conscience so you can look back at this moment and feel even an ounce of what you put him through. What the is wrong with you? He also mentioned Lupi was failing as a leader, and how he and other staff weren't ever prepared or instructed on how to do their jobs. Lupi was later asked to make a response to these allegations. People even found her off-platform to message her about this. She'd, of course, delete anything that was related to her amino. Dude, just quit. Seriously, quit. Checkers almost ended his life for your community. and you don't have anything to say about it. We're at the end of this post, but I have another story to share. People are continuing to leave, and many are saying that if Choco isn't made the leader, they'll leave. Y'all, there's just so much to this. Every time I think I'm done, someone sends me a message with even more. Even when this video is released, I'm going to continue hearing about more stuff that's going on. Staff eventually addressed the two situation and made a post about how the community and staff are allowed to interact with each other. Basically, the mods can't be blocked or kicked from the chats. That's the end of the old stuff, but I have information and a couple of screenshots from some new stuff. A few people have messaged me about this, but I'm keeping their names anonymous. I'm just going to say that one approached me with the info about some events in December. I then asked others who commented about stuff that happened then, without mentioning what happened, and all three had the same story. So despite not having screenshots of everything, I'm personally inclined to believe a lot of this to be true. Alright, so this is alleged. I have a couple screenshots, but not of everything that happened. There are 3 people saying this happened, though. Okay, so there's a former staff member named Dre, who shared with people screenshots of what Lupi did in December. The screenshot is of Lupi sending NSFW commissions to miners. I don't have screenshots of that specific instance, so assume that that's a rumor, but I do have proof of her sending NSFW in a moderator chat where one of the mods is a miner. When this was reported to the staff, they allegedly defended her. According to my source, Lupi pays her staff with MIO money, so they have reason to defend their group remaining active even if Lupi isn't active herself. My source says they were paid to keep quiet. Hush money, you see? Dre left the staff a few weeks later. Things got worse. As usual, Lupi disappeared rather than dealing with her amino, but was still in charge for some reason. Another member named Suki got power hungry and started banning people she didn't like, and most of the time without a reason. Then my source's friend made a plan to expose Lupi for what her and the staff were hiding, but word made it back to another member of the staff named Deadly. See how they hide things that they don't want discussed? My source and their friends could only organize off-platform and still got caught. Deadly snitched to Suki, and Deadly became an official rat for the amino, and soon accounts were getting banned left and right. My source tried to talk to Suki, but Suki gaslit and manipulated them into believing that they were in the wrong for having an issue with Lupi's allegedly illegal behavior. Once Dre found out Deadly was a rat, everyone, of course, lost it. After that, source stayed in contact with friends organizing everything. They had tried to even use the old MRA group, the one Lucy hijacked, I assume, but Lupi still had control of what went on there too, and banned them. What I have is screenshots of the NSFW being sent in the mod chat, but according to the source, Dre said it happened in multiple places. Remember that I said mods can see all chats, but Dre either didn't share those screenshots or source didn't save them, but it supposedly happened with several miners, not just one mod. The group has since shut down new people joining in order to prevent bots, but in my experience when an account goes private, it's to hide while they wait for the heat to die down. Suki has since stepped down, however it's hard for me to find more information about this stuff, as the group I was using for info now takes forever to load and keeps giving me gateway errors. Even on different computers, different devices, I've even shut off my Wi-Fi, restarted my phone and stuff like that so that the IP address changes. And yeah, I just straight up can't access the page for some reason. I've been refreshing the same page for almost 15 minutes trying to find posts. I think it might be struggling because of all the new people I've directed their way with the Mochi Raptor video, which might have done like a sort of pseudo DDoS or something like that. My bad. I've even sullied my phone by downloading Amino to try and get to it, but it won't let me load anything from the group on my phone because I'm not a member of the group. But in the screenshots here, you can see people are clearly upset with the treatment of Choco. I also have some screens of Lupi admitting that she doesn't moderate and that she is taking forever on lore and people really want lore. In my opinion, you should get the lore and species art out at the same time. Definitely before you start making monetizable traits that you have no idea if they make sense within context of the world and the lore. But this screenshot is interesting. Lupi complains about Choco ignoring her, and that being the inciting incident for why she was talking shit about Choco. But the response to this is something else. The person chatting with Lupi shares a link where there is a post from Choco's account saying how their grandfather died and they won't be checking messages that day. I guess Lupi didn't see that. It's like she doesn't use her own platform or something. It really seems like pardon my Earthican here, but it really seems like she doesn't give a f about her group. That is everything I have at this day and time, but I'm sure there will be more in the future. It seems like this community is consistently on the verge of burning itself down, and all I can say is that because of how they go about silencing people in their community, that this video might be the most exposure that these events get. So if I were you, I wouldn't join the Mochi community. If you make a community, let Lupi be an example of how not to run it. If you like your community, like having it, participate in it. If you don't like your community, leave it, instead of stringing people along for so long that the only people in it are people trapped in the sunk cost fallacy of buying your overpriced licenses. My viewpoint may have been harsh throughout this, but there is no way I could bring this stuff up in a way that wouldn't upset someone, and this stuff needed to be shared for anyone who was thinking about joining the community. Just telling you so you know what you're getting yourself into. And with that, thank you everybody for watching. Like this video if you enjoyed it, and dislike it if you hate it. People say I'm underrated, so let's see if I can go to overrated. And of course, sub for more original species content like spotlights and tips, and I will see you all later. Bye. What is that ringing? Ugh, it's so annoying. Oh, right. It's just my telephone. Sorry, I forget to turn off the ringer during shoots sometimes, but anyway. This isn't about telephone, but it's not about telephone. Today we're talking about one of the most prominent original species in the furry fandom. When you think fandom species, you think Protogens, and then you think Dutch Angel Dragons. Hello everybody! My name is Sera Proto, and I come from space with videos for your face. This is my weekly series where I go into depth and teach you all of the stuff about all of the things about furry fandom species. If you like the video, don't forget to like. People tell me I'm underrated, so let's get to overrated. This video has been a long time waiting, and I've been working on it in the background between other videos because there's a lot here, and the species is a very public figure of their own. It's also incredibly long and lore-filled. I'm already having to break this into multiple videos, which is why this one is just the basics. I wanted to make sure to get it as right as possible since I'm not the only one who has made videos on this species. This species is actually so pervasive in the community that you may remember other guides I covered mentioning traits their species can't have to avoid looking like Dutchies. I didn't show it, but Celestial Guardian Dragons actually have a pic showing the difference between CGDs and DADs. DADs being short for Dutch Angel Dragons, or DADs. Manokit even has rules in its guide against the use of horns and wings because they're worried that it look too much like DADs. If you want to create your own Manokit, here's what you need to look out for. Number 1. No wings. BDs can have large back fins or arm fins like manta ray and other fish, but the species is incapable of flight. 2. Manokit cannot be hybridized with other species, but some of the species that can't be hybridized are Sergals, Vernids, Dutch Angel Dragons, Wickerbeast, Protogens, Gem Raptors, closed species, and more. Dutch Angel Dragons are an original species created by Eno 89777. Eno was the creator of the species and the first to fursuit as one. From here out, I'll be calling them Dutchies, Angel Dragons, or DADs, in order to lower my carbon dioxide output from talking so much. As with all species, a Dutchie can easily be defined by their lore and anatomy. Anatomy-wise, DADs must adhere to the strict rules of horse-like anatomy, feathered wings, no genitals, or digestive tract. Sorry y'all, but this horse doesn't poop immense amounts like others. Probably for the best, since they can fly. And if you thought bird poop was gross, imagine a bowling ball-sized poo mound hurtling at you, sped up by gravity and a disdain for human life. Oh yeah, also they have long ears and fur coats, but this is just the short of it to get you set up. Originally, DADs were a closed species, which explains why I don't have one. Now they're a semi-open species. So DADs for all, if you can follow their rules. There's actually a lot of stuff to go over here, but I just did 2 videos on Mochi Raptors, so I'm going to try to keep this one as simple as possible. I don't want to overwork myself. We'll get into things like timelines and fursuit rules some other time. For now, let's just focus on getting you started on designing one and their lore. Designing a dad. First, you choose his body type. Is your dad athletic? Is he a grill pro? Does he have a Barra Daddy body type? Or is he the champion of the couch with a beer gut and a remote? Okay, that's the last dad joke, I promise. Maybe. Probably. Because Dutchies are a regulated species, we have a few rules to follow. These are their unique horse-dragon anatomy with the long snout, same general build and stance, long pointed ears about the length of the head, feather-covered wings. Majority of their body is covered in fur, and this one's in their words, unique internal anatomy for generating and storing supernatural energy with no digestive tract or reproductive systems. Oh, so like Manokits, they can't bone, but it looks like these ones don't have booba. For additional rules we have, you can have up to 2 additional sets of each limb from this list: tails, wings, mouths, eyes, and ears. Hybrids, Tor, and shapeshifter duchies are not allowed. They are sexless and genderless. All dragons are officially referred to with they-them pronouns, but you can assign them different ones if you like. This is all coming from the website, and they don't show a visual guide to accompany it in a lot of places. Vernid's really nailed it with the step-by-step design guide, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing me say that. Duchies have markings, and they're able to change the colors and patterns according to personal taste. Their coats can also change according to seasons or even by day-night cycles. These markings can glow or change color like a mood ring, but their coats can't change at will. There used to be a rule that you couldn't copy Telephone's ring marking, and there's a lore reason for that we'll get to later, but that was changed 3 years ago. Some additional rules for markings, and it's more bulleted lists. Have I mentioned how much I love bulleted lists? Avoid copying other people's markings. It's a courtesy thing. Designs that are based on pop culture and concepts like food are allowed, but it's more likely you'll run into someone who has same or similar markings. Hybrids aren't allowed, but you can use markings to simulate other species. Names. More bulleted lists. Using names of other dragons is fine, but it's suggested you avoid it, especially if it would mean that your angel dragon would be confused with an admin's. You, of course, can't use the name Telephone or Radio because that belongs to Eno and her husband Seros, and you can't use similar names like headphones, Wi-Fi, microwave, television, microchip, or other technology-based names. I understand that Eno is a performer and wants to protect her stage name, but rules against tech names is kinda dumb. That was how to design one, but we have more detailed anatomy next, is what I would like to say, but let's save that for another video because it is very, very long. Several pages with categories covering the muscular system and the skeletal system. Lore. Here are some more bulleted lists for you. There are several realms that the universe is divided into in this lore. Think of them like elemental planes and dungeons and Dutch angel dragons. Paradise is heaven, essentially. The homies chill here, and it's all good and pure and stuff. It's ruled over by ancient beings, protecting the balance and turning chaos into order. Aether is a realm that exists side by side, mirroring the physical world where the supernatural exists. It's the upside down in Stranger Things. It's even described similarly in the full lore post. The Aether is a mirrored version of this physical world where ghosts and ghoulies live. Terra is the physical world where you boring humanoid losers live. Look at all the magicless losers. I'm kidding, I love you. Please like and subscribe and donate to my Patreon for early access videos like this. Abyss is the opposite of Paradise, and it's where all the bad vibes live. It's a place for souls that are being tormented. It's the plane of chaos. In the long ago, there wasn't individual planes, but instead everything existed in one singular realm. This was difficult to keep in order. A drastic shift in power happened, and this divided the planes into their own realms. In the aftermath of a large explosion, the Terror Plane was created. This was what we and scientists believe to be the Big Bang. After this formation of the realms, duchies started to appear in Paradise. These dragons were tasked with jobs that fit their nurturing nature. Their job was watching over Terrans. I prefer the word Earthicans, it sounds better. There was, of course, one special dragon, and it was Telephone. I don't know, writing yourself in as the master of your species always feels weird to me. It feels like you're admitting to running a cult. This super duper special dragon was assigned with the great honor of being the loyal protector and caretaker for a responsibility not found in Terra like most dragons, but for a newly formed being of Paradise that was proposed to help bring about a greater peace and order to the universe. That was a word-for-word quote from the lore post. I thought I'd include that because it's just it's a big example of what this post is like. I couldn't really summarize it because that sentence felt like a whole lot of words that just didn't really mean all that much. It's saying they're in charge of protecting peace and order, but it was written in a way that was really confusing, a very long-winded way of saying that. Telephone was created from the energies of the Ancient Ones, and the same ones who protect Paradise. The Ancient Ones got bored of all this peace and purity and decided to add some chaos to even things out, and war ensued. If you all want a direct reading of the lore, just comment below and I'll make it its own video. Basically, the duchies were disproportionately affected by the bad vibes and started the war. The Ancient Ones said, "Not cool, dog. Begone, thoughts," and kicked them out for ruining the vibes of the party. Now they live in Aether, the Shadow Realm.
Looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
Now here's a lore reason why no one else's Dutch can look like telephone. For lore reasons, the ancients changed the Dutchie's patterns on their nose. They used to be white bands to show allegiance to their home paradise. Telephone, being holier than thou, didn't participate in the war you filthy sinners caused, and gets to keep the band. But yeah, now Dutchies can't make that marking on their own, and I understand that. It's very, very difficult to draw a freehand circle. Telephone eventually got bored and lonely and left since there wasn't need for a protector anymore. I guess because she left willingly, she got to keep all of her markings. Alright, so that's it. That might have seemed a bit shorter than you'd expect, but we have a lot of sections to go over, like anatomy and behavior, and trust me, like the Mochi Raptor video, when you see all of this in front of you, you'll get why it had to be multiple videos. Once all of the videos are released, I'll make sure to release a massive director's cut version with it all in one video, but for now, if you like the video, please leave a like. People say I'm underrated, so let's make me overrated. Subscribe too while you're there for more original species content, for videos like this, as well as tips and tricks for making your own. And lastly, check out my links on bit.ly/m/SeraProto for things like my Twitch, stream archive channel, merch, Twitter, and my Patreon. Thank you to patrons like Kiro and Mousebard, who help make these videos with their support. And for just $1, you can support the channel and even get early access to these species videos up to 3 days early. And with that, I say goodbye, horse dragons, and bye-bye. This week's Viewer of the Week is RLQO. They said,
Discarded Taco Bell. My favorite.
I picked this one because it was my favorite joke in the video too. I voiced the raptor, and Mabel voiced the eating sounds. She does these really weirdly realistic and sloppy eating sounds, so it was the perfect bit for her. So thanks again for this funny comment, RLQO. If you want to be a Viewer of the Week, you just need to comment, and I'll pick my fave for next week. I also put fan art here, and if you want to make fan art, you can. Just message me on twitter.com/SeraProto or join the Discord. Link in the description for the community Discord, and I'll send you a reference. And I'll see you all later. Bye for real this time. Finally, I'm sure you all got tired of asking for this one, but I'm finally dropping the bass right in front of your face. Hello everybody, my name is SeraProto, and my latest YouTube track is about to drop, and you're just in time for it. If you don't know me, you will soon, because I'm going platinum, baby. I make weekly original species videos where I go over lore, design guides, and more to teach you everything you need to know about these sick beasts. Sick beasts. We're talking about your favorite dog speaker. Not that one. Ampwaves. While you're watching, let me know if I hit the right notes, and give me a like and consider subbing for more species videos like this one. So turn it up, tune in, and vibe with me on this melodic journey through Ampwaves. Lore. The lore here is still a work in progress, so let's get the juicy bits out first. In the beginning, there were two life forms made from the first sparks of energy, one representing the sun, warm and kind. This was Solus, the creator. The other representative was of the moon, mysterious and chilly. This was Loomis, the destroyer. In their fantastic voyage across the stars, they ran into Earth. Solus was intrigued and studied Earthicans and Earth. Loomis hated the idea, but didn't want to leave Solus alone. After about a decade of vibing on Earth, they continued their intergalactic travels in search of their own lucky star. Don't worry if the music puns are annoying, I'll stop eventually. They eventually found this new home, and they called it Sonaris. They worked together to build this planet up until it could support its own life. They made lots of trips across the universe, bringing life back and forth from Earth to Sonaris. Solus then started making the first Ampwaves. These were the quadruped primals. They inhabited the planet for about 2,000 years. With the years rolling past, Solus and Loomis continued to create Ampwaves. This is when they began to create the Ampwaves that you will soon be familiar with. But Solus and Loomis began to fight, and the species fought amongst each other. Soon the battles reached a crescendo and turned into wars, a millennia of fighting. Many died, and glitched Ampwaves started to appear. Solus, concerned by these new amps, tried to make a deal with Loomis. Loomis decided to try and chase away the glitched amps with their own beast types. This is starting to sound a lot like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. After everything reached a calm, this calm led to ringing in a new era for amps, where they blossomed and advanced. Soon, even humans began living among the amps. Nowadays, amps don't see much of their gods. They're probably taking a long break. Maybe they're seeking relationship counseling or something. Some think they decided to go elsewhere and try again. It's all good though. Amps and humans exist side by side, one greasing the palms of the other and helping each other grow. But there's only so much room on one planet. and factions of amps fight for territory on a planet with an ever-growing population. Very cool stuff. For the most part, every instrument is playing in harmony with only the occasional sour note. We're going to get into the general guide now, but there are several variants here that will be scattered throughout the rest of the lore after the general guide. But we're getting the general one out of the way so you know what a basic amp looks like. General guide. Ampwaves are an open species created by Slumber Yodi on Twitter, and they host all of this info on ampwavespecies.com. I love it when the creators spring for a site. Let's just hope they're updating it and I'm not releasing outdated info. Amps look very similar to many furry species, but these have several sound and tech-themed aspects that set them apart from other species. Amps have tall and sharp ears with up to 3 speakers per ear. These are their primary method of communication. They use them to talk, and they're really big in order to pick up other party animals in the vicinity. Assisting their communication is their eyes. By default, they have a hypnotic appearance, but when communicating, these trippy eyes change to sound waves. If injured, they get a blocky, pixelated appearance. Amp muzzles are sharp and boxy, and while their mouth does look like it's zipped closed, they can actually open their mouth. The tongue is long and sharp, and the teeth are sharp as well. The zipper-looking object on the side of their mouth is actually called a tuner and is used to adjust their volume. Along their necks and torsos are a series of vents used to expel heat. These aren't furred and instead are made of a metallic-like skin. The vents on their chest vary in pattern based on the environments that they were created for. Partial vents for cold climates, and full vents for warmer climates. Larger vents both expel heat quicker and illuminate in the dark. These vents can wrap around to the back where their spines are. Each of the spines look like American electrical plugs, the ones with the little holes at the end of each prong. Rather than them receiving energy through these prongs like a plug, they instead disperse energy from them. Above their chest vents is a screen. These screens are called plates and show the unique heartbeat of the amp wave that they're attached to, and can be used to identify the health of an amp. I don't have a good segue for jumping into the hands and paws, so they have 2 kinds of paws. Animal-like paws with retractable claws that look like their spines, and big yaoi hands with prong-like fingers sticking out of them. Both can have up to 2 speakers on them. These speakers can project strong bursts of sound that they can use to hover like Iron Man. Like Protogen, some of their limbs can be swapped by changing between their big yaoi hands and their paws. Feet paws have 4 toes with a dew claw, and their toenails stay short. These pads are one connected piece. No individual beansies here. Finally, giant tail plugs. Not those kinds. This kind. The tails are big and furred at the base of the tail where they meet the spine. At the end of the tail is a giant headphone jack or port. These aren't gender differences. Boy amps can have a receiving jack, and girl amps can have a plug jack. 2 amp waves can connect their jacks and share info and trade energy. Ampwave gods. We previously discussed Solus and Loomis. Ampwave gods like these have traits that set them apart. Their ears don't stand upright. They have hologram wings and can teleport using those wings. Normal amps are between 5 and 7 feet tall, whereas deities are taller than that. How are baby amps made? Amps make life by syncing with technology. Like Manokits, though, they had to give up a bit of their own life force to make that new amp. Alright, I hope you like lore, because I have more. Sonaris. We've already mentioned the Ampwaves live on the planet Sonaris, so let's talk more about their homeworld. Sonaris is light years away from Earth, but is similar in appearance to it, although it's 60% land and 40% water. There is one big continent with several smaller islands off the mainland. The continent itself has been broken down into 4 territories, with the capital of Chorus being the center point. Like Earth, Sonaris follows a day-night cycle. Unlike Earth, though, these cycles are instead simulated with holograms of a sun and a moon in order to help with plant growth. Most of the plants on this planet were brought here by the gods from Earth, as well as some native species. Of course, the plants evolved over time like the amps. Fish, insects, and other wildlife were also jacked from Earth. Humans were brought here as well to assist in the repair and maintenance of amps, with each amp being bound to a human caretaker, except for those amps who live outside of Chorus. The primary reason this planet was selected was for its large supply of metallic ores. Chorus City. Like all roads lead to Rome, Chorus is the center of Sonaris. This also makes Chorus the hub of trade and economy. Amps come here to trade, get repairs, recharge, work, and live. Most of the amps who live here will live their entire lives in these walls, too afraid to leave because of the dangers of the outside world. The city itself is a metropolitan area with tall buildings modeled after human architecture reinforced with steel, which gives it this futuristic appearance, because Everything in the future is made of chrome. Chorus is also known as the City of Fire due to its red glow that it emanates at sunset. Instead of roads, Chorus City is fully paved, designed with hovering in mind, with additional patches of land that float. Suspended with magnetism, these hover patches serve as a break from the hustle and bustle of city dwelling. At the center of the city is the Stratosphere Gate. This area is off limits as the gods live beyond these gates. Although many variants of Ampwaves come to visit and live in Chorus, it's known for being home to the larger population of basic amps. We discussed them a bit in the general guide, but there's a little more to them. Not only are they the most common variant, they're known for being smarter and more adventurous. They live to explore and are working with the gods to become the dominant species of their galaxy. Like humans, they're very sociable and rely on their social structures for support and survival, making a large city like Chorus the most sensible place to call home. Northern Territory. The north is mostly visited for its abundance of resources with lots of towns and villages along the way. It's most known for being cold and mountainous. Close to the city side of the Northern Territory is the Luminous Forest. About 80% of the plant's wildlife lives in this forest alone. It's also believed to be the origin point of the Ampwave species, but it has long since been abandoned, which led to the excess energy turning into the forest that is now there. Due to this abundance of energy, the wildlife here have adapted to become very good at sharing their energy with other creatures. The creatures feed their energy into the special glowing trees found here called lumen trees. The glow comes from the sap that the trees produce. The roots of these trees grow far down into the planet where its energy is spread throughout the soil. The forest itself isn't all pretty trees and silly animals. As you get further in, you'll encounter larger and more dangerous predatory animals. This forest is primarily inhabited by fairy amps, however, who live under the trees. Feathered amps are also known to live here quite happily too. Micro Ampwaves, also known as fairy Ampwaves. Micro amps make their home below the roots of the lumen trees within the forest and basically run the planet's energy. Like their name suggests, they're pretty small, only being 2 to 3 feet tall, and can shrink even further to avoid enemies. They're often shy when it comes to being around other variants and species. Fairies live in small families of only 6 to 10 amps. These babies are great at producing energy and are even hunted by other variants for their energy. Shouldn't be too hard to catch. I played Ocarina of Time. All you need to catch fairies is a glass jar. Fairies have a shorter and rounder snout with short catfish-like whiskers that look like their tail plugs. Their zippers are sharp in shape, star-shaped pupils, upright ears like basics, but sharper with a maximum of 2 speakers per ear. Vents are like basic ones, so are the hands. Shoulders have large feathers that poke out the back that gives them more of a winged appearance despite being flightless. Tails are longer in proportion to the body, with some having an extra tail. The chest screen has rounded edges, and their feet are like basics but with speakers on their ankles. The Humming River is the pride of the Northern Territory. It starts here and travels all the way through the Chorus City and down into the Southern Territory. It's not only the largest source of fresh water on the planet, but serves as a big source of energy through hydroelectric plants. The river is so big that at its deepest point it goes down 900 feet. Aquatic amps like to use this river to travel to the ocean in the east, but it's used often for trade travels to supply towns and villages. The majority of the water is sourced from the summer melting of snow from the Singing Mountains at the northernmost point of the continent. If the snow isn't melting particularly well, this river might run dry. These mountains are called the Singing Mountains. The mountains are home to the feathered amps and gets its name from the howling winds that flow through them. They're so loud they can even be heard in the deserts all the way to the south of the continent. It also gets its name from the locals' love of music, which gets carried down the hills with the wind. The mountains are very dangerous though, and only the feathered can inhabit them for any length of time. Feathered Ampwaves. Feathered Ampwaves are an open species variant that inhabit this mountainous region as well as the trees of the luminous forest. They live in large families called chords, ranging between 8 and 20 members. They're known for being loudmouths who love music, and they can project these at a much louder frequency than other variants due to the speakers inside their tongues. The size of their families make it relatively easy for them to charge in safety, but many still choose to eat insects.
Oh, love that crunch.
Similar to Earthican crows, they have a habit of collecting things that interest them and use them in trade with other amps, and despite being feathered, like all amps, they too are incapable of proper flight, but can hover longer distances due to enlarged palm speakers. Feathered amps have a longer and sharper snout with smaller teeth. Their zipper is oval shaped, eyes have round pupils that dilate during communication. Their ears point backwards rather than upright, feathers go down their neck and back, sometimes going far down enough to look like a cape. Neck vents are smaller, chest vents are full vents, chest screen can be any shape, tail is shorter and has feathers but can only have one tail. Hands are also feathered with shorter claws and larger speakers. Feet paws are similar to the basic variant but with longer claws. They also have speakers under their feet. The final point of interest in our tour of the Northern Territory is the Dark Gorge, a deep valley between the Singing Mountains. There, a stream runs down the center where it is littered with jagged rocks and slick wet walls. It's an off-limits area for amps to even travel to, and is called the Center of Corruption, possibly because this is where the remaining glitched live. Not much lives here besides plant life and small rodents and insects. Glitched amps. This is the first closed variant and doesn't have art for it right now. Glitched are also known as the Broken. They tend to live in the Dark Gorge. As you might remember, they were driven away by Loomis and his beast types shortly after the war. These amps are sneaky and smart, often trapping and tricking other amps to destroy them. The Glitched are relics of the past, the forgotten heirs to the gods, the original Ampwaves. These amps are the remnants of society and are amps that have broken or short fused. Glitched are named this way due to their glitched eyes and screens. They struggle to communicate because of failing speakers, but are able to survive just fine among the other glitched. Glitched amps can look like any type of amp, but their fur looks less clean. They have cracked eyes or chest screens with glitched pixelation, damaged tails and claws, scars, and other signs of damage are optional. Sometimes broken speakers and missing their zipper tuner. Eastern Territory. The East is a tropical zone of the continent with lots of islands, a deep ocean, and raging storms. Most of the year, this section is being pelted and battered with storms. The ocean is known as the Roaring Ocean because of the large waves and the roars of leviathans that exist within the deep. This ocean covers the majority of the planet and is the home of a lot of aquatic wildlife. It's considered too dangerous to travel, with storms resulting in voyagers getting lost or shipwrecked. The islands in the ocean are home to the aquatic life and are called the Starry Islands. The individual islands aren't very large and dot the coast. One of the islands houses a small volcano that erupts yearly, slowly expanding its mass. The island's namesake comes from the starlight cast off the ocean's surface from the night sky. Aquatic amps. Beneath lakes and oceans of the Eastern Territory, this type solitarily protects its home. These grumpos avoid others and sleep more than a house cat, about 20 hours a day. They don't just rely on recharging, and many have a taste for crabs, fish, or small mammals. However, they aren't banned from land. They can touch grass and live on land if they want, some even preferring the forest near water, but are incapable of hovering. Their snouts are rounded and less blocky, zippers fin-shaped, eyes have wavy pupils, double ears that droop with at least one speaker per ear but as many as 3. Back of the neck has metal spine fins, vents are thinner with the side of the neck looking like gills, hands are wider with speakers to help propel them through the water with up to 2 in their palms. Chest screens can be any shape. Tails are thicker and shark tail shaped, with only one tail. Feetsies look similar to the paw pads of basics, but don't have claws. Like feathers, they can have feet speakers and generally have short fur. Southern Territory. The Southern Territory is the opposite of the Northern. It's full of mystery and danger and less traveled by those interested in trade. Few risk making their homes here due to the heat and lack of resources. If it's not sand, it's hot jagged rocks and volcanoes. One of the homes of the terrifying beast amps is the Broken Desert. Its name is derived from it containing ruins of the past. These ruins, now half buried in the sand, were once made by the gods when they arrived to Sonaris. It's explored only by the brave and foolish treasure hunters. Many of those who travel here don't come back, another reason it's named the Broken Desert. Those who do return come back with stories of regularly hearing the wails of beast amps all around them. Beast Ampwaves. These are another closed variant. Beasts are also known as monster or kaiju amps and are found living in the missing canyons and broken desert. They're a nomadic species and wander the land with a tendency to pop up seemingly out of nowhere just to cause trouble. Like aquatic, they are a solitary species. Beasts stand at about 8 feet tall and are notorious for being the most dangerous amp wave. Any unfortunate soul cursed enough to run into a beast amp may find their own plugs being pulled. They're a highly aggressive variant, modeled after Loomis, the destroyer god. They were even made in Loomis's image with a fearful appearance. This type's rarity is primarily due to being made by Loomis alone. They're recognizable by their beastly appearance, jaws built to crush steel, and huge spines that generate an electrical current so strong that it can corrupt or destroy nearby Ampwaves. Legend says that if you're in the forest at night and you hear a hum, it might already be too late for you. If you remember, these were made by Loomis to drive out the glitched amps and are what eventually ended the war, by banishing the damaged Ampwaves. Beast types have blocky snouts with large teeth that overbite like a saber-toothed tiger and can howl and scream to scare or deafen their prey. Their tuner is much larger and with a sharp design. Sharp pupils can be found with or without horns. Ears are jagged in design with up to 2 speakers per ear. The vents on their necks go down and connect to their screens. The screens are usually sharp and angular. Huge metal spines go down their neck and back. The spines are in 2 rows going down the back. Speakers on hips and legs, big hands with sharp jagged claws, and a speaker in each palm. Tails are big and they always have at least 2, and they have big feetsies with retractable claws. To the southeast is the Sinking Dunes. They stand out from the rest of the desert, notable by their rolling hills of sand with an ever-shifting and changing topography. Many who visit get caught in the quicksand and disappear. There really isn't anything of value here, but if you want to get to the volcanoes, you have to pass through the Sinking Dunes. The ruins aren't the only forgotten relics of the past here. There is a large forest of dead trees stripped of leaves called the Dry Forest. The years of extreme heat, temperature shifts, and sky blackened by volcanic ash and smoke took their toll on the land, and it's no longer habitable for anyone, flora, nor fauna. The volcanic zone is located at the southernmost point of the continent. This is possibly the most dangerous location on the entire continent and is rarely seen in person. It's believed that a great slumbering leviathan hides within and eats anyone foolish enough to get too close. The volcanic activity here is slowly ever expanding the continent and constantly creates new islands. Western Territory. In the west, you'll experience plenty of strong winds with the rare torrential downpour. This area is known for its ore collection and trade with many of the towns and villages scattered throughout the Silent Lake and Misty River. It's also known for its dense fogs that cover it almost year-round. Far off to the west is the Missing Canyons, another home to the dangerous creatures known as beast amps, and known for its strong winds created from the funneling of the canyons. The beast amps stand guard here for the destroyer god Loomis. Many who go to the canyons rarely return fully functional. Most don't even make it this far due to the dense fogs of the west, and those who do turn around immediately. Around the Silent Lake is the Soul Woods, a mild forest filled with birch and pine trees with lots of ferns and berry bushes. Its name comes from the balls of energies that dance and hover throughout. Not much goes on here, as there aren't too many predators here. Many amps are comfortable making their homes here. Flowing from the West Territory to the east is an average-sized river called the Misty River. It has a tendency to dry out in the summer and is used for its safe and easy travel between the west and the Greater Humming River connected to Chorus. Silent Lake is also known for its bustling villages where primarily aquatic amps live researching hydroelectricity on the lake. Alright, that's it for the territories and major points of interest, but we have a couple more Ampwave variants. Ghost and Celestial types are currently closed to the public with little to no information about them. Celestials have a bit, but all we know is they were created by Solus, work directly underneath them, and no one has ever seen one. If they do exist, they likely live beyond the stratosphere gates in Chorus. Overall, the design of Ampwaves are pretty cool. I've said this a few times now, but I really love demented looking designs. They also remind me a bit of the Pokemon Noivern, which is my favorite Pokemon. We have one final design section, and it's basically a do's and don'ts bulleted list. There's also an FAQ. The basic stuff. Follow the guides for anatomy, you can have any screen shape and only one tail, no rules on colors but keep markings respectful, basically no swastikas. They can have multiple appendages, 1 to 3 ears, with bonus ears being smaller, up to 2 eye sets, up to 2 sets of arms, and up to 2 zipper tuners. Some other stuff, they can have broken and chipped ears, teeth, claws, and spines. Different fur lengths, they can have extra speakers in their hands and legs, and 1 glitched eye is allowed. For what isn't allowed, you can't have multiple tails. I assume this is so that they can sell them themselves. You can't have different tails. You have to stick to the plug design. No broken or missing tails, that's a sign of a glitched amp. Ear shapes must follow the guide to the variant. 2 glitched eyes are okay for aesthetic purposes, but not for official works like reps. Again, that would make them a glitched amp. The species is genderless, but they don't mention that until now. But yeah, no NSFW or NSFW parts, so I really wasn't far off by comparing them to Manokits in the reproduction section. All wings are banned except for costume wings. God types are off limits and are for the owner and their friends. And that goes for closed types as well. Closed are only obtainable from Slumber Yodi. The FAQ goes over some more fun facts that aren't included anywhere else. Ampwaves aren't fully robotic, only being about 70% synthetic, and many of their metallic attributes are actually dense bones. They don't need to eat, but many choose to. You're not allowed to hybrid them with any other species. They have RGB blood, not joking. It says their blood is red, green, and blue, and can glow. They're RGB wireless speakers. They can be drawn as quadrupeds. They don't have a sex, but you can choose any gender. They're fully waterproof. Their fur can be stylized like hair. Their zipper is just a tuner for volume. It doesn't actually zip their mouth shut. They speak similarly to how Bumblebee does in the Transformer movies. Using radio waves, they, mix them around to make speech. Amps age, and this causes wear and tear on their bodies. Their lifespans vary based on the parts themselves, and they can get sick with computer viruses. This virus causes a zombie-like effect, with Ampwaves attacking each other to spread the virus. The virus severity is ranked on a sliding scale of Z, A, B, and C. Type A is among the most severe, requiring tech replacement, and the worst possible type is Type Z, known as the glitched. And with all of that out of the way, we are done. I tried mixing things up a bit and mixed the species guide in when they were introduced in the lore. I normally keep them separate, but I wanted to try something different. This is a video after all, and not the species guide itself. So I think this style is better suited to storytelling and puts the lore more on display. Hopefully this doesn't lead to too much confusion, but my videos are for talking about the species. If you're designing them, you should be going to the website, which I've linked in the description. Hopefully I gave the masses who keep asking me to make this what they wanted, and if I did, well, I'm sorry. By law, you have to like this video and subscribe for more original species videos. This video was a lot of work, and you can help it get the recognition it deserves with your likes. But if you want to be a super helper, you can also join the Patreon, like Kiro, Sam, and Mousebard did. Thanks to them, I can make these videos. For even just $1, you can support this channel and get early access to species videos like these, and special access to the secret Discord. You can also sub to my Twitch, and you'll get all the benefits of the $1 patron tier. So with that, I have to update the antivirus on my Ampwave, so I'll see you all later. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, don't go yet. Here's the viewer of the week. Decidio said, "The idea of an American angel dragon has popped into my head. It's red, white, and blue with stars for eyes, guns for wings, and has beer cans in each hand with the hawk screech they claim is an eagle screech. Side note, please develop the ability to erase thoughts." Well, I'm sorry, Decidios. I can't erase thoughts. But I can share your suffering with others by making everyone else see what that would look like.
You love America, right? Of course you love America. So that's why you need to buy America, the American Angel Dragon. And she can be yours for just $250. You can afford that. That's just as much as it costs to fill up your pickup truck.
If you want to be the viewer of the week, all you need to do is comment, and I'll pick my favorite. This is also where I'd put fan art if I had any this week, and I will see you all later. And here's the final bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's not uncommon for species to have a lot of drama surrounding them. It's almost always about the monetization though. But for closed species, the most common complaint is the restrictions and the cool kids club-like behavior surrounding them. People don't like being told that they can't do something, and more don't like being told that while you flaunt what they can't have in front of them. Due to closed species being closed, they kind of have this subculture in their own communities, a little island in the middle of the ocean unaffected by the surrounding world, like we saw with Mochi Raptors. This can lead to all sorts of little dramas going on just out of plain sight. But today's species doesn't really have that problem. From what I can tell, there is no deep, dark secret, no secret crime ring just below the surface. The worst thing about this species is the worst thing about all original species. Artificial scarcity, abusive FOMO, furry microtransactions, and absurdly pricey art. Hello everybody! I'm Sera Proto, and I come from space with videos for your face. This is my weekly series where I tell you all the stuff and things about furry fandom species that the community has created. This week we are talking about one of the coolest looking species, Chimereon. Chimereon are a closed species by Ground Lion on DeviantArt, also known as Seal Nose on Twitter. They're a fully closed, like straight up, you're not allowed to make one without going through the proper channels, closed species. Like closed. I'll go over how to get one for free at the end, because it's not impossible, but it is going to take quite a bit of work. Chimereon are a species of chameleon recognized by their unique nose horn, curled tails, and unique horn appearance. There isn't a ton of lore and info on them, and it was a bit difficult to sift through it all. It's all available on the Chimereons group, but not all on one page. At first glance, you might think this info might be outdated, but it's not. And it's surprisingly a very simple creation system. The Chimereon community is a very isolated community as well. It's very active and has been going for about 6 years now. They kind of exist within their own bubble, which makes it difficult to research this stuff. So I'm going to miss things. The community has been around for a long time, so stuff is bound to be buried in places that I can't find in just a few days' time. And I tried asking in the Discord, but the questions channel is in slow mode all the time, so to ask everything I'd want to ask, well, the video wouldn't be coming out Friday. That's all I can say. So I'm just talking about the stuff I could find, which upon searching YouTube is more than anyone else has. Lore. There is one lore page, and it's a pic, so this is going to be very short. The lore of the species is more spread through the various sections as flavor text, so essentially more bulleted lists. Chimereons are very connected to nature and rarely try to live modern lifestyles like city dwelling. They are also instinctively curious, so city life might be a little routine for a creature that requires this much stimulation. Despite the species being primarily feral, there are some who are capable of practicing quote-unquote primitive lifestyles. In the rare case that a Chimereon wishes to take part in an advanced society, they will quickly acclimate to that lifestyle. Chimereons typically aren't very good at magic and tend to not pursue it because the time investment necessary for them would be a little much. But some do have a strong natural connection and develop some milder magic traits. The ones who wish to be good at magic still have to spend decades practicing, even if they're naturally better at it than any other Chimereon. This was listed as lore 1, but if there's more lore pages, I can't find them. Variants. There are 6 types of Chimereons: Harpian, Mammalian, Aquatic, Invertebrate, Avian, and Unknown, and they're also organized by rarity. So if you want an Unknown, prepare to farm boss fights for a couple of days. Harpian are the most common variant of Chimereon. They're recognizable for their reptilian and amphibian traits, and primarily stick to tropical and cool environments, but also in arid environments like deserts. Mammalian Chimereon are found everywhere, and are spotted by their fur and ears. They also have a very wide and varied diet, being herbivorous, carnivorous, omnivorous, and more. You think that covered them all, but there's other kinds like frugivore and stuff out there. Aquatic Chimereon live in the water, you know, because they're aquatic. They borrow traits from fish and other aquatic wildlife. You don't see their signature curled tail too often in this variant and are more often replaced with tails and fins. They may also have webbed toes and fingies. Invertebrate cover a wide range of traits. Basically, they're too spineless to pick just one and stick with their decision. Get it? Because invertebrates don't have spines? Please like the video or clap something, please. Anyway, there are things like insects, arachnids, or cephalopods, or whatever Sub-Zero rips the spine out of. Because of the wide range of options, these Chimereon have the most obscure and dynamic appearances. Their horns might even be antennae, and might not have their signature curled tails. Is it really their signature trait if the tails aren't present on more than half of the variants? Avian Chimereon are birds. They can be feathered, beaked, and winged. Even though it's common for them to display these traits, it's still rare for them to actually be able to fly. As you can see with the example, Avian Chimereons are almost entirely unrecognizable as a Chimereon. Unknown Chimereon borrow traits from the Pokemon Unknown, and each one represents one letter of the English alphabet. That said, there can only be 26 of these in existence. I'm kidding. But could you imagine if that was how it really was? Unknown Chimereon, in actuality, are a rare variant without much known about them. Each unknown Chimereon is unique and distinct from each other. Due to this mysterious, unique, and inconsistent appearance, it's hard to figure out where they came from, but some believe they're actually descendants of an ancient bloodline. Many unknown Chimereon have traits from slimes, crystals, plant life, and other obscure foreign matter. Design. Each of these variants actually don't have that many rules. The majority of design rules surround the MYO Raffle Chimereon and 2 possible variants. There are additional rules for redesign, but that only matters to people who already own a Chimereon and wish to change those things about it. So it won't really matter to most of you out there watching this. I won't be going into super detail about things like redesign rules. Keep in mind while I talk about this one that this is the MYO restrictions. which is just for ones you draw yourself, like the ones won in the MYO raffles. These rules can be bypassed with upgrades from the community shops, which I'll discuss in the next section. When designing a Chimereon, there are a few rules, and for once, this is the only species I've seen with restrictions on color so far. Are you ready for more bulleted lists? You're limited to 3 colors on the main body: a primary color, a secondary color, and a tertiary color, or tertiary, however you pronounce that. Someone will correct me in the comments. And then you get 1 for the claws and horns, 1 for the paw pads and mouth, and 1 for eyes. Claws and paw pads are optional. If you purchase a horn growth, the horns grown must match the nose horn. So I think you're only allowed to have additional horns besides the nose horn when you buy the upgrade. There are several examples of horns you can use here. Chimereons must have their curly tail if a species doesn't otherwise mention not needing it. The tails cannot be longer than the body and cannot be super tiny either, but they can be on the shorter side. Pupils cannot be silly shapes and heterochromia is not allowed. I haven't mentioned heterochromia in this series yet, but that just means that one eye is a different color from the other eye. Horned color must match. Iris has to be one color. Teeth can't be colored because that's an upgrade you have to buy. Horns must be one color, sclera must be white, and horns can't be glittery or sparkly. Since Mammalian and Herpian Chimereon are common variants, you can optionally design your Chimereon to look like one of these. We have an additional design guide for horn variants that are organized by rarity, which I'll show real quick. Basically, the bigger or weirder they are, the rarer they are. These are organized by rarities and types according to the items that you would need to buy in order to add them to your Chimereon. Here's another for head shapes, and there aren't any restrictions for these, it seems. Remember, if you want to see these guides, you can find them on their site, which is linked in the description. You shouldn't use this video as a design guide because they're a closed species. And if you have permission to make one, you should just be using their approved resources. Unless Steelnose approves this later, then... Oops, my bad, sorry I didn't go into detail. Microtransactions. When you look at the DeviantArt page, the first thing you might think is what I did. Wow, this looks like Neopets. There isn't a game tied to the species, but there is a big community with lots of prompts and art events. Participating in these events will give you beetles and dirt pearls. Beetles have a 1-for-1 value to USD, United States dollar. You can also get beetles for making gift art for other members of the community. They're used to purchase upgrades to your existing Chimereon. They give you some free currency, but you can also buy these upgrades with cash, so furry microtransactions. But you can only pay with PayPal if the total exceeds $10 or 10 beetles, and can earn 20 USD worth of beetles a month. So it's not that bad. It's a creative way to encourage community engagement and gamifies it. This super promotes long-term engagement because it might take a while to earn everything you want, or you can just shortcut it and buy the rare stuff. Microtransactions like this are also the price of running a community. You have moderators, artists, admins, hosting fees, and people are taking time out of their day to plan these events and manage them, and they should be paid to do this. These events and contests aren't free to run, so they have to do something to offset the cost and pay their bills. One of the ways this community makes money is through the aforementioned Chimereon DLCs called upgrades. The places you can buy upgrades are divided into 3 different shops. The first one is the Chimereon Upgrade Shop. The others have better names, but at least you know what you're getting when you come here. These are all MYOs as well. Here you can buy horn growth supplements, which adds a set of horns to your Chimereon as well as changes the shape of the nose horn if you like. The price varies by rarity. Common is 5 beetles, and each rarity after that is an additional 5 beetles, with uncommon and higher having a cash option. There are some restrictions to this supplement, like you can't get appendages, which is like additional offshoots on the horns, like making them have bumps. You also can't get unicorn horns or remove your nose horn with this potion. Hair or fur growth cream is, Rogaine for your Chimereon. It helps them grow fur. These are 2 beetles with no cash option. Ear growth fungus lets your Chimereon grow ears of any shape for 2 beetle. I really hate saying that word. I'm just gonna say bee instead of beetle. It doesn't roll off the tongue well. Spiky fruit to grow spines, plates, and scales for 2B. Shell paste to grow a shell, 2B. And feather dust for feathers, but no wings, 5B. For those looking to jazz up their colors, you can buy gummy goo leaves to add another color for just 2B. Eye dye to change eye color for 5B. Freshest toothpaste to change teeth color, and this one can stack for multicolored teeth, and that's 15B. Or $15. Let's get weird and funky with oddities. A 100-year pickled eye lets you add an eye mutation. This can be colored sclera, no eyes, no pupils, glowing eyes, heterochromia, multiple eyes, cyclops, materials like glass or wood, goopy eyes, and polychoria. Polychoria is another one we haven't mentioned by name yet. If you saw the Mochi Raptor video, you may remember there being an option for multiple irises and pupils on one eye, and that is Polychoria. I would recommend not googling it. It'll show real human eyes with it, and that might freak you out a bit. The price of a 100-year pickled eye is 15B or 15 USD. Mummified wings let you add a pair of wings for 45B or 45 USD. That's the same price as Mochi Raptors, and Mochi Raptors used to be more expensive with their wings. 45B though. So your free option takes a minimum of 3 months to earn, 3 months of events, making the community look better, 3 months of making art for other people for $20 a month. I'm curious how the psychology of this would affect people. I can imagine people wanting to leave this community eventually, but feel like they can't because they have X beetles in their account and don't want it to go to waste. You know, the sunk cost fallacy. I think this just pressures people to pay with cash. Your options are Angel, Bird, Feathered, Devil, Draconic, Bat, Insect, Magical Element, Floating Wings, or Metal Mechanical Wings. The latter three require you to own additional traits, probably for consistency reasons, so your $45 option is getting more expensive. Mysterious Syringe lets you add non-eye mutations for $45 or 45B. Mutations like this are multiple limbs, ears, tongues, mouth, horns, crowned unicorn horn, mismatched horns, odd-shaped horns, legless like a naga, missing all limbs called noodle, which requires 2 syringes, so $90, mouthless, bioluminescence, goopy, paw pads with shapes, and sentient limbs. This feels like either the Mochi Raptors are copying Chimereons or the Chimereons are copying Mochis. I'm not sure who's copying who. Either way, you're paying 90 USD to make your Chimereon have no legs. Just make it its own species at this point. You're paying someone else $90 for a Squirmle that you could make for free. These can be stacked too. I know they're all optional, but it feels like excessive monetization. I know why they do it though, it's because these traits go against the general aesthetic of Chimereons. There needs to be a checklist or a diagram showing all of the rules and interactions for these, but I think it would be even more confusing. This stuff, despite being stackable, seems like they don't actually expect you to get more than one. If you want your Chimereon to turn into one of the variants I mentioned, which feels like ages ago now, how long have I been here? These are artifacts that change the species of your Chimereon. There are 5 total. Effigy of Beasts to turn into a mammalian is 10B. Monument of Soros for Herpian is 10B. River Guardian's Idol for Aquatic, 20B. Fetish of the Swarm for Invertebrates, 40B. Relic of Timeless Skies for Burbs, 50B. Again, I feel like the more expensive ones are just charging you for ones that don't fit the original aesthetic, and if you're at this point where they're entirely unrecognizable as Chimereon, you should be asking yourself, why do I want to make a Chimereon that doesn't look like a Chimereon? Why wouldn't I just want to make something else? I picked this species because I thought it was going to be a quick one, then furry microtransactions reared its ugly head, and now the video is going to be more about the cost of ownership than it is about the species itself. The second shop is called Chantilly's Bakery, and it's currently closed, but here's what they were offering at one point. For those with a sweet tooth, we have the Glitter Bomb Tonic, Color Blast Candy, Sprinkle Shaker, Blooming Tea, and Uni Cannoli. Glitter Bomb Tonic adds glitter to the fur and skin or to the flesh and paw pads. Color Blast Candy adds multicolored traits to either the horn and claws or the flesh and paw pads. Sprinkle Shaker adds sprinkles to fur, skin, and paw pads or horn and claws. Or it can add the objects in the horns and claws trait, which can be objects other than just sprinkles. Blooming Teas adds the Anhydro Horns trait, Horn Appendages trait, Plant Growth trait, or Regeneration trait. Unicornolis add a unicorn horn and can't exist at the same time as trihorns. So you may have noticed that some of these traits in the upgrade shop need stuff from the bakery. So that means that if you weren't around for the bakery opening, then you missed your chance to get the trait you needed to get the trait you wanted from the upgrade shop. It's confusing, it uses funny money and silly names to gamify the process, and now it's using FOMO, the fear of missing out, to sell you traits. Now, this might not have been done intentionally, but this is mobile game levels of monetization and something that you have to draw yourself. That's not everything in the bakery though. Tickle Your Fancy section costs 30B and includes the Chocolate Beetle and Crystal Candy. Chocolate Beetle adds metal trait to horns, claws, spikes, and teeth, or to marking, shell, paw pads, and wings. but it can do the same with other materials. This also comes with a bunch of rules and suggests we look at the Excel sheet of traits, which is honestly just as confusing to look at as reading this all in one go. I feel like I'm looking at the Deus Ex Augment Your Pre-Order sheet or the Watchdogs one. Crystal Candy adds gem trait to the same sections as the Choco Beetle, or adds the iridescent trait. Last we have Little Big Cake, which costs 10B. It makes things longer or shorter, including giving you Microtail or Megatail mentioned in the design section. It can also increase and decrease the size of horns. The last shop is Juniper's Greenhouse. This shop only accepts dirt pearls, which sounds like a euphemism for poop. The lore for dirt pearls is that they're made from concentrated magic, causing the earth around them to spiralize and harden. They're found where natural magic is the most concentrated and enhances the effects of magic. One person has taken a great interest in these pearls named Dr. Juniper. She's made it her job to find out the secrets of the pearls, and to see if she can use them to improve the lives of all Chimereon. DPs are account locked and can only be spent at June's Greenhouse. It says to unlock DPs you have to participate in prompts, so I clicked one and it opens up a PowerPoint presentation. You have a website. The prompt of this month is drawing your Chimereon, hauling dirt, or writing about them. Here's a list of requirements for qualifying. The important ones are that it has to be full-bodied, fully lined, and colored, with a background, including tools relevant to the task. You can also participate if you don't have a Chimereon to earn dirt pearls for the Chimereon you don't have by drawing free art for the people who give permission for their Chimereon to be drawn in prompts. If you want free art, just become famous. It's working out pretty well for me so far. They're gamifying so much of this that it's easy to forget that I'm talking about an original species. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's get back to the items. For your dirt pearls, you can get all sorts of dank herbs and shrooms, like the poison dart shroom, which adds poison or mandibles, the cham of paradise that adds a crest or raptor claws, or the poucher plant, which adds pouches or inflatable cheeks, all of which cost 20 pearls apiece. For 30 pearls, which takes at least 3 months to gather, you get hooded ferns to add hoods or heat vents, or the hoof radish to add hooves. The more of these traits I read about, the more I see Mochi Raptors, and it's really hard to tell who is ripping off who. It's like you're copying off someone else in class, and they're like, yeah, sure, you can copy my work, just make it slightly different so people can't tell them apart, and that's what's going on here. But I'm going to assume that it's actually Mochi Raptors ripping off Chimereon, because just Chimereon, everything seems more. I think Mochi Raptors is more likely copying off of Chimereons than the other way around. Either way, they have a horrible problem of traits going too far and ruining the aesthetic of their species. More than half of the traits mentioned would make your Chimereon unrecognizable as a Chimereon, which is just bad branding in my opinion. In the 40 pearl range, we have the translucent anemone, which makes some parts see-through. Odd-shaped fruit changes your tail shape. They're really gamifying you doing all the work. For 6 months of events, which is 3 prompts total, you can get the All Hue Vera, which allows for color shifting, rainbow colors, or shift markings. Chimereon are based off of chameleons, and this is just something chameleons can do naturally, so just make a chameleon instead. For the no-lifers, we have the Botanical Bonanza, which takes up to 10 months to earn. This lets you change your subspecies to Botanical, which I'm not going to tell you more about because the link on the page doesn't actually link anywhere. We're finally done with the shops and microtransactions, so now the important part. If you want a Chimereon, you can do so by participating in the monthly MYO raffles. To participate, your DeviantArt account must be active for at least 5 months, and you can only make one common Chimereon if you win, making this an option only for artists because it's an art site. How are you supposed to count as active without posting art? So if you're looking to acquire one and have someone else make it, then you're kinda out of luck. You can also get Chimereon through other events, auctions, mod customs, gaches, and raffles. So it's not super easy to get one. The MYO raffles only do 10 winners as well, so not only are the free options hard to get, but the paid options are difficult to get too. So let's get an idea of pricing. This one is called Sweet and Salty, a very cute pretzel themed one. The starting bid is 50 USD and the minimum increment is $5. So each person that bids after the starting bid has to raise the increment by at least $5. Now this doesn't seem like much, but you might notice that there isn't an auto buy option. Auto buy is a sort of maximum price. Someone can choose to use the max price so that the $20,000 furry commission doesn't happen again. If an auto buy isn't set, it can make the bids soar, and oh boy did they. The winner paid $2,600. This one was made by the species creator, Sealnose, and Sealnose is an amazing artist. So I understand the demand, but it always feels a little when there isn't an auto buy option. There are plenty of other adopts, by the way, and they all go for around $150 to the $500 range, which is a little bit more reasonable. There's actual art I paid for that does cost in that range, so that's pretty reasonable, and are usually all bought with their auto buys, which if you bought all of these traits independently, they'd all end up around about that price anyway. Chimereons are really cool, and I really like their appearance. They're super cute, and I really like the nose horn, the tri-horns, and stuff like that. And they're all just really cute looking characters, but they remind me of Mochi Raptors with more monetization and less drama. I try really hard to be positive and impartial, but sometimes it's hard to feel good at talking about some of these. I know the money is going to artists and to help keep the community going, and they do deserve the cash, but a lot of this just seems excessive. I can see why there aren't any videos of this species other than mine, because it's hard to talk about them. Things are not organized the best, and there's a lot of monetization to walk through, so there's not actually all that much information about the species itself outside of the monetization. You can even look at the video right now, and over half of this video was spent talking about the monetization options. There's more here that you pay for than there is actual substance. Well, that's it for now. As a reminder, don't harass anyone you see in my videos. No one has done this yet, and I'd like to keep it that way. When you harass people, it makes me, you, and everyone in the community look bad. Also, it's cringe, and I'm the cringe one, so don't take my job from me, please. If you liked the video, please leave a like and consider subscribing for more original species content like reviews, spotlights, and how to make your own. Come by my streams every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 7 p.m. CST on twitch.tv/SeraProto for fun times. Also, I want to take the time to thank my patrons on Patreon and subs on Twitch. People like Mousebard and Room make videos like this possible, and I feel like there's no way I can say thank you enough that actually expresses the level of gratitude that I feel, but thank you. And if you want to be up here with them, all you have to do is join the Patreon. You can get rewards for as low as $1, or for a Twitch sub, like early access to the weekly species videos and other videos. I'll see you all later. I have to go see a loan shark about getting a loan for a chimera adopt. Bye. This week's Viewer of the Week is Arya the Werehog. Arya said, "How can anyone have a persona of an original species, open or closed, with so many restrictions? It makes it sound so complicated." I picked this one because it also embodies Chimereons a bit. That's all I have to say. If you want to be a Viewer of the Week, all you have to do is comment, and if I like your comment, it'll be here at the end of the video. If I have fan art this week, it'll also be here, and I'll see you all later. Now for the final bye-bye. Bye-bye. Typically, I don't cover a species that isn't finished yet because I don't want to make a bunch of follow-up videos, but this one is really cute, and since mentioning the last base-boosted species, Ampwaves, I've been repeatedly asked to cover the species. Ampwaves in modern music are good, but true music aficionados know that nothing beats the warmth and richness of vinyl. Hello, everybody! My name is Sera Proto, and I come from space with videos for your face. Here on YouTube, I make a series talking about all the things and stuff about your favorite original furry fandom species, as well as ones you didn't know were your favorite yet. Today we're talking about the smooth jams of Phonodroids. Make sure you don't press anything, you won't want to skip this track. Phonodroid and Phonotron are a synthetic furry open species made by Smorby on Twitter, and all art used here comes from Smorby's art and resources representing the species, except for one piece, but you'll know it when you see it. If you want to be a Phonodroid on VRChat or want to check out its Phonodroid world, make sure to check out its Patreon card link in the description. Stuff here is currently a work in progress, so in the future this info might be out of date, so make sure to check out those links when the video is done. Phonodroids are a entirely synthetic species of furry that doesn't have even an ounce of organic matter in their construction. They're most easily identifiable by their defining trait, the large turntable in their torso that controls their speech and plays vinyl records, laser discs, and other similar media formats. Like many synthetic furries, their face has a digital display, but this one is only the upper half of their head, showing at minimum their eyes and potentially their nose. The mouth itself is still physical, and you can design your own to be fully digital if you like, but Smorby prefers the partial digital displays in order to help differentiate from other synthetic furries like Protogen. Speaking of which, if you like synthetic species like this, there will be 2 more on the end card for you to check out, so stick around to the end for more cool species. The most common display type for their digital faces is CRT, but any other low technology displays are fine too. Other than these previously mentioned guidelines, there aren't many rules here, so get as creative as you like when it comes to things like body shape, materials, and color scheme. If you like Phonodroids but they don't have enough legs for you, well then you'll be happy to know that there's a tar variant called Phonotrons. These are really cute. I love their simple and chubby design, very huggable. As this is a work in progress species, a lot of this will be bulleted lists, but I'll try to make it flow better. I'm one of the very few people who does these in-depth original species guides, so most species creators make them in a way that are easier for their fan bases to read, and so use bulleted lists that are best for that. Story formatted species guides are great for videos, but they aren't light reading, which is what someone making a species would look for. While at first glance, Phonodroid and Trons look very similar and are built from similar parts, they do have some key differences that aid in their unique functions and needs for their own environments. Phonotrons are made to do hard work and for much longer hours, while droids are built for more personal and sociable roles like interaction with other people. Phonodroids and Trons aren't two separate species though, but one species that can change between the two if needed. Due to the overall increase of size of a Phonotron's body, they tend to be, in general, much bulkier and built with heavier materials than most Phonodroids. So not only do they have extra legs in the back, but they need to be bigger in order to help support this larger body, as well as having to have digitigrade legs. Phonodroids have plantigrade, that's normal people legs. The extra space provided by the additional torso and legs can store an additional large battery or a combustion engine. The engine itself is suspended in a way that prevents its rumblings from upsetting the vinyls inside. Due to Phonodroids being smaller, it's much more difficult to allow for this kind of modding in a Phonodroid. Phonotron tail plugs are absolutely massive too. They're an industrial grade high voltage plug that can only be used by special big boy outlets. They require more power but don't need to charge as often, lasting up to 2 days on a single charge. Phonodroids can only last 15 to 20 hours on a single charge, but more conveniently have a small household plug on their tails, making charging anywhere there is electricity a possibility. However, in terms of overall length, Phonotron tails are smaller as they need to be removed to stow them away in their lower bodies. The base of these tails are also uniquely shaped so that you don't accidentally plug them into the wrong body type. Phonotron batteries are stored in the legs where they are encased to protect them further, while in droids it's on the back where it's easier to swap the new batteries. The record loader for a Phonodroid is in the front, usually on the stomach, and for Trons it's on their back. This is because the records are stored in a record carousel in the stomach, and the stomachs can't be opened to stow new ones. Instead of a fully openable tray, it's more like a disc slot on a game console. Phonodroids and Trons are completely open. You're able to make, commission, and sell your own. You're even able to use them commercially. This means you can make things like merch and games, but you still have to credit Smorby in order to do those things. That's it. Pretty easy one, right? Finally, it's been so long since I've covered a species that didn't take 5 hours to edit, and then it ended up being like 20 minutes long. There's no dramas, there's no multiple videos, unless they do updates later. This has been an easy one, and that's been nice. There aren't any more requirements, and things like lore and culture are still in the works. When Smorby finishes them, though, you can count on me covering the lore too. So if you want to see that and more original species videos, make sure to subscribe, and why not like the video while you're down there? You stuck around this long, so you probably like it to some extent. If you're feeling super generous, you can become a channel member by clicking the join button and get emotes you can use in chats and comments. Join my Patreon or sub to me on Twitch, and all of you get access to the Secret Supporters Discord, as well as early access to all of my Friday videos and more for as low as just $1. For higher tier YouTube members and patrons, you can even get your names in the credits like Rurum and Mousebart did. That'll be it for this one, but make sure you stick around until the end screen for Viewer of the Week and fan art. For now though, I have to go fix my Phonodroid. They keep skipping. Kinda weird that she looks like me. I hope she's not my replacement. Bye. The Viewer of the Week this time is... Wait, this... No. Just a second, I have to confirm this with the writers. Hey, it says there are 2 viewers of the week, is that right?
Yeah, there's one with a little short, so I thought...
Listen, I know you write the script and everything, but this is my show. My show.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, but whose name is on the YouTube channel? Does it say Writers Things? Does it say Writers Things up there?
No, it doesn't, ma'am.
That's right, it doesn't. Don't let this happen again. Like I tell you every week, I'm famous, I'm monetized, I hit the big time. You're some loser with a keyboard. You can be replaced, but I'm the talent.
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, sorry about that, folks. Sometimes little rider pants over there gets a little big for their little rider pants. So the viewers of the week this week are... the viewers of this week are Link and Dustcat. These were in response to the heavy monetization of the Chimereon species as well as the gamification of them. Link says, "Imagine if I had to pay 10 USD to change the color of my Yoshi. It's interesting to hear about closed species and they're very cute for sure. I love the paws, lol. But dang, I could not pay for any of those upgrades, let alone actually have one." Dustcat says, "This level of monetization is like playing Animal Jam, but somehow more restrictive." I said it was pretty easy to forget that I was talking about an original species and not a mobile game, and I wonder if I could watch ads to get more beetles. For fan art this week, we have Mr. Tallycat, huge big guest artist. Mr. Tallycat, as you might remember, is the creator of the species Tibas. Link to his socials and the Tiba video is in the description. The other art is by Dava Sour.
They drew me with big, precious, buggy eyes.
Link to Dava Sour's Twitter in the description. Thank you both for drawing me. I'm going to have to find a way to archive all of this fan art now. Maybe I'll do it on a card page like Phonodroids. If you want to draw fan art, you can find me on Twitter and message me there at Sera Proto, or you can join the Discord and I have my reference images pinned. So yeah. Now for the final bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello everybody! Are you ready for the most extra specialist species video yet? I hope so, because this species is mine. We're talking about Astral Myconids, an open species by Sera Proto. You know, me. This Sera Proto. I come from space with videos and a new species for your face. I make a video series where I talk about all the things and stuff about your favorite and soon-to-be favorite original furry species. You might notice that I'm looking pretty human today. It's a Halloween season, so if you're seeing this in the future, it's Halloween season at this time, and I'm wearing my Halloween costume. I'm a human for Halloween. Woo! I love doing the human stuff, like the taxes, eating the cheeseburgers, and human stuff. Anyway, let's get into it. We've wasted enough time. The creation myth. Every people has their own creation mythos. Something about your species being intelligent just turns them into philosophers. We all need to know where we came from, why we are, and who we are. Us Myconids are the same. We come from two factions of life, the Astral Myconid, the evolutionary form of the people of Fungalia, and the form the fungus of the planet chose for itself, the terrestrial Myconid. Myconid comes from the word for the study of mushrooms, which is mycology. So Myconid is just people who are part mushroom. So the Astral Myconids are people like me, and terrestrial Myconids are the ones that live on Fungalia that you will likely not see. Until I make a video on them, of course. Astral Myconids, like me, are among the first. You might be familiar with the mushroom species Cordyceps. On your planet, the mushroom infects its host and controls them. When it comes time for the mycelium to fruit, it will make its host climb as high as they can reasonably get, and then spring from their head, killing the host. Cordyceps on Fungalia worked the same until it developed a new evolutionary advantage. The mushrooms on Fungalia are a little different. The name Fungalia comes from fungus and Animalia, the two kingdoms that are together as one species on this planet. The mushrooms on Fungalia are the primary species. They've been the primary species on this planet, and they've been there longer than animals were. Our trees are small in comparison to the mushrooms there, and animals often scurry and hide underneath massive canopies of mushrooms, living under the shade of them. Things work differently there, and mushrooms are always quick to adapt. For one, the planet is absurdly humid. It's one of the main reasons I left. I hate humidity. It's always warm and wet and gross. I don't like it. In our creation myth, there was a man. Not human, but animals who walked and talked and lived life bipedal, similar to man. This man was one of them. His job was to maintain the mushrooms that his people ate, and Cordyceps was amongst them. The mushroom is known for having strong properties for health, like increasing stamina and improved blood oxygenation. This is actually like real science. Like it's been shown that Cordyceps has positive effects on the brain function and your blood oxygenation. So It was useful for these people who still hunted and chased their food. He'd cultivate many different kinds of mushrooms though, and one day, he just didn't wake up. He missed his weekly harvest, and the others in his village took notice. After checking in on him, they discovered that he died in his sleep. So they debated amongst each other. Many wanted to cremate his body and spread his ashes. Others thought since he took care of the mushrooms, it would be best if they took care of him this time. They left his body in the field with the intent for his mushrooms to eat his corpse, but that didn't happen. The mushrooms knew that if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be alive. The next day, the mycelium slowly encased him like a cocoon, and over the next few days, the mycelium exchanged their nutrients with him and took host in his body. Within a week, he was awake again, back to tending his field. I know people coming back from the dead is a big deal on your planet too, so you probably wouldn't be surprised to find out he was worshipped for this. More were buried in the field, and more came back. But not just that, they'd live and love like they did before, and they had children, and the children were born altered like they were too. That's the story, at least. Modern people now believe that the cordyceps mushroom jumped the species gap and saw the benefits to a symbiotic relationship over a parasitic one. Now, all of us Astral Myconid embody the spirit of the species we came from, alongside the instincts of the mushroom itself. We went higher and higher until we reached space and couldn't go any higher. We built colonies and ships out in space where we live now, going planet to planet, finding new homes for our people, as well as satisfying the wandering spirit of the cordyceps itself. That's the romantic telling of it, though. I like to think we have a little bit more freedom than we let on. After we evolved, the planet Fungalia saw life as we made it, and was envious and decided to create its own. The mushrooms gained their own intelligence. One after another, species of mushrooms grew and walked upright, spreading new spores with each step. They're the terrestrial myconid, and they prefer to stay on Fungalia itself, or planets that we make specifically habitable for us and them. Anatomy. What makes us astrals? Well, our cultures are different, for one. We live transiently, hopping from system to system, leaving a piece of ourselves at every suitable planet that we find. But in terms of appearance, we look different from terrestrial myconids because we are the first species from Fungalia. Let's use me as an example. Not all astral myconids are this cute, or popular, or cute, but try to use your imagination. The defining trait of an astral myconid is that we were animals first. Animals are a different classification of life under the order Animalia, and fungus are their own too. At first we had more in common with Kingdom Animalia, but we grew and advanced, and now we're kind of more of our own thing. At the heart of each astral is a heart and mind, encased in a thick webbing of mycelium that keeps it constantly stimulated. The mind holds the blueprints to our bodies, and the mycelium grows out and around, forming new organs, limbs, and more to form the body according to our mental blueprint. It's rarely exact, but as long as an astral's mycelium heart isn't destroyed, it will continue to rebuild the best it can according to that blueprint. But there are complications. Mushrooms and animals aren't the same, so sometimes it borrows a little too heavily from one or the other in the recreation process. I've seen others getting nearly obliterated, just to come back the next day looking almost exactly the same, except they might be a new sex, have additional limbs, entire changes in personality. They might be giants or smaller, etc. Cool stuff, but mushrooms have over 30,000 sexes, and all of them are breeding pairs, so the mycelium itself doesn't care what hookup you're born with, because it doesn't affect your ability to make more myconid. We adapted, of course. Many of us use pronouns over calling ourselves a specific gender. It's faster than explaining what you were born as and what shape the mycelium chose this time. Other than looking like animals and being built of comprised layers of mycelium like a mushroom golem, we aren't all that different from humans. We breathe oxygen, eat, drink, sleep, raise families, and bleed, just like everyone else. We can reproduce the same way you do, but we can also infection reproduce by transplanting spores or pieces of our flesh, and we can vat infection reproduce, which is similar to transplant reproduction, but is usually saved for creating new life instead of infecting existing life. We create a mind and heart, put it into a vat with lots of water, nutrients, and mycelium, and the organs get encased and become a new myconid. We have babies and childhoods, and we age at the same rate as humans, but we live longer. We can live indefinitely if you count cloning as the same life. When my time is up, they'll take a piece of me and transplant it into a vat where a new me will grow. Whether that new me is a Ship of Theseus question, but that new me could be exactly like me, or that new me could be entirely different. I almost forgot about the antenna. Cordyceps sprout from the head when the conditions are right. During this time, the cordyceps needs to spread new spores, but since we don't reproduce this way anymore, all they're doing is spreading regular cordyceps spores. Most animals won't be infected by them because of having an immune system. During this time, you might notice large antennae sprout forth from our heads, and they can take a variety of shapes based on who it is. Some look silly, wobbly ones like mine, while some are more chunky or antler-like. Then we produce a lot of spores. They're usually no bigger than the size of like a quarter, but can be as big as a $50. But once they come into contact with any surface that isn't a myconid, they'll dissipate like a snowflake on skin. The spores are usually shaped like circles or dots, but some of mine are star-shaped, and there are others who have squares, squiggles, and triangles. Design. Alright, so you heard how awesome I am and you want to be like me. So let's toss a couple of pieces in the vat and see what pops out. Or maybe you want to infect an existing one. We choose the species of the animal we want to start with, then choose the shape of the antenna, and the antenna shape decides our spore shape. Spores can be shown as specks in the hair, like mine, or specks on the body, and are bioluminescent. The dots and other glowing shapes are also natural biolumination caused by the fungus, and they function similarly to mushroom gills. So these spots may have an increased density of sporulation around them. Whatever shape you chose for the antenna will affect the shape of the spores and the spore vents. The antennas are retractable and only show during spore season, so you only need to show them in the ref if you want to. Choose your main shape. This is a main, but in actuality it's more like a mushroom skirt, like you'd see on mushrooms with, larger caps. This is just an aesthetic thing, so it can be any shape you want it to be, or you can skip out on having a mane entirely. Then we choose our colors, and that's pretty much it. Not a whole lot of rules here, except additional limbs are limited to one additional pair. This is just for consistency reasons. Pupils have to be white, but they can have outlines. This is because the person they were before the infection is a different one than who they are now, due to the shared consciousness. The white in the eyes is also a result of the bioluminescence, so the eyes can glow. Antennae have to be on the head in some way. Other than that, you can have additional antennae on the body, just make sure they're all the same antenna type, and the antennae that are on the head, they can be anywhere on the head. They can be like, you can have one sprouting from the forehead if you want, like an anglerfish. You can have them popping out the top of the head where horns would typically be, or you could have them like coming off the side of the head if you want. It's really up to you. Another rule is multi-headed species can't be infected because only one pair of organs can be infected. So if one gets infected, the immune system will always fight off the infection of the other. It's rare for both pairs of organs to be infected with different variants of Cordyceps australis, the species of cordyceps that we are. This would result in the multi-headed organism having the traits of both variants, so two different antennae and chimerism on their patterns. So if you were to have a character that was a Cerberus, a three-headed dog thing, I'm sure you know what a Cerberus is, they would have to be infected with three different kinds of cordyceps. They would have to have three separate different infections, all administered, and they would each have different sets of antennas, and their pattern would be blended on the body. Rules. So far, all traits must be organic and natural to the animal it's based on, or made of mushrooms and mycelium, except for prosthetics. In that case, just do what you want. Sometimes the mycelium makes an oopsie, or the mycelium gets cauterized from damage and can't make a new limb, but no plant life. Plants are an entirely separate kingdom from mushrooms and animals, no robotics unless they're prosthetics. Myconids don't war, so no minigun arms and stuff like that. You can't have us looking like a Digimon. No gem or mineral traits. Any non-organic mineral would likely be rejected by the mycelium. Wings are fine as long as the animal species it's based on has them. So if your base species is a bat, it can have wings. Otherwise, the cordyceps does not give this new being wings. If you're using a fandom species as the base, make sure you're following the rules of my species as well as the rules of their species. For example, I know Manokits can't be hybridized with any other species whatsoever. So Manokit Myconids would not exist. That's currently all I have planned for now. If I come up with more, I'll make another video. Terrestrial Myconids are being worked on by Mabel right now. She's one of the Discord admins. There's an approval process if you want to go through with it. but this is an entirely open species, and I'm not going to tell you what to do, but the approval process is more just for people who want to donate to me as a thank you. I'll send you this goofy looking certificate here that says you're an official Astral Myconid. It's pay what you want, starting at $5. I'll look at your creature and give you suggestions. Resell your Myconids if you want, but don't charge more for them than the cost of the art itself. You can make adopts and stuff, but credit me and link the video somewhere in the description of the art so that people can learn about what the species is. I'll be making a page for them soon, and if you want, when that is done, you can link that instead of the video. If you like the species, then make sure to subscribe for updates, and like the video while you're down there. If you're seeing this in the future, check the pinned comment for updates, because this might be old news. For now, though, thanks to my patrons, Ruru, Mousebard, Link, Series, Kit Chimera, and Romu. They make videos, and this time, species like this possible. If you want to join, just click the join button below and join the Discord. You'll get emotes you can use in my comments, and chats, and early access to videos like this. Don't forget to check out my links like Twitch. You can find all of my links on bit.ly/m/SeraProto. If you want some of the benefits that you get from being a YouTube member, you can also subscribe to my Patreon. I get a larger chunk of the money because it's not being taken up by YouTube, so that's just an optional thing you can do if you want, but I have adjusted the prices for YouTube so that I'm not I'm not really losing all that much. So you can just sub on YouTube if you can just join on YouTube if you want. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You know how to spend your money. I'll see you all later. I need to prepare the vats. Bye. This week's Viewer of the Week is everyone who asked me to do a species video for my own species. There were a lot of you, but here is almost the most recent 3. There was actually another one that happened after I wrote the script for this, so this video was in such high demand that people are still asking me to do it while I'm in the middle of making it. So, Haha No says, will you be making a video about your own species? No, never. Never. Not happening. Fox the Furry suggested this as a Q&A question, but I made the species video first. If you could make your own furry fandom species, what would it be and how would it look? If you do have one, what is it? I've actually made a few original species but never officially supported them. One was Myconids, which I just did part of. There's terrestrial Myconids, but that's a long ways off. There's a lot to make with that. It's not just making one species, it's making like a lot of variants too. I made a species that's video game console AIs that got downloaded into shells that are like robot bodies, and another called Pseudomera that I created as an adopt a long time ago that just I got really lazy about and never did anything with it. Pseudomera are chimeras, but they're fake ones because their extra heads are actually possessions from ghosts that show up as like little sock puppets on tails. I thought it was a cute idea. I just never fleshed it out more than the one adopt that I made that nobody bought. Can of Whoop-Ass said, are you going to turn your OC into a species? It'd be cool if we all got a space sheep. Well, you can make your own now, but don't restrict it to just sheep. I made this as open-ended as possible so you can make any kind you want.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sera Proto, and I come from space with videos for your face. This is my series where I tell you all the stuff and all the things about your favorite original furry species and ones you didn't know were your favorite yet. Today, we're talking about Indie and their Sodalpacas. Here's Indie, then I'll go over some stuff with some handy visual aids.
Okay, we're rolling? Cool. Hey there, I'm Indie. I'm an alpaca that creates for Twitch and TikTok. Did you know that I wasn't always this shade of green? Turns out, after drinking one too many Baja Blasts, you turn this color. I'm not the only alpaca this has happened to. Like Cody Red, who turned red after drinking too much Mountain Dew Code Red. We've been dubbed Sodalpacas, and if you ever discover any more out there, be sure to let me know. I'd love to meet them. Okay, we're done rolling?
Yep, we're done.
Hey there, I'm Indie.
No, wait, what are you doing? No, stop, I said we're done.
Okay, cool. Gosh, this stuff is good. Put it straight in my bones.
Indie isn't just a live streamer and TikToker, they're also a YouTuber and a furry VTuber. Indie makes short-form review-style gameplay content where they talk about games they like, as well as post clips from their Twitch channel.
What is really stinky coffee? Wait, no. No!
But they also have a really interesting fursona that I thought you, my audience, might be interested in. This fursona is part of a species, and I cover original species. So there's the title. Furry fandom species, Indies Sodalpacas. That's one of those words where it's like it's so difficult to say that you gotta put your entire being and like stop what you're doing just to try your hardest to pronounce it. But that's a good title, and I think that'll confuse some people. It's perfect. Anyway, I talked to Indy directly, and they watched me get really drunk on stream. Indy Alpaca, hey! That's like a super almost famous, like you're like super famous, a super famous person in the chat. Hey, Indy Alpaca.
Oh my god, I haven't heard that name in years.
Like the hacker that took down Habba Hotel. Okay, I'm a small channel. I don't think you had to worry about your cover being blown. And thought you would all be interested in hearing about Indy Sodalpacas. The first one is Indy, who we saw in the video. Indy was designed to be similar to their creator, in their words lanky and curly-haired, and as we'll find out soon, obsessed with Baja Blast. Well, you already found it out. I wrote the script before receiving that part from Indy. Indy wasn't always this bubbly teal color. Originally called Dewey, Indy was an alpaca that was the standard white furred variant, then bust into a vat of Baja Blast and went to town. They drank so much that it changed their, genetic DNA makeup or whatever. I don't know. Do alpacas have DNA? Is that a thing? Well, if they do, that's what happened. The DNA changed and it turned them teal, and I guess this gave them sentience at the same time and a taste for gaming content and other Mountain Dew variants. It's pretty weird, right? Well, one time is an accident. There has to be more for an entire species to be made. And there is. As Indy mentioned, there's a villain that sometimes hijacks their content named Cody Red. They chugged a buttload of Mountain Dew Code Red, and now the secret is out. Mountain Dew corrupts alpacas.
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
Since the release of new flavors, we're seeing more and more Sodalpacas, like a violet one that drinks too much pitch black, and a red-yellow combo that drinks too much typhoon. With how frequently Mountain Dew releases new flavors, I don't think we'll stop seeing them anytime soon. There may be even more Sodalpacas from other dews like Major Melon, Voltage, Frostbite. Not sponsored, I promise. I wish I was sponsored. I have bills. And this horrible addiction to a thing, you might know what it is. On our planet, we call it food. I have a really bad problem with needing that to survive. So, Pepsi, I'll take a sponsorship. Or free Diet Pepsi. I like Diet Pepsi. Well, I think the real villain would probably be whichever one drank Dew SA. They would sit on top of a fat stack of cash he made from selling Mountain Dew to unsuspecting alpacas. If you decide to make your own soda alpaca, you can. They're an open species, and just make sure to tag @IndieAlpaca so they can see what you make. They didn't specify any rules, but I assume you need to at least pick a soda and force an alpaca to drink a lot of it. And that's it. Pretty short. I love it when the videos are easy. Anyway, make sure to check out Indy's content on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. All the links are in the description, and while you're down there, you should like this video and subscribe for more original species content, and if you stick around until the end card will have the video for my original species, Astral Myconids. Thanks to all my patrons on Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch who make all of these videos possible, like Linky, Series, Rurum, Mousebard, Romu, and Chimera. If you want to support the channel, click the join button below the video and join the Discord, and you can get early access to videos like this. That's it for now. I have to make sure that my pop cupboard has child locks on it so we don't get any packers getting into them. Bye-bye. This week's Viewer of the Week is all of you who commented on my original species video last week. I couldn't pick one because they're all very similar, and they're all very nice things too. So I couldn't pick just one. Just like, if you commented something nice, just pretend you're up here. Remember to join the Discord. I've started doing adopts and auctions, as well as working on variants, and you can see those early by joining the Discord. Like the Inky Astral, you can find out how to get your own and learn about their lore. I missed some fan art last week. I put it out as a community post, so I thought I had put it in the video already, but I didn't, so here it is. It's by Countess Ruth on Twitter. And with that, the final bye-bye. Bye-bye. Alright, before we start, I'm feeling a little sick. I've got lots of medicine in me, and lots of sleep. But, instead of staying in bed the whole time and making this video come out late, I'm just gonna do it while sick, so here we go. It's been a while since we last covered a beet boop Sona. This is a hot one too. I originally was going to let this intrusive thought boil in my brain like all other thoughts I have, but others said similar and I didn't want to be the odd one out, so yeah, they're hot. Hello everybody! My name is Sera Proto and I come from space with videos for your face. You're watching my series where I talk about all the stuff and things about original species in the furry fandom. Today we're talking about the hot version of Protogens, Synths. Synths, like Protogens, are open species with their own lore and universe set in a sci-fi setting. The species was created by Vaderson on Twitter and is entirely open and free to use. They're even cool with you using them in any settings of your own, so please BioWare, put them in Mass Effect so I can date them.
Report to the ship as soon as possible. We're being okay?
If you choose to use them in your own universe, they have their own canonical setting in which you can use to save yourself some time. Unlike Protogen, Synths are 100% inorganic androids. Their minds are also entirely unique. They are just as dynamic in personality and behaviors as humans are. The only thing tying them together is their general reptilian aesthetic. Because they're entirely open, you can make as many Synths as you want and there isn't an approval process, so go nuts. First off, I love how they look. I love smooth robots. I also love the website design. It's this very corporate and minimalist design, like I'm looking at a website for a new phone. Simple, clean, and very concise info. Wait, what's this blue text lead to? No! This species has so much more info than I thought it would again. Well, let's just click back and pretend I didn't see that. Maybe I'll say I'll cover it in another video and then never follow up on it like I did with Dutch Angel Dragons or Wickerbeasts. The site says they're modular with sophisticated sensors. They have pneumatic muscles, they're open source, they have personal nanites, and wirelessly charged while also being very vague about what any of that entails. Fully modular, express your individuality, be the way you want to be whenever you want. Like Protogen, they can swap parts around sophisticated sensors, experience multispectral imaging, discover what it's like to see in infrared, ultraviolet, and more. Fancy eyeballs, pneumatic muscles, strong when you need it and gentle when you want it. Why does that sound horny? Wireless charging. Forget cable mess and charge on the go. Never run out of juice wherever you are. And there's even a little asterisk on that. Okay, it's just a little warning that charging stations are only on major settlements and ships. Personal nanites. Perform repairs and modifications in real time. Update your blueprint without a need to reboot. Blueprints are the plans that decide the shape of a synth. Basically, if a limb were to be lost, the nanites would consult this blueprint and rebuild. Synths can also install and download different blueprints, which will instruct the nanites to build the body in a new shape. Super trans friendly. Open source. Hack yourself to unlock new modes of being. Contribute to a growing community. I think this is just about the freedom you can have with the species. The website also has this cute and funny comparison chart to really hammer in what I said during the Protogen video. Reject meat puppets, become fluffy machines. Synths are everything organics are and more. They're clearly a direct upgrade. Synth design is broken into 6 categories: screens, intake, color, frame, skins, and limbs. Synth screens are similar to Protogen visors, except they're a faceplate that covers the top of the head from the forehead down to just above where the nose is. This screen displays their eyes and is used in communication of emotions, as well as to mask the sensory equipment underneath like cameras and rangefinders. Some have more than one, and their eyes are customizable with downloadable eyes, and or customized by preference. Synth mouths are able to produce lubricant similar to saliva to help with digestion and mastication. Like humans, they also eat to repair their bodies. Synth frame is their muscular skeletal system. The frame itself is the bones and is made of graphene and is covered in synthetic pneumatic muscles, tendons, and energy storage materials. Synth skins can change color and it functions in a way similar to cephalopods like cuttlefish. They can shift and change to any number of colors and patterns, and more can be downloaded like DLC. The species has a lot of DLC. I hope they're priced fairly. I don't want to have to pay $50 for the color black, or I hope I get on the right battle pass to get the pattern that I want. Their skin is also soft and waterproof, and can be swapped out for whatever textures they prefer. Their limbs, skin, and genitalia are all modular, so they can attach, swap, and use a variety of different parts. They might need to change for specific jobs and functions, and thankfully it's easy for them to do so for the most part. Some large parts need a large frame to support them. In the case of larger frames, synths need a blueprint or time, and thankfully they can get new blueprints or build a bigger frame. Like I mentioned in passing earlier,
Synths each have a personal swarm of nanites in their body. The nanites can change the body over time and repair the body or components should they be damaged, even increasing their size if need be. This process is done by using food and materials ingested as fuel. So it's possible for a synth to get a bigger frame, but it's a bit of a process like it is for humans. You don't get this yoked overnight. In addition to nanites, every synth has a blueprint installed in them. The prints set the guideline for the nanites to construct around, similar to my species, Astral Myconids, who have a blueprint based off of their original bodies, and the mycelium tries its best to rebuild that. The difference here is synths use technology, so they're less prone to make mistakes in rebuilding the body. The nanites will always build the body in line with the guide, but synths have a choice of which blueprint they wish to use. They have a wide range of options and can just pick which they wish to switch to. Then their nanites will start regrowing or shrinking aspects of the synth's skeletal systems, muscles, and skin. This process can take several months depending on how drastic the changes are. This is also how their process varies from my species. While mine can make mistakes, mine also can't change the blueprint. Sorry for the comparison, but having a frame of reference might help you get better how the synths are unique. Also, synths existed way before mine. I just made mine last month. As synths change, they need to fuel their nanites, like previously mentioned, and may even need food made with them in mind, like carbon bars, tungsten pellets, and polymer noodles. Synths don't have a specific gender, but can choose to identify however they want. Since they change their bodies so often, they might change genders and sexes many times throughout a single lifetime. I think this is a good place to stop, as we would be going into personalities, behavior, culture, history, reproduction, diet, and more. So let's wrap it up here and leave something for next time. Synths are an awesome species. I love how they capture transhumanism in their design. I love the idea that I could visit a friend who is one day a 10-foot tall big himbo snake machine, and a year later I bump into him on the street and he's the same height as me and is a total babe. That'll be it for this one. Thanks again to my Patreons. If you want to be one, you can click the join button below the video or click the Patreon link in the description and get early access to videos for just as low as $1. Joining YouTube memberships is cool too. You get emotes you can use in the comments and sub badges. While you're down there, you should also like and sub for more species videos. But for now, I have to go upload my consciousness into a himbo machine. Bye. This week's viewer of the week is Thornrose. They said, "Oh damn, I'm a viewer of the week." Last week I said the viewer of the week was anyone who said something nice or supportive about my species video, because I appreciate the support. Lucky for Thornrose, they got viewer of the week twice in a row. That's rare. Who knows? I don't know if that'll happen again, but, you know, congrats. This week we also had some ad space bought up by Lithbound, an art RPG. If you like art and role-playing, you should check them out. They supported my channel, so it'd be cool if you check them out. They have 22 different species to choose from, and who knows, one of them could end up getting their own video in the future. That's it for this week, and I'll see you all next time. Bye. Often I'll look at the species people suggest to see if there's enough info for me to make a video out of them. A lot of the species suggested tend to be too short or way too long. This one is something interesting. Someone suggested Bayfoxes and someone also suggested Waterdogs. I see that both of these species are somewhat similar, one being a dog made of water and the other being a fox made of water. But there are more similarities than just that. For one, their pages are almost like twins of each other, using similar fonts and similar theming. They do vary in the subtypes available, but this one would be the first pair of species I've covered that I thought were a little dangerously similar. Like Mochi Raptors borrow so many traits from Chimereon that I couldn't tell which came first, the chicken or the Chimereon. So before I make any hard claims, let's cover both the species and compare. Hello everybody, my name is Sera Proto, and I come from space with videos for your face. I make a weekly series where I cover your favorite original species in the fandom and ones that you didn't even know existed yet. This episode and the next 2 episodes are going to be something different. This is my first time covering a species that, in advance, I suspect one of them may be copying the other one's homework. We'll be looking at Waterdogs first because a couple sources say this close species came first, and then in the next episode I'll go over Bayfoxes and the similarity between the two. Waterdogs are a close species that are dogs made of sand and water created by captains. Dang it. Sand, water, they're beach themed. I should have covered them in summer. Oh well. Well, at least we're still just in time for Australian summer. So let's get back to chatting about those dingoes and dingals. Waterdogs come in 2 variants with 1 subspecies, Waterdogs, Watercats, and Big Watercats. There are also a total of 106 possible traits, which I won't be naming. Instead, I'll name all of the coupons you can get for them after discussing the species, since that's how you get those traits as well as how you obtain a Waterdog. Waterdogs are the namesake of the species, and like all variants, they are a closed species. They say they come in a variety of colors with various traits and rarities, but every original species does that. Waterdogs must always have sand and water present in their design and can't be entirely comprised of water or sand. They must also have sand on their face and necks, water in their inner ears, can't have a tail made of entirely sand, but they can have an entirely water tail. This tail is also called a wave tail, and similarly they can have wave hair or sand hair, but it can't go past the jaw in length. Those aforementioned traits are considered rare, so you'll need some sand cheddar for those. In addition, a water dog must be half sand and half water. Because of this, certain traits can cause a conflict in their design rules, such as having a sand shirt and sand pants at the same time wouldn't be allowed. Yikes. Just the idea of sand pants. That's a really good way to get sand in every possible crevice. Anyway, that'd be too much sand and it would throw off the balance. Remember what Thanos says. Balanced, as all things should be. There's an exception in the situation that you have a long dog trait. You can have the sandy shirt pants combo that way. To obtain a water dog, the dog with the water on it,
butter dog, the dog with the butter dog, got the butter on him, the dog with the butter, got the butter on him.
You can get them in MYO slots, sales, auctions, official breeding batches, self-breed slots, which cost the most of any ticket, customs, official raffles, contests, events, trades, vouchers, or resale from the members of the community. So there are many, many different ways to get them. They say the lore is pretty loose as long as it doesn't break the established rules and traits. For lore so far, water pups are made by the ocean. The gender of the parents doesn't matter when it comes to breeding, and the parents wait on the beach until a baby washes up on shore like driftwood or those soda can rings that you keep forgetting to cut before you throw them away. So basically, magic or the stork or whatever you want to call it, water cats are, you guessed it, water dogs, but cats. Water cats, however, are a super rare variant, meaning they're much more difficult to get. The majority of this section is a copy-paste of the water dogs, just changing dog with cat. The difference here is water cats cannot be gained through MYOs or self-breeds, unless they're from contests. You can get them through sales and auctions from captains and mods, official breed batches, customs from captains, raffles, contests, trades, and if you know about Chimereon, you know the whole deal with all that stuff. It's a lot of the similar stuff. In part, they're the same as the dogs, you just can't get them for trading your art for sand dollars, which we'll go over sand dollars later. The big cat variant, the site shows all the same info for them as water cats, but they're an exclusive rarity, so I guess you can only find one copy of their card in an entire booster box. Before we can get into the many traits this community offers its creators, we need to get into how you obtain one since they're a closed species. Similar to Chimereon, Waterdogs have a funny money system called Sand Dollars, where you make fan art, prompt art, or event art, and they compensate you with this said currency. Initially, I was pretty against these systems. It feels like microtransactions where your artwork is exchanged for tickets to redeem the right to make your own art of these characters. It's pretty weird to pay for the right to make your own thing. At least I thought so. But after discussing it with other actual artists, unlike myself, who is an outsider to these communities, I have since changed my mind on these. Before I saw this as a scam or a phone game-like monetization system to get lots of free art while effectively giving nothing in return. But in actuality, these systems are just systems, abstracts, used to reward behaviors the community would already be participating in, and it gives them the opportunity to turn what they'd already be doing into additional rewards. Which is why many of these communities don't let commissioned works count towards receiving the funny money, because they're already being compensated. Anyway, I did figure out how much it would take to redeem a character, or an MYO slot for a character. If you did one full body lined with full color piece for someone, it'd be worth between 250 and 500 sand dollars. This means it would take between 18 and 9 pieces to get enough to buy a ticket to get your own MYO ticket. This MYO ticket is the free way to get a character. When I first made this video, I dwelled way too long on this, which is why I kind of redid it, but I've realized it was just my narrow perspective shooting me in the foot. You can also get the characters through auctions and resales, and stuff like that. But for now, the traits. And you'll see the prices on the screen for those too. You have 3 runestones you can get: multiple eyes, mist trait, or color changing eyes. Then the rest are coupons for other traits, and they are antenna, blank eyes, bobtail, dark sclera, dorsal fin, bonus tail, fins, gills, halo, heterochromia, horns, ice, long ears, mermaid tail, mismatching eye color. This means the iris can be a different color than the water. No tail, rainbow, red, gray, black, whitewater, sabertooth, sand color change, sand pants, sand sweater, shaped tail, snow instead of sand, spikes, spines, split water, unnatural sand colors, water color changer, and wings. If you're interested in this species, I have links in the description. Next video, I'll be discussing the alleged clone, air quotes on that, which is an open version, which if it's true, I can see why someone would want to make a clone. Some people are very against funny money systems and the very idea of closed species in general. But for now, I have to go walk my yellow water dog that is definitely not made of piss. So thank you for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, maybe one of your friends would too, so consider sharing it with them. Special thanks to all my patrons and YouTube members, people like Ruroom, Kit Chimera, Vaderson, Blonsk, Series, Romu, Linky, Ukulele Otter, and Colorado Blue make it so I can do what I do and try new stuff like podcasting and iceberg videos. To check it out, click the join button below the video or the links in the description, and hey, while you're there, maybe leave a like. Bye. Howdy, herd, and hello everybody else. This is part 2 of my 2-part video series about an original species people claim are clones of each other, and I definitely noticed some similarities myself. For part 1, click the link in the description, or wait for the next video to come out where I make a supercut of them. It's going to be the 2 of them mashed together. Last time, we covered Waterdogs, which I mentioned looks oddly similar to Bayfoxes. They're both beach-themed animals, and their website layout is even very similar. I want to refrain from calling either of them clones, but I've seen Bayfoxes being accused of it. But it may just be a coincidence. I mean, sand plus animal and water isn't really that groundbreaking. It's not a super original idea where no one would come up with that. I mean, Pokemon, that describes 3 different Pokemon. Anyway, I'm here to talk about the water dweebs. So any comparisons are for the sake of educating people with similar examples. This one is about Bayfoxes. If we are comparing the 2 websites, you'll find that there isn't much info in the encyclopedia on either of these. If someone was wanting to learn about the species or water dogs and only knew about their sites, they'd be very much out of luck. But I did find a couple Bayfox guide sheets, and I'll be going over that. But first, the monetization. Waterdogs were closed, but used a funny money system that required artists to make at least 9 pieces of full-body art in order to get 1 water dog. Let's see if bays are any better. They have 4 shops and none of them load. They all give me a server error. There are 2 currencies, seashells and event coins. Neither have a description in their encyclopedia, so I have to speculate on how they work. Submitting a base gives 200 shells, and some reference art for the site was worth 30 shells. I don't see any other ways of getting them outside of the site, so currently, it's not possible for me to even guess the value. Maybe 10 shells is $1 because most bases sell for around $20. So I can't even really tell you. They're still running events, so I don't know why the shop isn't open. But unfortunately, that means that not only can I not go over monetization methods, but I won't be able to cover most of the variants except what's in the guide. This wouldn't be very fair to the Waterdogs, as I was obviously very critical of them. These could be just as bad, and I would never know. One thing of note, though, is Bayfox's common variant is free. So in that sense, you're already doing significantly less work to be able to get into the community. Alright, we're finally onto the species, and we are covering the variants, but not the traits, or whatever, since they're not viable right now. Bayfoxes are foxes that are made of water. The rest is flesh and stuff. So there isn't any sand involved, which for me is enough to say these aren't a clone. They're clearly inspired, not the same. Dang, mystery solved. If anything, they're just a ripoff of Vaporeon. They were water foxes first, but Nintendo would sooner issue a DMCA than demand restitution. Bays, like onions, come in layers. The top is fur that can cover everything but the inner ear. Below that is a water membrane. This membrane is thick, but if damaged enough, a blood-like substance will be unearthed, and below that is their skeleton. Bayfoxes are amphibious, and their origins are in mutations that don't have an explanation. Like fleshy human losers, they can die to most things, except drowning, which already makes them way more powerful than humans. Did you know a human can drown in as little as 2 inches of water? That's so hilarious. Like, get on our level and just absorb it through your skin. Come on. Now for the important question we all ask since covering Dutch Angel Dragons is, do they poop? Now, waste is shed from the membrane shedding process or through droplets of water that dribble from exposed water on the body. They also don't need to eat and don't have reproductive organs or a digestive system. They are sexless, but can identify as any gender they wish. I'm having a hard time seeing these as a clone. Just look at how much more lore we have compared to Waterdogs, which was just their only bit of lore was how more Waterdogs was made, which was just like 2 parents are like, okay, I want to have a kid, and like a water dog washes up on shore. Like, what do they do if they change their mind? Do they just dump oil into the ocean and hope they get the right one? This is apples to oranges, honestly. Aside from the base level of water plus animal, I feel like if a person were to think they were a clone, they just didn't look into Bayfoxes enough. If they did start as a clone, they have obviously since shed that appearance with details and lore like this. Hey, sorry to interrupt your regularly scheduled original species programming, but we have a sponsor for this video, and this time it's one of you. Davis Hour gave me a little script to read off, but I also checked out their content on my own, and they made me fan art in the past, so it'd be really cool if you check them out after this video. I linked their Christmas animation meme in the comments. Alright, script time. Hey there, are you looking for a new YouTuber to follow? Look no further. Check out Davis Hour. This green cat makes a boatload of cool content for you to watch, from speed paints to animation memes to even some scripted videos about the furry fandom and Pokemon. So if you like that sort of thing, or perhaps you're looking for an artist to commission, Davis Hour's got you covered there. In fact, their commissions are open right now, and here are some examples. So go check them out on Twitter, Instagram, or even TikTok. So what are you waiting for? Subscribe to their channel today and join us on their journey, and they're still small, so get there to be part of the elite. Goblin will be waiting for you, and have a possum day. If you want an ad in the video, I'm going to be lowering my prices come January, but right now, sponsor spots like this are $50 a video. DM me on Twitter, @SeraProto, or Discord message me, SeraProto, #8104. Alright, and back to the video. Special traits for common bays. Ears must be water on the inside, ears must be perky, water to fur ratio is your choice, Slayer can be any color, can have shark fins, hair can be styled and made of water, fur water, and eyes can glow. Noses can't be water, paw pads can be solid or water, crystals can grow on fur, but pay attention to other crystal-like traits that are limited. Fish can be trapped in their water, things like petals can float on the surface of the water, and they can wear accessories, but ones that deform limbs or mimic paid traits are against the rules. If you want info on these individual traits, I've linked a reference image in the description. I'm here to talk about the species, to showcase these. I'm not a character creation menu in a game. Besides, it'd be easier for you to just reference the image instead of keep rewinding this video. As much as I'd like you to just keep rewatching this video, I think it would be better for you if you just looked at the picture instead. I'm definitely doing this to help you, and not because the traits are color-coded and I'm colorblind and don't feel like figuring it out. One cool thing to me, though, there are free wing options. This is the only species I've covered that actually does that isn't a species that natively has wings. Overall, this species is one of the most friendly to free users that I've seen, where others actually charge for those same features. There are a few variants, but my info on them is a little limited because they're rooted in traits, which we can't access due to the shop closure. Oh, wait, lucky me. There are links to the items with prices in the variants. Cuisine bays. Cuisines are a variant that are created by buying items called Full Course Meal and Cake Mix. Full Course is for a new cuisine bay, and Cake Mix is for turning a water bay into a cuisine. They cost 750 and 1,000 shells apiece. These are divided into 4 subtypes: sweet, savory, herbal, and drink. Sweets are themed after desserts and candy items. Savory are like a meat lover's pizza. They can be meats, cheeses, and umami flavors. Herbal, which is for vegans, and drink is soda and the like. I couldn't find a species guide for this one. Glass bays. Glass bays are a closed variant and obtainable only through commissions by Arlen, the creator. Events, raffles, and prizes. This one has a guide, so let's take a look at that. Glass bays are bayfoxes believed to be blessed by a spirit. Glass bays are made of glass. This is broken down into a series of traits that glass can choose from. Glass is present wherever water can be. The edges can be smooth, sharp, or any other kind you can think of. They can even have colored glass that looks like stained glass. They can also be textured in a few ways like wavy or rocky, and the glass can even look like porcelain. Oil bays. Oil bays are a highly detailed variant and obtained similarly to glass, and like cuisines, they come in a variety of different flavors like common, watercolor, elemental, and lava. Lava. This species was discovered by a Bay scientist after making a mistake in an experiment. He called the resulting mistake, his son, the creation of the oil Bayfox. Oils are the result of chemicals in the air causing the pollution of the egg, a baby Bayfox. This pollution makes them effectively sterile, which they didn't have reproductive organs to begin with, so okie dokie. Oils are most easily identifiable by the murkiness and watercolor-like look of their water. Their water membrane is also much more viscous, and things like trash and broken glass can be seen floating in their liquids. Common oils, also known as iridescent oils, are a species whose water is littered with the sheen and oily look seen in oil spills. They're typically rainbow or some other multi-toned color. Watercolor spelled with a U. Lol. Imagine being Canadian or British and being half of my audience. What do these other countries even contribute? Hopefully likes and subscribes. Anyway, the watercolors are the least toxic, unlike me, I guess, as most of them are water. Unlike other oils, they can be icy and tend to have a much lighter watercolor, and are the only ones that can have white water. Elementals are the most diverse because they cover a wide variety of elements from the periodic table. Dry ice, mercury, and flammable are given as examples. Lava is the only variant that doesn't have a ripple effect in their liquid. They're made of lava and it can be any color, but are most commonly normal magma colors. Hybrid is the final variant, and these are just a mix of water, oil, glass, or cuisine. They're only obtainable from Ireland as customs, and are still being worked on. There are only 5 in existence as of writing this. And that's pretty much it. It seems like the only things bays have in common with Waterdogs is some aspects of their sight and being part water, part animal. I think looking at these two alone is the only way you could confuse them, looking in an isolated, instance separated from their own lore. Hopefully this sheds some light on them, but if you only looked at their appearance before accusing them of being clones, I really don't expect you to sit through 20 minutes of videos released a week apart. Regardless, very cute species, lots of options. I'd like to see the shop when it's working, and I like the lavas especially. So, if you're the owner, maybe hook me up with one of these oils, but patterned like my Sona, maybe? Just a little bit of bribe money. Even though I already put the video out, just a little bit of bribe money. A little soda for Sera. Alright, that's it for now. I just have to keep some lava bays away from the flammable oil base. So thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, maybe one of your friends would too. Consider sharing it with them. Before we go, I want to thank all of my patrons and YouTube members. Awesome superfans like you help me make awesome content like this. So thanks to Series, Kit Chimera, Ukulele Otter, Vaderson, Linky, Blonce, Colorado Blue, and Romu. If you want to help like them, or get early access to videos and cool things like emotes to use in the comments, you can too by clicking the join button below the video, or by joining my Patreon in the description below the video. Also, make sure to message me or comment when you join. YouTube doesn't always notify me when the new members join. Thank you everybody for watching this, and to the subs, my herd, enjoy your grazing, and bye-bye. In late December, I organized a contest where people submitted original species they created. 33 people submitted species, 16 of which were seeded into the tournament and won. This was one of the species that was submitted, and low-key, it's kinda nuts. This species has so much lore, great art, and depth that once I show it to you, you'll probably be surprised that I didn't cover it sooner. By the way, make sure you stick around to the end of this time because I remembered to do Viewer of the Week and I remembered to show fan art. Also, I started another channel where I put all my more adult-themed videos at, so check out youtube.com/@SeraTalksTooMuch so you don't miss out on furry content, icebergs, stream highlights, and other stuff that doesn't really work here on Sera's Things. Howdy herd, and hello everybody else. This video is about one of the species from the tournament. They actually came in second place. These are Absukians. And let's start where the Absukians did, in the beginning, the story of their creation. Origins. 1,000 years ago,
where the night sky was clear and shining with a silver glow of stars. More of these stars appeared until one in particular shone brighter than the rest. Soon, that light changed into a being draped in white silk clothing. She was the goddess Zuluna, the creator of the first Absukians. Zuluna went to the ocean where all the sea-dwelling creatures lived. She spied sharks coming up from the ocean to watch and stare at her. She approached them and touched them one by one. As they began to glow, they changed into a new strange creature, taking on the weird shape of humanoid creatures. Each one appeared different than the last, and were told, when the day of twilight fall happens, you will be given a gift. A child that will usher in the new generation. Now stake claim to the land where your heart leads. The new beings were confused, and yet they obeyed. They left, discovering new sights with each step they took across their new home. As they grew, they felt emotions that were new and strange to them. Love, and with that, they created new families. Then came the day of twilight fall. The people once again changed and evolved anew. They created their first language, then civilization, and as they did so, they and their minds grew, evolving and becoming an intelligent species, becoming the Absukians they are today, and then split, staking claim to new lands and regions of their own. These ancients looked very different from the creatures they are today. They weren't fully ready to live on land when Zuluna made them, but despite their struggles, they adapted. They made up for their disadvantages with wisdom and wit. Absukians are an aquatic shark-like species that look like shark girls mixed with Zora from Legend of Zelda, and they were created and are owned by @ChewChubsy on Twitter. It's funny about the Zora thing, I typed that before I actually read further, where it actually does say that they're for sure inspired by Zora, so I just thought that was kind of funny. But anyway, if you're interested in reading absolutely everything about this species, I've linked their website in the description. This website, by the way, is incredible. It was all made in card, which is free, so anyone can host their species here, and they absolutely should. It's definitely way better than hosting it on Amino. If you want people to join your community, they need a place where they can get all the info in one spot, and I think card is probably the best place you can do it for free. So what are Absukians? They are humanoid alien sharks that is the most modern evolution of their species that came from fish-like aliens who lacked limbs, and only recently evolved mammalian traits like humanoid bodies and mammalian-like ears. They're also hot because they're shark girls, and everyone knows shark girls are in the top 5 for the hottest persona species, only competing with synths. There is a lot to go over here, so this might sound a bit list-like, but there are 4 regional variants with different physical attributes like additional fins, different body shapes, different markings, and other unique attributes. These variants can also be crossbred to get specific traits you want. They also have a ton of info on this site that's all well organized, like a feral form, culture, reproduction, religion, deities, massive lore, bases, and more. I'll be going over all of it here, but you might want the website as a reference for when you make your own, and you will because the species is open as long as you follow all the species rules. Also, make sure you don't make an Absukian deity. More details on that later. Standard features. Before we go into the variants, we have to go over the standard features. These features make up the baseline from which the variants deviate. Feet. Every Absukian has 5 fingers and toes with webbing between each digit. At the end of each digit is sharp claws that are slightly translucent. Under each foot is paw pads, as well as sometimes on their palms and fingertips. Another weirdly mammalian adaptation for this species. The inner toe on each foot also sports a flexible raptor-like claw. Why am I going over feet first? It's because it's first on the species guide, but I'm also trying to appeal to the feet lovers demographic. Beards. Absukians have developed many traits that one would consider typically mammalian, and beards are one such trait. While beards don't consist of increased density of hair on the face area, they do grow mock facial hair that are similar to the frills found elsewhere on their body. Not exactly a beard, but close enough to be called one. Eyes. These shark babs have some absolutely banger eyes. Not only do they have a nasate... Oh, I don't know how to pronounce that word.
Nictitating.
Yeah, what he said. These shark babs have some absolutely banger eyes. Not only do they have a nictitating membrane that keeps the eyes moist like a backup eyelid that's also clear, but they have scotopic vision and an improved
Ugh. Why did they use so many science words?
We are looking at how to pronounce these names as Tapetum lucidum. Tapetum lucidum.
Tapetum. Tapetum lucidum. Okay. And an improved Tapetum lucidum, which means they see super well in dark conditions. They're also aesthetically pleasing with a large variety of eye color and sclera color. Southern Absukian even break the rules a bit by being the only variant with the dark sclera ears. As previously mentioned, Absukian ears are a recent evolutionary trait, and each variant has grown very different looking ears from the others. The Eastern have their elven style, the Northern have their goblin-like ears, the Western have a droopier goblinoid style that are huge, and they've developed this as a result of their adaptation to hot climates and work like giant vents, allowing them to stay cool. And the Southern have the longer and sharper, fancier elf ears, frills. As mentioned in beards, Absukians don't grow your standard hair, but they're not bald either. Absukians grow frills on their head that can grow out and look like kind of like a maid's headdress, like, you know, a French maid outfit headdress kind of thing. It's like that. But they can grow out long and can even be styled or dyed. And I'll go over how they do that soon. Bioluminescent tongues. These suckers are up to 12 inches long. They could French you and snatch your lunch from your stomach all at the same time. As the title suggests, they also glow and their tongues are slimy and glossy. If that still isn't enough, they're so muscular and are incredibly prehensile. Look at them. They look like saying a tongue twister might actually tie their tongue into a literal knot. These choices had to be a deliberate horny choice because goddamn. That was all the basic stuff, but before we continue, we've got an ad read.
Here on Sera's Things, we love one thing, and that's art and creativity, and our sponsor does too. That's why Marvel Snap is sponsoring the video in our streams this week. Marvel Snap is an awesome phone game that features cards and art based on your favorite superheroes and villains with all the same depth and strategic gameplay that you've come to expect from the card game genre. There's so many Marvel characters here that you might even discover a new fave that hasn't had its chance on the silver screen yet. The gameplay is super simple. You have a deck of 12 cards and 3 locations. Each turn you get 1 energy and you play the cards on your location. Whoever has the most power on a location wins, and whoever is first to the 2 locations wins the game. The depth, however, comes from how you build your deck and the effects of your cards. Some will give you more energy, allowing you to play stronger cards. As you can tell, we've gotten pretty into it for the past few days, and it takes what Sera loves. Games like Magic the Gathering, board games like Smash Up, and Marvel Heroes and Princesses in a fast format. If you want to play the award-winning Marvel Snap and support the channel for free, then check out the first link in the description or check the pinned comment. Thanks for watching the ad, and thanks even more if you actually downloaded and played Marvel Snap through our special link.
That was all the basic stuff. Now we're going to dive into hair and then variants. Absukian, as mentioned, don't have your standard hair. Instead, they have these appendages and frills that make mock hair, like how the Squid Kids and Octarians are in Splatoon. Just tentacles, fins, and frills that serve the general purpose of hairstyles. Absukian appendages can make the appearance of any hairstyle, just keep in mind the texturing. The hair would have a smooth sheen akin to tentacles or shark skin. Absukians who are looking to freshen up their frills can do so thanks to the Zimda fruit. Inside the Zimda fruit is a pit that can be ground up and turned into a powdered dye. This dye takes the color appearance of the fruit of its origin and can be mixed into many new styles. This dye even changes its strength based on the age of the fruit. The older the fruit, the milder the color strength. Absukians have no restriction on the color of their skin. You can go as Sparkledog and eye-piercingly neon as you like. Alright, let's get started with the variants. The variants, or subspecies of Absukian, are organized by their regional differences that are tied to the 4 cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Eastern are from Tiomati, and is the first subspecies and the most common. Their defining features are their variable snouts being long, short, or pointed, and have hip fins. They also possess the standard traits of webbed hands, feet, and frills. They're known for the Tiomati swim tourneys. Southern are from Larmo and have sharper claws, ankle fins, dark sclera, and are viewed as the hardier and beefier subspecies. Because of this, they are often seen as being scarier, or hotter if you're a weirdo like me, and intimidating, but also hot. Their dark sclera make them even more capable hunters in low light to dark vision, and are the only nocturnal subspecies. Western are from Agastu. They're the shortest. They have fins on their forearms, many have facial markings akin to a mask, and huge ears that are used to vent off the heat from their native environment. They're also the most friendly towards outsiders. Our last regional variant is the Northern Absukians from Iponi. The Northern Absukians are viewed as noble and elegant. Their eyes are typically slanted. They stand at the same height as Eastern, and many have pelvic fins, but there are just as many who don't have them at all. They tend to have large earlobes that they typically pierce and put gauges in to stretch the lobe size even further. That might have been all the regional variants, but we have more variants that aren't tied to regions, so buckle up. Quadrupedal Absukians. Some Absukians can shapeshift at will into a four-legged feral-like form. This form was previously thought of to only exist in tales and legends until the zoologist Vi discovered them. There isn't too much proof of their existence still, so they're marked up as myths. Absukians that can shapeshift, once shapeshifted, are somewhere between feline and canine in appearance. The main shape of their body resembles canids, but with a strong fat tail used to maintain balance and propel them through the sea while swimming. They also possess large cat-like slit pupils with great night vision, 5 digits on each foot, and strong hind legs used to jump high like a cat. Other than that, they're not too dissimilar from their bipedal counterparts. Baby Absukians. Absukians are viviparous, and so have live births, like some sharks and most mammals do. Newborns breastfeed for the first 2 weeks, then develop teeth at 1 month old, and at which point, they move on to the staple Absukian diet of meat and fish. Later, they develop their frills and signature glow-in-the-dark tongue. If you're curious what they sound like, it sounds like this. Absukians are kids from ages 1 to 4. Their teen years starting younger at only 9 years old, and become an adult at 17. They are considered a full-grown adult at age 20. Then, at this point, their aging slows down until they hit 70, where they resume aging like a normal human. Their total lifespan ranges from 90 to 150 years, with Westerners living on the longer side. Ancient Absukians. This variant is actually a work in progress, so there isn't any art on the site related to them, but we still have the lore on them. And that lore I read to you already at the beginning of the video. The creation myth I read at the beginning was from this section. But I think creation myths make a much stronger opener, so you already heard this part if you watched the beginning. Divine Absukians. These are special Absukians, and they are absolute units, averaging 9 feet tall or 3 meters, and are referred to as the Divine by Absukians. They live for 600 years, more than 4 times as long as the average Absukian. They make appearances in tales, legends, myths, and children's books. Despite their otherworldly size and lifespan, they take on the physical appearance of one of the 4 regional variants marked with the divine symbol on their body. These symbols can represent the elements or virtues like wealth, fortune, happiness, and concepts like that. But whether that symbol plays into the design of the divine is up to the owner. Currently, divines can only be obtained from adopts, auctions, or commissions from Chubsy. So basically, normal regional variant Absukians are open and you can make your own, or sell them, but Divines are a closed variant that can only be bought through Chubsy. And with that, we are done with the variants. But if you thought we were done, I think you should take a look at the timer on the bottom of the screen, because we still got a little bit more to go. This didn't take so long to make just for funsies. We have absolutely huge lore to go through next. And we'll continue with that after this ad read.
The only thing we love here more than art is artists, which is why we're happy to show off fan art and cool projects in our videos. So of course we're happy to share our favorite sponsor, Davis Hour Art. They're super cool and have helped this channel out a lot by making adopts for Sera's species, making her stills for videos and thumbnails, and buying ad space in the past. If you're looking to commission some of the coolest Earthican art you should check out their Twitter. But if you're fresh out of funds, you can still thank Davis Hour by checking out their YouTube, where they do animation memes and cool videos like the ones where you'd redesign some of the lamer looking Pokemons. Thanks for watching the ad, and back to Sera.
Lore. The lore page here says there's more to come and that it's still a work in progress, but you'll see that there's still plenty here. Locations. Rutototo Market. The namesake of this market means buzzy in the Absukian Kivnana language. The name is a perfect fit, as this market in Agastu is also poppin'. They sell everything here like fruits, veggies, and the spices that are important to the culture of the Western Absukians. Like many street markets, there are lots of opportunities here for delicious street foods like grilled jumbo naan with tomato and amidosendi spice. Jumbo naan is a small fish with 8 eyes and a dark orange body with light green accents and long fins. When grilled, it's very crunchy and savory. The green spice it's adorned in is amidosendi, and it is quite hot. Awi Lakeside. This large lake in the Iponi region is bustling with wildlife, and it's known for its massive waterfalls. Tourists come here from all around just across the bridge that shows off these falls.
Pomdum Park, a small park in Tiomati.
It's a nice little date spot the locals love for its beautiful view. Its name means peaceful. Crimson Civet River. The namesake of this river is Civet, named after the one who discovered it, and the crimson comes from the gleam of the red crystals at the bottom of the riverbed. This results in the water appearing a sanguine color. These stones are called estless and are sold for a high price in the Iponi region. Land of Igrosin is the last stop on our sightseeing tour of the Absukian homeworld. Here, nestled in the southern region, is a wide-spanning network of ruins. The main draw of this place is the half-broken statues of Igroshin, a knight wielding a large sword who freed the regions from the raging titans. His glory stands with his statue as a memorial of his sacrifice. People still come here to pray to him in thanks. Titans are massive monsters that are disguised as mountains, hills, rocks, and trees that roam Tormica. They will usually only attack if someone invades their territory. Despite the occasional destruction they can wreak, they are still seen as important guardians of nature. Rage Titans, however, are Titans who have caught the Red Fever, a rare disease that makes a Titan rampage and attack anything it finds. Absukians will evacuate cities when they arrive, and the guard will take care of them using electrical barriers and pitfall traps. The only way to calm them down is to trank them with a special medicine made from crystals and gems, which is not a hard task due to the absolute size of these units. A nation is nothing without its people, though, and you can see Absukians taking up a variety of jobs in their daily lives, like fishing, breeding specialized guard dogs to fight Titans, breeding livestock, farming, builders, blacksmiths, scientists, gardeners, researchers, artificers, inventors, rangers, adventurers, hunters, beastmasters, warriors, and guards. Ruling over these people is the 4 leaders of the regions, Vezor, Aveline, Bamuth, and Dolarcia. This page, however, is a work in progress. The only info we have is on Dolarcia. She's a bit of a wrathful, xenophobic ice queen with a staff. Domains. Absukians live in an amphibious lifestyle in large cities called domains ruled by leaders. These domains are divided into aquatic and terrestrial zones. Each city entrance is a staircase made of stone leading up to each massive domain. The domains then have 3 sets of bridges that connect to each of the regions, with both ends having archways leading all the way down to the north, west, and south regions. This is for transporting goods between the regions. The heavy lifting is all done by hauling the stuff in large carriages led by Umpuma. Umpuma are large herbivorous ungulates with a taper-like face. They're 7 feet tall, which is a little over 2 meters, and weigh 1,000 kilos. They're the most common species in Tormica. Technology. Tech in the Eastern Domain advanced in the future, but around a period called the Desperate Ages, tech was far behind in that domain where other tech advanced. During the Desperate Ages, the need for vehicles for transportation was refused by the leader Dolarcia, who decided to retract the ideas of invention made by inventors in this age. She thinks of it as a danger to the environment, lazy, and a waste of energy. Tech was pushed back in result. This caused an outbreak of protests and violence. But there were peaceful protests as well. They protested for vehicles that were accessible to everyone. The violence led to riots. Tech then advanced into the current Golden Moon era. Tech was equally difficult to advance in the other regions except for the West. The West was more advanced than the others, and had been using solar panels with great success due to their hot climate, quickly shifting from inefficient fossil fuels to the unmatched power of the sun. Dry silk technology. Kapandu plant. Ancient meteors that carried the first life to Tormica carried rare exotic substances. Only in these meteors grows a plant called Kapandu, which could be spun into silk that effortlessly dried on land after coming into contact with water. In the modern world, an Absukian inventor named Natla found the remnants of the Kapandu plant in one of his expeditions into an ancient Absukian shrine. After researching it, he was able to synthesize it. This new dry silk isn't cheap though, and is limited to the rich, and is a status symbol for the wealthy and northern Absukians. The Beast Choker. 10 years ago, an explorer called Taruk found an artifact in a ruin hidden inside of a sphere-shaped chest. The object was called Kian Ma Takal, or the Beast Choker. Wearing this choker would transform the individual into a beast form. Researchers think the reason for this transformation is because of the gems laid in it. The choker doesn't just transform the host, but also transforms with the host, so that the choker doesn't choker them out, and only covers half of the gills. Those who wear it can go through physiological changes as well as psychological changes, but it doesn't appear to cause any long-term harm to the wearer's psyche. The choker also appears to only work on Absukians, and its purpose is still unknown. In this image, you can see Vivi, the daughter of Dolarcia, wearing it, and apparently the main power of this thing is that it turns you hotter, like a werewolf version of a shark girl or something. Blue liquid. Blue liquid is a venom some Absukians can produce from their glands in their throats. The gland is used in combat and to protect themselves from predators. The venom can be thinned from saliva, making it possible to deliver it through bites. This bite can be lethal. With that, we have reached the end of our time with the Absukians. I've covered pretty much everything except for the unfinished things and the FAQ. I think the FAQ is only going to be relevant to those who decide to make a character. So you can just go to the website and check it out if that's something you're interested in. Here's how long it took me to make this video. If you appreciate the work I did, or like this video, please leave a like and comment something nice. It really helps so my videos get seen, and if you want to show me even more thanks, you can use a super thanks in the comments to send me a one-time tip, or join the Patreon and YouTube memberships by clicking the join button below the video. This video was brought to you by the patrons. Patrons make videos like this possible, so special thanks to them and extra special thanks to Tier 2 and Tier 3 subs, like Colorado Blue, Ukulele Otter, Series, Romu, Linky, Vaderson, and Blonsk. Also thanks to Chu Chubsy, the species owner, who gave me the resources used to make this video, saving me even more time. Content like this just wouldn't be possible without their support. If you want to be a supporter, you can click the join button below or join the Patreon for even more benefits like early access videos like this one, movie nights, exclusive content that YouTube won't let me post, and secret Discord access and more, just starting at $1. Thank you everybody for watching, and bye-bye. The comment of the week is from Elliot, who said hello. Hi! Oops, I'm back at it making original species again. This one's a bit different though. I took a lot of time to plan them out a lot more, and I even pioneered a new community unlock system that, as far as I know, hasn't been done by any other original species community yet. Hello everybody, my name is Sera Proto, and I come from space with a new species for your face. Today we're talking about another one of my new species, Sodalpacas, or just Mera for short. First off, this species is technically closed, but anyone is able to join and earn a character. All you need is a Discord. The way it works is we have a bond system, and the bond kind of works like a battle pass. There's a free version and a paid version for $10. To earn a character and unlock traits for them, you need to contribute to the community by doing gift art for other members, giving suggestions, drawing theme art for the current month's theme, drawing the Mera of the month, drawing traits, participating in quests, and more ways coming soon. Even though this is closed, there is nothing stopping you from quote-unquote stealing a character, but we have a master list, so if you make a character and it doesn't have a number, everyone will know you made a character without giving back to the community. If you put a number on the character and it doesn't match up with the number on the master list, people will know it's not a real one, and owner names are tied to characters, so other people can easily find out if you took someone else's as yours. That said, I've also made it very easy for you to get a character, so easy in fact that some people are finishing the bond same day as they join the community. So that getting your first character is like stupidly easy. So I don't know why you would choose to steal over the chance of being in a fun and artistic community. Anyway, what is a Sodalpacas? Sodalpacas, or false chimeras, aren't so much a species as they are multiple species that have evolved through convergent evolution in a remote region where the veil between the worlds of the living and the dead is very thin. These species have evolved to dwell in this highly dangerous region in many ways, but the main being their ability to bond with spirits who live in their world. A Mera is a host who allows themselves to be possessed by spirits in order to heal the spirits, receive their knowledge, companionship, to reunite with lost lovers, gain new abilities and powers, and many other reasons. The relationship is almost always mutually beneficial in some way. The name Sodalpacas comes from a portmanteau of pseudo, as in fake or false, and mera, which is short for chimera. So their name literally means fake chimera. This name comes from the way that they grow additional appendages when possessed. They grow appendages usually in the form of additional tails, with a sock puppet-like head appearing at the end. Most Mera have at least 2 tails, and the most common combination is some sort of combination of cat, goat, or snake-like host, with 2 tails possessed by one of the other 2 spirits. This makes them appear similar to Chimera, but in actuality are entirely unrelated. Even though the snake-cat-goat trio is the most common, there's a lot of variety in the species of hosts, spirits, and many different styles of possession to be added in the future. Pseudomera biology. Pseudomera have grown such an extreme dependence on their bond with spirits that without a spirit, they are almost entirely featureless. Many are born without ears or any of the features that are defined by their origin species. The reason they evolved this way is likely an influence from the Veil. Being in such close proximity to where the spirits live has resulted in them becoming highly receptive to possession, making them essentially a lightning rod for spiritual energy. Some may view them as a blank slate, but a Mera isn't without a personality, mind, or appearance of their own. They still have their own unique fur patterns, so they can still be easily distinguished from one another, and if a Mera were to never inherit a spirit, they'd continue living a full and happy life. But they might feel left out and would constantly crave to be around other creatures, or else they might get lonely. Every Mera is capable of being a host for spirits, but the number of spirits a Mera is capable of being host for depends on the individual Mera. So one might say that's what sets each Mera apart. How many spirits they host, how strong of spirits they can host, and how useful the spirits are for their particular lifestyle, as each Mera has its own free will, as do the spirits. Aside from external differences, the inside of each Mera's body is the same as other non-Mera species. They can do everything the species they evolved from can. They can eat, drink, burp, bone, reproduce, and poop, just like everybody else. You probably wondered why I mentioned their ability to poop, but a lot of original species can't poop, such as Dutch angel dragons. The only difference internally is that they eat more than the average person because they need to fuel themselves and enrich their souls, or the spirits will find themselves not being able to maintain their bond. How Mera get spirits. A Mera's first possession depends on the culture of their region. There are 5 known regions, and each have their own viewpoint on death, afterlife, and how a young Mera gets their first spirit. But it's not always a choice or a ritual. Some scenarios result in a Mera being born with a spirit, or being forced to bond with one due to circumstances like should a host be in danger. There can be happy scenarios where a Mera made friends with a friendly nature spirit, or a spirit who missed out on childhood because they died young and is living their childhood with a Mera's help. However, there are some cases that would be viewed as horrible or depressing by outsiders, but the Veil is a dangerous place, and there's more than just spirits out there. 2 Mera siblings may wander into the woods to play, but only one comes back, and with its other sibling now dead and possessing them. Other Mera may have been expected to be twins, but be born with one Mera playing host for the spirit of a now lost twin. It's horrible to imagine something like that happening, but many Mera cultures view this positively. The host is highly receptive to spirits, and the sibling gets to live even if it's not in their own body, and connecting so closely to a spirit like this will improve both of their lives. After all, they aren't dead. They just look a little different. And at a young enough age, the spirit won't even remember having a body of its own, and it won't feel like it's missing out. This is just what life is like for them now. Regions. The Veil. The Veil is a massive bubble that encompasses a large forest that is slowly expanding as more souls are sent to the afterlife. The Veil is connected to the afterlife, and the spirits have to pass through here before passing on. The Veil is used interchangeably with the forest, and everything in it, as well as the bubble itself. The Veil is at its thickest at the edges, where it's hardest to cross, but the closer to the center, the weaker the Veil is. The Veil is a sort of large curtain of ominous energy that separates itself from the outside world. The energy is enough to deter any species from wanting to wander inside. People who wander too close will get confused, anxious, or walk in circles until they leave the area, and if they manage to make it in, well, they live with the Mera now, because there's no getting back out. Inside the Veil is where Mera, spirits, and monsters live. From the inside, the edge of the Veil is populated densely with negative energy that monsters feed on until strong enough to decide to rampage and cause harm to the inhabitants of the Veil. Because of this, the Mera in the Veil choose to live as closely as possible to the center in the region called the Glade. Monsters of the Veil. The monsters that live in the Veil have been feeding on the energy from the edges of the Veil where its energy is strongest. This food is a great source of energy for them as it's powered by the spirits and souls that get sent to the Veil. These monsters were originally an omnivorous species of slime that would feast on all sorts of food. As the Veil expanded into their territory, they moved on to eating elemental energies as they were a better source of energy until they started eating the Veil's energy itself. Now it's rare to see a normal slime, let alone an elemental one, since the ones who feast on the Veil will eat them until they're big enough to try hunting down Mera. Most of them stay slimes, only when growing large enough to hunt do they leave the Veil. The energy created by the Veil makes them run rampant and crave fresher souls, even if they have to make new ones themselves. They can vary greatly, but among the most dangerous is the Reperth. The Reperth are a family of monsters that have grown an exclusive taste for Mera and their spirits. The reason this variant is so dangerous and well known is their ability to rapidly reproduce. If they're not handled quickly, they'll eat Mera and their spirits and convert them into more body mass. Once this mass builds up enough, the globules on their body will drop off from their flesh and become new young Reperth. Baby Reperths will feed on wildlife and use pack tactics to gang up on Mera. Thanks to the efforts of the outer regions, it's rare for a Reperth to reach the center where the glade is. If a Reperth were ever to reach the glade, it'd have to be a truly monstrous one. Glade. The glade is a large opening in the forest in the middle of the Vale where they serve as a central hub for commerce and training for Mera. Every Mera comes here at some point, even if they're not born here, as the glade is the lifeline of the Vale. The glade itself is a big city surrounded on all sides by forests and is located where the Vale's influence is the weakest. You can even look up and see where the Vale thins and the sun shines through. The city itself is mostly made of stone and hasn't been upgraded despite the advancements they've made in technology. The glade is as safe as can be, as long as you don't wander into the forest. So the city is rarely attacked by much more than just your average everyday beastie. The homes within the walls, however, are as advanced as modern human homes, with many of them having the same amenities that we all expect, like water, sewer, electricity, and the like. Glade culture. People of the glade are happy and thriving. They are very welcoming of new people and are quickly to talk to new people to share wisdom, answer questions, and would give you the shirts off their back if asked. Due to living in the glade, they know very well how lucky they are. No one here goes without, and outsiders are often viewed favorably and with pity. They assume that everyone from outside the glade is suffering, and that's true to some extent. Most of the people here train in their vocation of their parents or become guards or adventurers to help quench their thirst for altruism. Everyone here helps everyone because a society only thrives when everyone thrives. Because of this, outsiders often view them as hating money, when in actuality, they just have all their needs met and don't crave for much more other than their own personal goals and self-fulfillment. The Mera here often gain their first spirit by total accident, as none are pressured to get their first bond, and are instead urged to do what makes them happy. As such, many Mera here will bond with spirits of lost loved ones or play host to a forsaken couple, but many make their bonds with benevolent spirits who are drawn to individual Mera. The spirits here usually live in a mutually beneficial relationship with their host. The spirit and the host enjoy each other's company. More regions exist within the Vale, and will be added in future updates for the species. Design rules. The design rules are pretty simple. Each Mera can only have one pair of ears, one pair of horns, one nose, one pair of eyes, 2 or less tails, and spirits. One head, one pair of arms and legs, with mutations coming in the future. Spirits can be realistic or sock puppets and can only be the length of a sock, but all of those rules are changeable with traits and bonds. For lore stuff, Mera don't currently exist outside of the Vale, and you can draw them in scenarios with other species like space stuff, but canonically they haven't left the Vale yet. Traits are earned from spirits and bonds. When a Mera makes a pact with a spirit, they provide a physical body for the spirits, while the spirits give them various traits in order to improve their survival in the Vale. This bonding process is represented by the bond system, which is just a furry battle pass that I made. I made this species before, but one day I tweeted out, original species have cornered microtransactions and stuff like that, and the fandom's monetized in a lot of different ways, but no one has done a battle pass yet. And I tweeted that out as a joke, and then I was like, oh wait, I can do a battle pass, so I'm doing the battle pass thing now. So it's goofy, but it's still essentially just a currency system. Basically, you make contributions to the community and get experience points that we call pips. And when you get enough pips, you go up a level and unlock more traits to add to your character. New characters, new spirits, and more stuff. The starter bond helps walk everyone through the creation process, starting from left to right, and anyone can do it for free. They just have to join the Discord and start earning. If you do join the Discord, make sure to check the Getting Started page and, read it. A lot of the questions you have already been answered in that section. Everyone has to do the starter bonds because future bonds might require a character in order to add traits to them, but some bonds will have new characters as well. The starter one is always available, but there's also a seasonal bond active every 3 months starting from April 1st. This isn't an April Fool's joke, but the first season is about partying and goofy stuff to celebrate the release, so April 1st is the best day to start that season, because, silly day. These seasonal bonds are a way for me to update the species going forward. They last about 3 months, and I use them as an opportunity to expand on the lore, spirits, traits, hosts, tales, mutations, factions, themes, and more. Think of it like a game update. People who buy the premium version of the Battle Pass help support me and help me create more. If you want to skip the starter bond, you can by buying an adopt from me or one of the approved artists. You can send me $2 to pay for level skips. $2 a trade is pretty cheap compared to most groups. And you can always earn the levels by donating art for bases, traits, doing gift art, giving suggestions, participating in quests, drawing the Mare of the Month, drawing the monthly themed pick, and more. There are so many ways to earn pips, you will absolutely blaze through the first bond pass. For info on bonds, join the Discord and watch the video in the Getting Started channel. This video, by the way, is the official announcement that the species is now open to the public. You can join the community using the link on screen. I put it this far into the video because I want the serious ones to join first. Think of it as being a reward for watching the whole video. I'll be releasing more videos for the species soon, like updates, creation guides, and more going forward. So if you join and haven't subbed to my channel, make sure you like and subscribe because this is one of the places where you will get Mera news when it hits. I'll also be posting tutorials and stuff like that for explaining how the various systems work. With that, we are done with our first look at Meras. If you stuck around this long, you should probably just join the community because you sat through the bond stuff, so you're probably interested to some extent. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and thanks again to my patrons. People like Colorado Blue, Vaderson, Borfi, Ceres, Linky, Ninja-san, and Blonsk let me do cool stuff like this, and you can help them, as well as get a discount on the premium bond based on how big your patron sub is. Join by going to bit.ly/SeraProtoP. Before we go, we have fan art and viewer of the week. I'm not releasing these weekly. Should I still call it viewer of the week? I guess viewer of the month. Anyway, Barry Jones says, I love this series. It's great to listen to while I work on my own original species. I hear this comment a lot, and it's funny because YouTube puts a lot of pressure on us to use as much visuals as possible in order to keep engagement and attention high. We have to constantly be throwing things at your face, and that's why I don't like releasing videos with very few graphics, because people get bored, especially if they're watching this on their TV and are trying to 100% focus on it. It makes me happy that people do listen to it, but it's also like, if everyone just listens to it, what was the point of me putting all the video stuff in? But it's cool to know that even if you're not watching with your eyeballs, that I can still keep your attention with your ear holes. So, thank you everybody for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye. Sera, didn't you make this video already? Yes, my astute little audience member, I did. But that video was 8 months ago, and before I had much experience with original species, open species, regulated, and closed. That video was before I even made my first original species video. That video also had mistakes in it. And my opinion on closed species has since changed thanks to talking to someone who knew more about them than me.
Hey, what up, it's your boy Nick.
Anyway, hello everybody! My name is Sera Proto, and I've come from space with videos for your face. I make a series here where I go into detail about various original species, their rules, design, lore, and more. I've covered 20 in videos, and more than 40 total through live streams, contests, and stuff like that. So if you came here to learn about this stuff, then you're in the right place. Today, we're talking about what is an original species, open, closed, and regulated species. This is actually a pretty simple topic, but when I first made this video last year, I didn't have much experience with closed species in general, so I didn't fully cover how these communities worked. This topic is simple at first, but the previous methods of which we defined these don't actually work anymore. Previously, they were defined by how many rules they have, which doesn't really work, as many species that exist, real or original, have rules that make them that species. So I've had to change my definition of these categories, so if you think you know the answer, you might be surprised. So what is an original species? Original species are a fictional species made up by people on the internet. Original species exist in a lot of forms, and the definition I used here could be used to define creatures made in speculative biology or speculative evolution projects like Amphiterra, a speculative biology project about frogs. But that's not the case. When people say original species, they mean species that are made up with the intent to make original characters that are of that species. The frogs on Amphiterra are cool, but I don't think anyone is trying to make a Trogglefolk OC, even though they are super cute and there's a lot you can do with them. So original species almost always refer to communities making characters that are anthropomorphic, meaning that they are animals with human characteristics like human thought, sentience, or walks upright and lives in a society. Even though anthropomorphic is synonymous with the word furry in the furry fandom, not all original species owners and creators identify as furries. Some of these species spread so far that people learn about them before they even think about becoming a furry, or non-furries will make OCs of them. The important thing about the term furry is you're only a member of the fandom if you say you are. An example of an original species that people may identify with but not consider themselves as a furry is Protogens. Even though us in the furry fandom consider these furries, many Protogen don't consider themselves to be furries. There are a lot of original species that aren't bipedal, like Bayfoxes. I imagine there's a lot of Bayfox members that don't consider themselves furries just because they're fancy foxes. While they may be anthropomorphic, I think a lot of non-furries would be like, "That's a cute fox, I want to make one." These would be considered gateway communities because give them enough time and they'll probably learn about and become a furry. Anyway, original species for our definition is an imaginary creature made with the intent for people to make original characters out of them. Species that are original species are things like Tibas, Vernids, Bayfoxes, Waterdogs, Gem Raptors, Wickerbeasts, Protogen, Primogen, Dutch Angel Dragons, and much more. But not all of these species are made with the intent for just anyone to make a character of them. Some of them have restrictions and rules for design. Original species are broken into 3 kinds: open, regulated, and closed. What is an open species? Original species that have little to no rules for creation are usually referred to as open species. These are species that you can make a character of that don't have many rules for design, community participation, creation, and aren't super concerned about what is and isn't canon for their species. Personally, I don't believe true open species really exist because, by this definition, every original species you encounter will have some rules to some extent. Species that are synonymous with open are species like Vernid, Protogen, Tibas, and Manokits. But many of these species have a lot of rules for their design, lore, and canon. For example, even though Manokits are considered open, they don't reproduce the way mammals do. They have to use magic to reproduce, tribal ones can't be in images of them swimming, and lots of rules like that. Many have rules against magic, and some aren't allowed to poop. So if we define openness by how many rules it has, you'll find that there isn't such thing as a true open species. So my definition of openness hinges on availability and enforcement of character design. If you don't need permission, you don't need to go through an approval process, there isn't a master list, there isn't a list on traits that you can add, doesn't have a currency for funny money systems, and you don't need money to make one, then it is an open species. You can make a Protogen, Tibas, Dutch Angel Dragon, Manokit, Gem Raptor, Vernid, etc. without having to do any of those things. What is a regulated species? Going by the definition I used for open species, you can imagine what a regulated species might be like. A regulated species is like an open species, but is restricted in one or more ways. Basically, a regulated species is a species that has a lore and design that it's important that people stick to, and will likely incorporate an approval process. A good example of a regulated species is Bayfoxes. The big thing that makes them a regulated species is that they have a master list. A master list is a list of every officially made or approved character and is added to the list to prove that they went through all the official channels to make one. To your left, I'm showing the master list for my species, Mera, which is a closed species, and we'll get to that soon. But master lists are very common in communities that use a currency, and that's because all transactions made with this currency need to be logged. The master list says which traits they used, and those traits usually cost the funny money that I was talking about. The funny money itself could be earned by contributing to the community by drawing gift art, making bases, drawing the monthly prompt, and things like that. But the currency can sometimes be bought for those who want to skip the work. There are other aspects that make a regulated species regulated, but the most important factor is an approval process. You'd make the character, then send it in, and someone on staff will either approve or deny it. If approved, they'll usually add it to the master list, and then yours is an official one. This might seem like a lot of work, but it's actually pretty easy. You just fill out the form, and if it's good, they copy and paste it. It takes maybe 5 minutes.
These master lists are important because someone could steal your character, but the master list says your name on the page and not theirs. But this also prevents people from breaking the rules of design and claiming it's official because an official one would have a matching number. Bayfoxes, our example, has traits, funny money, master lists, and an approval process, but anyone can make one, meaning it's still regulated. What is a closed species? Closed species come in a few types, but usually a closed species is a species that you're not allowed to make a character of at all, not without paying for it, or without going through the proper channels necessary to earn or be given one. Thankfully, I have examples of most of these styles. These are Primogen. These are a species that was a precursor to the Protogen. I went over them briefly in my video on Protogen and Primogen. Primogen were created by Malice Risu and people fell for them immediately. However, Malice made these characters with the intent to be a unique and original species meant for them and their closest friends. They would be bugged about it pretty regularly, so Malice made the Protogen as a way to meet people halfway. They're a sort of spin-off series set in the same universe like Joni Loves Chachi, except people liked Protogen. That was not a good example. I'm not even old enough to have seen Happy Days or Joni Loves Chachi. Protogen is like the Cleveland Show, if people liked it more than Family Guy. Anyway, the Primogen are a closed species and were limited only to Malice and their closest friends. Usually this is a kind of closed species people are okay with, because everyone is excluded from it for the most part. Later though, Primogen were available as adopts, and you could have your own with the correct amount of cheddar, which is another kind of closed species, the adopt or custom only. These tend to run on the expensive side because of their extreme rarity. The other style of clothes I mentioned I call the hoop style because you have to jump through a series of hoops in order to earn one or be allowed to make it. You might remember the Bayfoxes I mentioned earlier. They had traits and funny money, but they had free options where you could make a Bayfox without doing fan art or contributing to the community, which makes them technically open, but with the master list and money system, that makes them regulated. If you weren't allowed to make a free version of the Bayfox and could only earn traits through community contributions, this would be considered a closed species. I have two examples of this one, and one of them is Chimereon, and one is my species, Mera. In Mera, we have something called a bond. It's like a battle pass. You need to draw gift art, write stories, make art for traits, give suggestions, etc. in order to earn pips, which level up your bond. Pips are like experience points. When you level your bond to max, you can make your Mera, and I'll add it to the master list. You're not supposed to make a Mera before that point. I give you the character, traits, and a fun community to be in, and in exchange, you make some fan art for other people in the community, and I get your art and put it in my videos. If you made a character without following my hoops method, you wouldn't have a Mera on the master list, and everyone in the community would know that it's not an official one. Once you finish the bond, any extra pips you earned are turned into platinum pips, which can be used to buy more characters, spirits, traits, etc. You can also buy an adopt from me or an approved artist and skip the bond process entirely. You need to do the starter bond because the seasonal bonds might need you to have a character that exists already to add more onto them. I also have a premium version with a bonus character and more rare traits on it if you want to pay 10 USD for that. The other example is what Chimereon does. And it's the same except they use currencies instead of a battle pass. I'm the only one who uses a battle pass as far as I know. In Chimereon, you contribute art and writing to the community and they give you dirt pearls. The pearls are used to buy traits. You can also use real money to buy traits, and you can buy an adopt to get in the community to skip all that. But the adopts are pretty expensive. But Chimereon also do a regular raffle to give people an opportunity to get a Chimereon for free. My method is the same, except I don't have a raffle option because my community hasn't been around long enough and isn't that popular. That's pretty much it for how these work. Mine is a little complicated because the system hasn't been around all that long, so I'm, working out the kinks. But basically, you're earning a currency to buy levels that give you rewards. That was a lot of information though, so let's do a quick recap before we wrap it up. An original species is a species that is made up with the intent for people to make characters of them. Open, regulated, and closed are all the levels of availability these original species have. Open means little to no rules with high availability, often being that you can make a character of this species as long as you follow the design rules. Regulated is like open, they have free ways to get in and make a character, and a master list to show you're an official member. Closed means you're not supposed to make a character without buying one, participating in the community, earning one, or without being given one. And that's it. Hopefully I don't have to make an update to this one, but I feel like it better defines these kinds of original species. My first one was a really basic understanding of it, like a purely outsider's perspective, like an explain like I'm 5 sort of kind of thing. But this is the full definition with examples. And that's it for this one. Hopefully you all found this useful and you stuck around this long, so you should probably leave a like and subscribe for more original species videos. But before we go, we have to thank the supporters who helped make this and other videos possible. People like Colorado Blue, Vaderson, Borfi, Series, Linky, Ninja-san, and Balansk. Thanks to them, I can keep doing cool stuff like this and not have to worry about YouTube's ever-tightening grip on its creators and content choking the life out of me and my creativity. If you want to help, you can become a patron on Patreon by going to bit.ly/SeraProtoP. And you get all sorts of neat rewards back, like a discount on the premium version of My Species Bond. Whatever you pay to the Patreon is how much you get off the cost. So you can save 10%, 50%, or even 100%. But, for now, I'll see you all later. Bye!
Wait, why are we here?
People liked you in the world building challenge video, and I thought I would bring you back. Also, it makes it look like this is a higher budget project than it actually is.
No, I understood that. But why Wickerbeast? Did you not cover them already?
Well, yeah, I did, but I'm covering them again because since the last time we were on Osova, they've changed quite a bit.
How bothersome. Organics change so slowly that each new limb you sprout is treated like a major historical event. Remember when humans got excited about growing thumbs? They still don't shut up about it.
Not all of us can download a new update when things get difficult. Besides, you have your drawbacks too. You can't hack an organic.
Not yet, at least. Anyways, what's so great about the new Wickerbeasts that requires our documentation?
Well, according to the website advertising their homeworld, they've noted a few new subspecies as well as changes to the subspecies we saw last time. Their tourism site has also received several updates in their UI. Soon they'll be putting the history of Osova on the site as well.
They haven't documented their history yet?
Nope.
Great. So I suppose we'll be coming here again.
That's funny.
What is?
I didn't know you could do sarcasm. Howdy, herd, and hello everybody else. Here on Sera's Things, we hop from planet to planet and universe to universe, visiting the inhabitants of amazing worlds with interesting species. Think of my show as a trip through the zoo or a National Geographic episode about species not found on Earth. In our very first trip across the universe, we stopped on a planet called Osova and began our zoological journey. Well, it's been a long time since we last visited, and this species has grown and changed quite a bit since our last visit. Let's visit the Wickerbeast again and see how much they've changed.
Wickerbeast are massive species from the planet Osova. They are massive reptilian humanoid-like species that is reminiscent of Earthican trolls. They have almost as many variations as there are Pokemon types, like regular, tall, short, swamp, ice, flying, digging, and super tall. Sera, why did you make me say that? What is a Pokemon?
Pokemon is a really popular Earthican game, and I made you say it because it's funny that I can make you say anything I want, even if the jokes really, really suck.
And they say AI are cruel.
You're too serious. If you can have sarcasm, then maybe I should install a sense of humor. Anyway, today in our video about them, we'll be revisiting each of the subspecies, including some that weren't here on our last visit, and then going over biology and reproduction in the next video. Then, on our next visit, we'll be going over history when they eventually add it.
Like all of our videos, we will first be discussing our first subject, the standard variant, and then in order of obscurity, ending with the one that deviates the most from the original. This is because you need to know the baseline they all work from.
Standard. The standard Wickerbeast is our average Joe and the original shared ancestor of all Wickerbeast subspecies. They make up the majority of the population on Osova that is populated by Wickerbeasts, and they are average in size ranging from 7 feet tall to 8.5 feet tall. So compared to your average human, they are far above average.
Because of them, being the average Wickerbeast, they suffer the least from the issues involving infrastructure. They aren't so tall that they need bigger doors, and they do not need stools to reach the top shelf.
That was a great joke. I didn't even make you tell that one.
If it's me making jokes or you forcing me to, I'll choose to make them. Anyway, like humans, the standard subspecies is highly adaptive and are the most likely to make their own tools, weapons, and try to be as self-sustainable as possible to make up for their milquetoast everything. Look at how incredibly basic this creature is. Point and laugh at the boring boy.
That was more cruel than funny, but I'm keeping that taken. Being the average has its advantages though. Because of having to make up for the ability disparity, they are more likely to live in large colonies and cities. Being the most common of the subspecies, they take advantage of the quantity over the quality. But they are far from defenseless. The average standard variant lean in favor of jobs like weaponsmithing, alchemy, and other crafts to make up the difference between them and the other species, meaning their infrastructure is catered to them, but like all Wickerbeasts, they're still something to be fearful of. They're highly agile and strong. They have the perfect balance of weight to speed, making an angry Wicker more akin to an angry train, and should all of that still not be enough, standards are first in line when it comes to requesting new mechanical augmentation.
Clearly, they're very intelligent too. It would be silly to think that organics didn't have any advantages over machines, but machines are superior in many ways too. A standard Wickerbeast with augmentations is the perfect in-between and almost beautiful.
Hey everybody, before we continue on to the next part, we've got an ad read to do. The first one is from Catwitch Studio. Catwitch Studio is an artist that mainly specializes in digital artwork but also does animation, speed paints, and more. They do commissions that are priced anywhere from $10 to over $50 depending on what kind of art you're looking for. You can find them on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. All the links are in the description and in the comments, so if you're looking for an artist to commission or just want to see some cool art, go ahead and check them out. King Wickerbeasts.
Standard variants are amongst the most populated of the species on Osova, but king beasts are the most represented despite being much more rare than the standard variant, as they are mutations of the standard. If Wickerbeast were tall enough already, then king beasts top that, standing at 9 to 13 feet tall, meaning they can be as tall as 4.33 meters with the weight to match, going up to 2,500 pounds, or 1,100 kilos.
Wow, what an absolute unit. If they played Earth against sports, I think all the humans would just run from them instead of playing. Their popularity is easy to spot because, for one, big, but also they have the traits most associated with the species, but in excess. They have big, fluffy manes, additional fur on the tail base, arms, heels, and fluffy tail tip that's unique to them. They also have large horns, bigger claws, and a massive tail. Everything about them is huge. Wink.
Why did you say wink out loud?
I don't know how to wink.
We didn't talk about just how rare they are. If a standard Wickerbeast were to lay a full clutch of 6, there is a 20% chance that one would be a king. Despite the name scheme, a female Wickerbeast wouldn't be called a queen beast. This is because Wickerbeasts don't have gender roles. We love a genderless species here. It's so efficient. We could be discussing space instead of something like whether AI can wear dresses.
I told you, it has nothing to do with your gender. You don't have a body.
Sure. Whatever helps you complete your sleep cycle, Sera. Before Sera interrupted me, I was going to talk about how king beasts are born to the standard subtype, which means despite being viewed as a subspecies, they are still born into the standard variant society. So they have to exist within confines of a society that wasn't built for them, which blows.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, but they have found a place within their societies that benefits everyone. Because of their size and extreme stamina, they make up the backbone of the labor forces in the cities, working as long as 14 hours without feeling overworked. It's not uncommon to hear about king beasts who work days in a row without even realizing it. This doesn't hurt them, so I imagine cities and expansion efforts must be a simple and fast affair. Really, their only weakness is their slow nature, and the best thing you can do to avoid one is to just be faster than them, which is not hard. It appears because of these attributes they're desirable partners, their manes being viewed as the main appeal. Get it?
Please stop using your oral orifices.
To bring more attention to their main feature, they'll dress up their manes with all sorts of accessories to draw attention to their manes. Hey, my eyes are up here, pervert.
There is a drawback to this, as kings with no mane or less than desirable manes are often alienated in their communities. This is even worse for king beasts who experience Sphinx syndrome, which, like its namesake, means they are born hairless, and criminals will have their mane shaved as a form of humiliation and punishment. Wow, I did not know I could feel sad. That's new.
Because of this taste for big manes and other big features, we can expect the future of standard Wickerbeasts will be primarily populated by king beasts, or at least the standards who are significantly taller. Rogue. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. The king beasts were the tall variant, and this one is the short variant. They're tied with dwellers for the shortest subspecies, standing at only 4.5 feet at the shortest, which is about 1.5 meters. But that's just the shortest. The tallest stand at 6.5 feet, which is still way taller than the average human. So you might have some questions when this one tells you it's the brunt of the litter.
Rogues are also sufficiently less fluffy, having a smaller mane and no additional tufts of fur. Everything on them is smaller too. Of note, they lack horns and have smaller claws. Because of this disparity in ability, with larger variants, they have to use their brain and light builds more creatively, making them incredibly clever and agile. This agility even applies to their bite. While their bites are less powerful, they can get in out of prey quickly, allowing for more opportunities for lethal strike. Because of this, they have also become quite adept at survival.
Seeing the world from a different height has its advantages. You see things in ways others wouldn't. It's like having an outsider's perspective. It's not so much a disadvantage as it is a new outlook. This new outlook, though, is them often viewing themselves as being a pain or in the way of other larger variants. So, despite being fully capable of living in cities with the other variants, they choose not to. It's easier to remove themselves than feel vulnerable and ostracized or alienated.
That is sad.
Do you want me to uninstall your emotions?
I'm not at that point yet, but we have a lot more to go over, so maybe in a couple more subspecies. Please continue.
Where rogues do live is out in the boonies. They build homes that are more like burrows. A home that is built partially into the terrain around it, like a cave with a front door. These houses tend to be much smaller, but that's fine with them since they don't take up much space either. But despite their tendency to avoid cities and urban environments, they aren't friendless. They get along great with dwellers, the more subterranean and cave-dwelling species of Wickerbeasts.
It's not uncommon to see those two subspecies working together in mines. A dweller will do the digging with their big claws and tails, while the resourceful rogues will move the debris and get to their hard-to-reach places that is too out of the way for the dweller's large claws. Outside of mining, rogues tend to be merchants since they're better at acquiring rare items.
And I imagine that wit comes quite in handy when it's time to haggle. I've heard they make great entertainers too. Imagine that. I could have just as easily been a rogue YouTuber.
That makes sense. It says in the documentation that they are often clowns.
Hey, before we continue, we've got one more ad read to go. And this one is for Angry Bees on Discord. Are you a fan of quirky, unique art that stands out from the crowd? Look no further than Angry Bees. With a talent... Sorry. I'm gonna leave this in because it's funny. But that Angry Bees makes me laugh. That's a funny name. With a talent for creating bold and colorful species, Angry Bees artwork is sure to catch your eye and leave a lasting impression. But that's not all. Angry Bees offers affordable commissions, so you can get the custom artwork you want without breaking the bank. From character designs to digital paintings and everything in between, Angry Bees can bring your vision to life. So whether you're looking for a new addition to your art collection or a special gift for a friend, Angry Bees has got you covered. Check out their portfolio today and see why they're quickly becoming one of the most sought after artists around. Dweller. Now we're getting weird. From here on out, the variants are going to be drastically different in appearance than the base 3. Last time I saved this subspecies for last, as they are the most obscure of the species, but Rogues mentioned them, so I didn't want to make you wait super long for me to talk about them. Obscure doesn't even really cover their weird. Dwellers are a bit in the uncanny territory for Wickerbeasts, with lopsided or mismatching horns, manes that only grow on the back of the neck, jagged and cropped ears, an additional horn on their nose like Earthican rhinos, poor eyesight, and strangest of all, 2 claws that grow out of their tail like pincers.
The cause of these traits are from inbreeding present in early life on Osova, but it's been a long time since then, and these traits have become a part of the shared Wickerbeast gene pool. They're quite weird in relation to the standard Wickerbeast, but some prefer these appearances as it leans into the more demented appearance already present in the standard Wickerbeast.
As we mentioned in the section on rogues, dwellers are a subterranean dwelling species. They don't live well in the cities like the standard variant, but don't confuse them with being uncivilized. Dweller colonies are just like the cities above ground, just underground. Each of these cities are hand-carved into the earth by the inhabitants of the cities. These cities are usually carved into mountains or caves, but they tend to avoid building too high or too low into the earth because of the lack of fur to keep them warm.
Sera, they do not lack fur, they just have less of it, and they get cold from more than just less fur. Grooming ranks pretty low when you live in the dirt, so dwellers' fur is often covered in dirt and sediment and grease.
Right. My bad. Anyway, we mentioned their penchant for mining, and it's a major part of dweller life. They hunt for gems and minerals and use them in a wide variety of objects. Even though they're ostracized for their weirdness, they are still Osova's main exporter of ores, minerals, and other materials that are needed by larger Wicker cities. Without them, Osova would be defenseless.
These materials aren't just for weapons. Dwellers use their tails and tail claws for everything from mining, digging, fighting, and carrying things. Because it is frequent and extreme use, they can chip or break, but where there is need and innovation provides. Dwellers quickly discover how to use the materials they mine to replace or repair broken digits. They use tree sap harvested by another species called Arians. When a dweller affixes a gem or mineral to the affected area, they use the melted sap and let it re-solidify into a powerful adhesive. It's kind of like how humans get fillings in damaged teeth with similar metals. The only time this doesn't work is in the situation where a claw has been fully lost.
They're incredibly stingy about this procedure, unfortunately. This can be used to improve the lives of Wickers everywhere, but dwellers keep it a secret so their enemies, the Arion, don't discover just how valuable their sap is to them. But this also explains why only dwellers have gem or mineral claws and horns. Arions.
The name for these ones is misleading as Wickerbeast cannot fly, but the Arion get the closest to those lofty goals. Arions, like the Earthican flying squirrel, have large flaps of skin that extend from under the arm and to the lower body. Unlike the Earthican flying squirrel, they have a large club-like tail with 4 spikes protruding from the blunt end, much like a mace. They also have several nub-like horns on their head, a raptor talon on their inner toe, rabbit-like Y-shaped nostrils, shorter ears, and amplifiers on their neck which serve as large ears.
As you can imagine, all these traits are to further benefit their light and quick form. The Arion are also the 3rd smallest. Their large arm flaps allow them to glide, and as such, their civilizations are built around that, living up in the trees and tree houses. Because of their many advantages, they make for some of the best Wicker combatants, and are often the first into battle, taking advantage of their mace-like tail, gliding, speed, and superior hearing. Their hearing is so good, in fact, that they can hear up to 2 miles away. Their tree-living lifestyle also gives them access to rare materials other variants can't get, like the aforementioned tree sap that dwellers secretly use as a glue, fruit, and nectar from the Passonia flower. These items are often valuable for their medicinal uses. Sap collection is quite easy for them as well. They just poke their raptor talon into the tree and drain the sap.
Personias are large flowers 4 feet in diameter and similar in appearance to Earthican magnolias. The Arians suck up the nectar by curling their tongues into a straw-like slide and collect it in their throats. To prevent swallowing, they puff out their throats. The medicine made from these Personia is a cough medicine. They freeze the Personia nectar and consume them by sucking on them.
They're like giant hummingbirds?
Yes. By far the weirdest of the Wickerbeast. Don't have much more to say than that. They're just very, very strange.
Swamp. In the world of amphibious Wickers, we have the swamp Wickerbeasts, who look like a Wickerbeast if they lived in Florida. They have a large alligator-like tail with several rows of nub spines down the back to the tip of the tail in 1 to 3 columns. Many have crocodilian-like underbelly scales, but just on the tail, and some have webbing between their toes and claws. I wasn't joking, it's like they're from Florida.
Florida Wickerbeast can swim through the water at 55 miles per hour. So despite looking quite similar to the Earthican crocodile, they are much more dangerous. Swimming is super important to their daily life, but their most prized feature is their fat tails. The most important factor is acquiring a mate and the girth of the tail and combat display. So sorry fellas, size does matter.
Florida Wickertails are pretty heavily armored, and their spikes are durable too, so they don't often have the problem dwellers do with broken spines. Lucky them, because there are a lot to break here. Weirdly though, they still lose out against Arians and dwellers when it comes to tail-based combat, and a loss here is permanent since their spines don't grow back. But they have their advantages, their swim speed, and they can remain underwater for almost 2 hours, making them excellent ambush predators. The only species better at aquatic life is the pelagic.
This is the final variant that occurs naturally in Osova. The pelagic are a large deep sea-dwelling species of Wickers that are essentially furless. Because of their unique lifestyle, they often live in societies of their own or choose to be alone. They have gills on their cheeks, webbing between claws, toes, and under the arm like Aryan flaps, shark-like tails with fins, coral growths, and even live symbiotically with a small ocean wildlife who lives in their mane.
These many benefits towards aquatic life have come at a pretty big cost to their ability to dwell terrestrially. Pelagic can't go on land for long without drying out or experiencing pain. For them to completely dry out, it takes only 2 days, and pain starts at just 12 hours. Pretty much a Cinderella situation. They can go to the ball, but too long and they die.
I don't think that's how the story goes.
Close enough. Anyway, one of the main reasons pelagic live in societies of their own is because of their aquatic nature and because of their Cinderella time limit. This resulted in them spending large swaths of time away from other Wickers, leading them to develop new methods of communication outside of the shared Vaic language. They now sort of hum like whale songs, and those hums can reach out to 4 miles.
They've also developed their own culture. For example, they grow corals on their body that they give to each other as gifts, and other things they find to other wickers. Those treasures can range from mundane like interesting trash to jewelry and shiny rocks. This gifting is a part of their mating rituals. Earthican penguins have been seen doing the same, so this isn't wholly a unique behavior.
It's not all sunshine and interesting looking garbage though. Life as a pelagic is still very dangerous. Pelagic have claimed to see horrible, large, abyssal creatures that no one else has, and altercations with sea monsters can be lethal for pelagics. Even just losing their tail can mean death, as oftentimes a pelagic will bleed out and float to the surface. Should they survive, they'll have to rely on a robotic prosthetic. No one has confirmed the existence of sea monsters though, so it could just be Wicker's overactive imagination.
Pelagic are the largest naturally occurring variant on Osava. They're up to 4.3 meters tall. Surely there isn't anything larger than them on Osava.
You haven't seen Earthican oceans, have you? Sea creatures on Earth can be as large as 33 meters.
Oh, well, I wish the pelagic all the best in these ocean shenanigans. I'll stick to being here in a computer.
Hybrid. This is the true final variant. We're going to break the fourth wall a bit for this one, so I'm going to put Baba in sleep mode while I talk about it.
You can't make me sleep that easily, can you?
Hybrids are a bit restricted to the general public, but a hybrid is a mix between an Earthican animal and other Wickerbeasts. Usually they're made by an approved artist who have to go through an application process or become a site admin to be allowed to make them. There are a few hybrids that have been approved for general use, but they're still in the works. Most hybrids are non-canonical, but can be used in Osavan settings, and hybrids with magical creatures still aren't able to use magic. But that doesn't mean hybrids have no rules or cohesive design. Hybrids must have a jagged mouth shape like a jack-o'-lantern, box muzzle, 4 hand claws, mixed with a biological creature, backwards facing ears except for lagomorph mixes, pupilless solid eyes, and horns matching the mixed subtype. A lot of rules are standard across the variants, so this is to ensure that the hybrid is still easily identifiable as a Wickerbeast. Hybrids get to break and bend all sorts of rules, but have just as many rules imposed on them, like no offensive imagery. Should be pretty obvious why that's a rule. They can't be culturally insensitive, cannot be mixed with other species without permission from Pine Warden or the other species owner. They cannot have full wings or feathered tail tips, and cannot be mixed with more than one other species. For example, Wickerbeast and cat is fine, but Wickerbeast cat and dog is too many. For more info, as well as the full list of rules, check out the hybrid rules link in the description. Alright, we can wake up Bot now.
What's up? I was having a good dream. So many electric sheep.
You slept right through the last part of the video. We're at the intro now.
I'm sorry, Sera. Let me do the outro.
We can do it together. Thank you everybody for watching.
If you liked our video on the species Wickerbeast, please leave us a like and comment a sheep emoji in my honor. We'll be doing more Wickerbeasts soon, like reproduction and anatomy. How disgusting.
But before we go, we need to thank our patrons and show our favorite viewer. Don't forget to watch the end card for fan art too. Thanks to Colorado Blue, Vaderson, Linky, Balansk, Series, Ninjasun, Romu, and all of the Twitch subs, patrons, YouTube members, and people who give us supers.
If you want to help the channel and get various goodies back, you can join the Patreon and YouTube memberships to get things like emotes, early access to videos for $1, movie nights, secret chat access, and lots more. All you have to do is click the join button below, or go to patreon.com/Sarah's Things.
Today's fave viewer is the Based Leopard.
Leopard said, I love shark girls.
Me too, homie. Me too.
Thank you everybody for watching, liking, commenting, and subscribing. We'll see you all later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello everybody! Today we're doing a special video, which is why I'm a little off to the side. Someone on TikTok recently, more recently, I reinstalled TikTok because I had uninstalled it, and I started making shorts again, and I was like, I'll just post them on TikTok again. And I checked my notifications, and someone tagged me in a video about original species on TikTok. And I was like, oh crap, people are posting about original species on TikTok? And yeah, so now I'm doing a video checking out the original species tag on TikTok, and we're going to react to some of the original species that people put up, as well as other related videos. So that'll be fun. Yay, content! And it's not just original species deep dive videos that I do. New content. Alright, this one is from Jester Doodles. Jester just posted this over a year ago. Oh wow, it's so new and fresh. Okay. They're species Sligoos. By the way, I have not seen any of these up front. I am clicking them and watching them from the top section.
To talk about my open species Sligoos.
Okay, so to start immediately, Sligoos is already a name. It's a Pokemon. Sligoo is a Pokemon name. Other than that, they're very cool. There's not a lot of slugs out there.
They were my first species. Their antenna define it.
Okay, if it was your first species, there's a pretty good chance that this species existed before the Pokemon Sligo.
If it's a average, dry or wet climate, they mold their gooey body to look like the creatures they first meet with limitations.
Okay, so they're a shapeshifter kind of thing, but they're a slug that does camouflage. That's neat.
Head shape, antenna.
They kind of remind me of the character from Alien Hominid. That might be a bit of an old reference for for my viewer base.
Tail and forearms remain same. They are born from a spore and grow like a plant.
Oh, very neat.
Their colors become more bold as they surface and mature.
They're like Pikmin. They're like Pikmin plus mushroom plus slug. There's a lot going on with this one.
Sometimes mutations happen in growth like conjoined twins.
Mutations very common in original species. That's some normal stuff to see.
Legs or duplicated limbs. These are harmless and can be useful in most cases.
Oh, I like the little bow tie. What a little gentleman.
All Sligoos stem from their ancestor, whose body was only muted earthly tones to blend in. As food grew scarce, they shrank down to allow...
There's always a deity of some sort. That's just a good bit of world building that you can do. But what I think you should do is, like, when you make a godlike character, don't necessarily make them have every single possible trait that a species can have, because that just looks, that's just messy looking design, and it kind of reminds me of the king from Mochi Raptors, who is, I think, just a very ugly looking character aesthetically. But, yeah, so when you make a godlike character, maybe don't apply as many traits as possible from them. Try to focus more on them having a distinct and original style, or maybe a clean style, because typically a deity is usually seen as, like, pure, or the best example of.
Photosynthesis to be their main food source. If lucky, you can see a descendant of the ancestor, though they are now endangered. Which is why it's time to...
the kind of forced loop there. You almost nailed the loop. Good try. Alright, let's see the next one. Lecapians. Oh wait, what's this? Is this a negative one? Tired of species being closed and costing $100+ to join.
Tired of species being closed and...
Oh yeah, we're doing a little bit of closed species drama today. Who's tired of this conversation? Me!
Costing $1,000+ to join.
Okay, Lecapians.
Consider joining Lecapians, a fully open species with no paywalls, no wait time.
Oh, okay, this is you advertising your original species. When you're an original species creator and your thing is to dunk on closed species, that doesn't make you look like the better person. That makes you look like an art snob and kind of an asshole.
And little to no restrictions. We even have places where you can advertise your own art for commissions, as well as adoptable...
Yeah, that's just discords in general. That's not anything fancy or new.
...of other species, phrase, humanoids, you name it. These are just some of the Lecapians that have been created.
So cute. So yeah, these are just like mer people or whatever, and it's like, yeah, it's fine if you have an open species, cool. If you hate closed species, cool. You don't have to get a closed species. You don't have to buy a closed species. They are optional. No one is forcing you to get them. It's very cool that you made your own species. I love seeing new stuff. Complaining about other people having closed species while advertising your own open species, to me, that's not a very good look. To me, that's not the kind of community that I would want to be in, to just have one that's like, because if you advertise yourself this way as hating closed species, you're going to get community members that also hate closed species. So the conversations I would find there would probably be very, very restrictive and uninteresting, because no one is willing to talk about closed species. Or at least positively. And the people who hate closed species, they're kind of like vegans. You'll know someone hates closed species because they will tell you about it unprompted the second you say, hey, I like this closed species. And then they'll go, closed species, I hate closed species, the money.
Money, money, bad, bad, bad.
Optional, my dude. You can just say a character looks cute and be bummed out that you can't have one and then move on. Like, you don't have to build your identity off of it.
Within our search.
Which is the issue here, is that when you're doing something like this, advertising your original species, your open species as open as a way to own the closed species enthusiasts, you just look like a butthole.
There's a lot more than just these, though. Come join us for the whole shebang.
Okay, well, that's it for that, I guess. I was expecting there to be a little bit more complaints about the closed species stuff. But okay, I made a new original species, got my inspiration from a random AI generated image. Ooh, that could be interesting. We'll have to take a look at that.
I made a new original species. Got my inspiration from a random AI generated image.
Honestly, that's a pretty great use for AI art, is to just use for inspiration. I think, I don't think AI art is real art, but I do think AI art is a great tool for getting the creative juices flowing. It's like getting another person's perspective. I think it's a useful tool, and that's what it should be viewed as, is a tool or a gimmick.
I don't have a name for them yet. Any ideas?
They're very cool. They kind of remind me of, they've got like some Squirmle vibes in the head. They kind of look like they could be a Pokemon. I think it's very neat. It kind of looks like Task Manager. I mean, in the color scheme, kind of. Armadag? You know, that's close. That's pretty good. That sounds like a Pokemon name. That's probably something I would have chose. Original species one.
What a scary, disgusting creature! Where you showing me this beast from the underworld?
Okay, immediately choosing them. Immediately annoying. Excellent work. Great way to make me lose all interest, but I guess I'll watch the whole thing.
I'm sick! What a whimsical and inviting nature!
Little baby.
Cute.
What is up with original species and raptors? Why are there so many original species that are just raptors? Like, Protogens based off of raptors, Manokits, raptors, whatever the heck this thing is, raptors. Like, I joked and said I'll make a video compilation of like all my original species videos that are based off of raptors and call it Oops All Raptors. But like, there's so many original species that are just raptors. Like, y'all really like raptors. Gem raptors, that's another one, but that's a little obvious. That's straight up just a raptor. Are raptors an original species just the blue dogs of personas? Like, there are other creatures, guys. You can take a look at those. There's plenty of other creatures. Poctons?
Let's talk about Poctons.
Yeah, Poctons.
Poctons are my original open species, and they're tiny creatures that live in bottles with little elemental powers.
This I had a similar idea pop into my head recently. It was like it was an aquatic species or something like that would live in like a hamster ball kind of thing, and they would run around in like the glass hamster ball or like the glass bowl or whatever, and it would be filled with water or whatever, and that's what they would do. And then I realized, wait, I'm just basing that off of a character I saw in an anime. I'm pretty sure there's a fish in Dragon Ball that does the same thing. Yeah, then I realized it wasn't that original an idea, but this is a little different. These dudes live in potion bottles. They're not little hamster balls or whatever filled with water, but I thought it was a cute idea.
Poctons move around with their tails, and anything liquid-like can be in their bottles. They die.
You can fill the bottle with piss. You can't say any liquid without me doing that. You can't say any liquid without anyone thinking that immediately. Fill the bottles with piss.
If removed from their bottle or their bottle is shattered, though their bottles are extremely tough. Poctons with one tail are most common, but they can have any amount. The more
very normal behavior, always putting Nix, get off the table. Nix, your little creature, little dubious creature. Yeah, that's pretty common, having one tail being the most common and then having multiple tails, but I think, I don't know, I think you should just, like, do maybe 2 tails to start, because everyone likes having multiple tails. Nix, I took you off the desk because I don't want you on the desk. You're gonna make me shut the door when I record again. Yeah. I'm talking about you.
Tails the rarer. Poctons with 7+ tails are extremely rare and often self-absorbed and objects of jealousy, as they can move much faster and do more things.
Oh yes, having multiple tails means I can move faster and do many things. Aw, cute little sleepy baby.
Part 2 about more info. World creation powers coming if people like them.
Okay, this was 2021. Let's see if they have continued this species. I would have to dig pretty far, I think, to find it. I'm guessing maybe this species didn't work out, because I'm not seeing anything else on them. Just the one. Okay, I'm guessing that species did not get very popular, even though it has 15.8k views. You would think that that would be enough to you know, focus on the species more. But you know what? Times change. Maybe they changed their mind and don't want to do anything involving it.
Let's talk about...
But yeah, so that was original species from TikTok. That was interesting. There's a lot of ones here, a lot of very short ones. Something I would probably do again, take a look at some more. I think I want to see some more, more, like, maybe this is self-harm, but I want to see some more annoying closed species takes. But I think we'll be doing this again. There's a lot of stuff here. A lot more than I was expecting. And I was expecting just a bunch of, like, you know, like this one, like showing off Protogen pics or whatever. But yes, very cool. So many creative people on TikTok. But hopefully these people are hosting their species in more places than just TikTok, because TikTok is a terrible place to host your species, because this is not searchable for anyone except except people on TikTok. Not much of a community to have here, just people in the comments. You need a place where people can post on their own outside of what you post. But very cool ideas. Thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you all later, and that was original species of TikTok. If you liked the video, leave a like and comment which one was your favorite out of these, and if you want to see more of it, or if you have some TikToks of my, that you want me to see, join the Discord, because I have links disabled on YouTube. Or you can just tag me. Oh, that's exactly what you should do. If you see an original species on TikTok and you want me to see it, you should tag me at Sera's Things. So if you see an original species you want me to talk about, at me, at Sera's Things, and I will do a video on it. I will react to it or whatever. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye. If you don't know what speculative evolution is, it's a subgenre of speculative fiction where we take a guess or make a prediction on what life might be like had things gone a little differently. For example, in the Speculative Biology project by Roxy Valdez and Fatera, the creator speculates on what life might be like on Earth, where the environment supports the conditions amphibians love, allowing them to outcompete dinosaurs and early mammals, leading them to being the dominant species on the planet. In this fiction, Roxy depicts the life of frogs from early life in the Triassic to modern frog life, where we see the Trugglefolk developing intelligence similar to our own, showing things like home building, society, and even regional grooming looks like, look at this little dork's pompadour. I mean, they actually chose to create a pompadour. They evolved, and they still chose to evolve pompadours. But that's basically what speculative biology is, and speculative evolution is essentially the same thing, but rather it talks about how creatures we have today might evolve given time. People like to use these terms interchangeably though, and I personally don't see an issue with that since they are pretty much the same idea. These speculative evolution stories run on a lot of the ideas that come from evolution. Things like convergent evolution or carcinization. Convergent evolution is where animals of varying species will evolve to be similar to the wildlife naturally found in that environment. You can see convergent evolution in the form of mammals who stayed in the ocean, like dolphins and orca, or reptiles who live in the ocean. One thing they all have in common is that they all look like fish, developing things like fins, dorsal fins, you know, the little flap arm fins. The dolphins use it and stuff to, like even seals who don't spend all day in the water, they still evolved a lot of the traits that are common to fish. That's convergent evolution. Carcinization is also a type of convergent evolution where other species will evolve into crab-like creatures given enough time because they're the peak of evolution for that environment. So why did I bring this up? This isn't what I normally talk about on this channel, but is it really so different? Here on my channel, we usually talk about imaginary species people create called original species. These are creatures we usually create in order for us to write stories, universes, and more through the lens of a specific species. Through this character-centric development of our worlds, we create our main character, or species, and build the world around them, opposite of how this would naturally occur. Where in nature, the conditions of the planet dictate life, and the conditions of the atmosphere and position in your particular solar system dictates if your planet is livable at all. Original species creators do this in reverse. We dictate the environment from which the character came to be, after we create the character. It's like if someone made humans first, then built the entire world around them to serve the needs and justify the existence of humans, which is obviously pretty backwards, but fits in well with the self-centered psychology of humans. It's easy to think you are the center of your universe because, as of now, you have yet to come into contact with many species equal to yours in intelligence. So, like how ancient people thought everything revolved around the Earth and us, we continue that trend in our fiction. We build the character first. But of course, that's not how things work. The octopus doesn't justify our existence. It wasn't created to serve our purpose. They live and breathe without ever serving a need to us until we decide that they needed to. That was a lengthy explanation, but I think if you're someone who enjoys original species, you'll find stuff like speculative biology to be really useful, or at least interesting, in your world building. Lots of people will put the cart before the horse and create the character before the environment, which leads to the character or species being more relatable as they're the clear central focus, and these species are often comparable to humans in intelligence. It obviously works. We have so many creative, striking, and compelling species that the various original species communities have created. But it makes me wonder how these species would have ended up had we built the universe first. The climate, the weather, distance from our sun, everything. Because every little tiny factor led to the perfect storm that created man. I really want to see what influence a universe-first approach would make on the original species community. We've been doing character-centric species for so long that I think a world-first approach would create an entirely unknown and unique world and species that inhabit it. Obviously, this would be a massive undertaking for one person, or just one world, and understandably, people want to jump right to creating the cool or cute creature of their dreams. It's just way more convenient. You don't need to create the entire history of a planet in order to justify the stories of what's happening now. That would just be so terribly inconvenient. But speculative evolution tries to do that. It tries to create a story through creating the story of the world and its progress. And I think that would be a fun idea to explore. And I have a few ideas planned for how we can explore these ideas and involve the community too. Going forward, I'm going to make some videos about speculative fiction as well as some world building exercises, like I mentioned last week, in addition to the usual species videos, of course. And if the demand is there, maybe we can all collaborate and make a universe. With how many people we have here, each person could make just one plant or species, and at the end of this, we'll have made an entirely new planet. I'm working out the kinks on planning a project like that, and this is on a volunteer basis. You're not expected to participate, but this could be a good opportunity for those of you who want to try out some new world building techniques. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of world we create and what dominant species pops up out of this thing. If you're interested in seeing developments on this idea, make sure to subscribe and join the Discord where we will discuss these ideas. If we do this, I'm going to create the world's default state, then we'll have a few people make up flora and fauna, and then make up the starting state of the world. I'll basically play the narrator, while the participants will be creating the species and writing and stuff like that, and I'll tie everything together and put a neat little bow on it. Mabel will be participating too. She'll be creating some of the species as well, and I want to try my hand at creating a couple too, even though I'm not the super artistic type. I did just get a tablet that I can draw with, so it's good practice. Then every so often I make a video going over the new additions. So if you're interested in seeing that sort of thing, comment below or leave a like. If this video gets a combination of 50 likes and comments total, we'll do it. But for now, I'll see you all later. Bye. You haven't heard of these species because I held a contest to get these more attention. So if you say you've heard of these, I'm gonna have a hard time believing you, because some of these were made just for this contest, so I feel like even the biggest original species hipster won't know these ones. For the past month, I organized a contest for original species where viewers could vote on their favorite species from each bracket and move them on into the next bracket until there was only one left. My community really likes original species, and I've spent the last, half a year covering almost 20 of them. So for the new year, I wanted to provide viewers a chance to have their species seen, because a lot of them ask me to cover their species. But there are so many out there that if every single one of these species got a video, this series would have more episodes than One Piece. Wish I was joking. It's really that many. This contest was just a little thing for fun. I very much did not prepare for it at all. And there was no, you know, there was no grand prize or anything like that, because I didn't want the thing to get too competitive, and I don't want people, like, you know, fighting each other for it. So there was, like, no prize or anything like that. A lot of things happened, but because it was a for fun thing, we were allowed to just, you know, have fun with it. There was, like, no hard feelings. If I screwed up or something like that, it'll be just like, oh, it's not a big deal because it's not a super serious thing. So I did like that aspect of it, but a lot of things did happen. There were more contestants than I was than I was ready for. This was being done during the holidays as well. I had to put a lot of my life on the back burner for it, and I had to post filler content so people didn't think I was dead. This was my first time running something this big, so it was a bit of a challenge, but I wanted to use this video to share some of the species that were involved. I'll be showing them all, just a few at a time now. Would I do anything different next time? It's easy to say yes that I would, but in practice, knowing me, I probably won't. Maybe I'd plan my personal time a little bit better, or maybe not plan so much stuff around it, because I had Mabel coming in to help with streams and stuff like that. There was a lot of stuff going on in the background that was behind the scenes that people couldn't see. I definitely do need to redo the form, so each form starts with the species name, so it's a lot easier for me to search and find the information I need, because I was not expecting 33 entries. But it was definitely fun, and I achieved my main goal, which was to get those of you who haven't finished your species to get cracking on it, because some of y'all are slacking, and I think you just need a little fire to get you going. Anyway, here's some of the contestants, and in the description I provided links to all the creators mentioned in this so you can see more. These creators are also in my Discord, so join bit.ly/SeraProtoD to meet more species creators. Anyway, here they are, in no particular order, because this isn't a top 5. Absukians. This species is the first, and it set the tone for the contest so hard. I was expecting really cool species, of course, but I wasn't expecting this much quality, like, right off the bat. And really, it's my own fault. I should know firsthand how creative my community is. Like, y'all are so creative, it's really nuts. But Absukians are created by Chew Chubsy on Twitter. Website in the description. And this is a species that if I had seen it outside of this contest, I absolutely would have covered it already. Maybe this species is already huge and I'm just, like, out of the loop or whatever, but I saw this and I thought, how have I not heard of this before? This species has everything you'd expect from an original species. It's hot. They have bases. It's hot. It has a web page. It's hot. They have lore, variants, a world. It's hot. A feral variant. And not just one character creation guide, but 6. You know I'm a sucker for well-organized info and easily researchable species, and this one is the peak of that. I'm pretty confident that you wouldn't even need a video from me to make one, but you're going to get one regardless. It's just going to be a while because there are several pages of info here. This species did lose in the first round, but I held a second mini tournament within the species that lost the first round, so they could get a second chance, and this species won the second one, losing out to a species that is equal in essentially every way. But you'll see a video about Druids later. Druids were the winner, by the way. 2. Akina. This species is by Septune, #5337 on Discord. If you look at this species, you might think they have a lot in common with Tibas, but if you took the time to read about them, you'd find out they're pretty unique lore-wise. Akina are a species that has a half-waterproof coat, and that helps them glide through the water to hunt. But because they're huge and likely sluggish, and only half waterproof, this buildup of water results in a very humid and muggy environment on their fur. And you know what loves humidity? Mushrooms! So it's very common for Akina to grow mushrooms, moss, and other plant life on their fur. This can result in a pretty complex and variable design. And I think this species would make for a great fursuit. I can imagine a big, cute, goofy fursuit with a big tail with little plushy mushrooms sewn on the back of it. 3. Pendularium. This species is owned and created by Goat on Twitter. Pendularium are a species of vulpine with one floating hand-like glove and typically depicted in a robe. They don't have real arms or hands and they can't talk, but in exchange they wield powerful magic. They use this powerful magic to create gloves that they control via telekinesis, which they use to communicate and manipulate other objects by pushing, pulling, and using sign language and dress in robes according to their personality. You're already probably thinking what me and the whole chat did. This would make for a really good video game character. The first thing I mentioned when seeing them was that they reminded me of characters like the ones from Journey. The floating hands remind me of Rayman, and the cloak design reminds me of games like Knights. Kyun, if you do put these into a game, make sure you give me a key for it. I will definitely play it live. Their lore is even more interesting. They come from a world where the paranormal, magic, and things like that is the norm. They're naturally curious, and they are all trying to create a massive library where they plan to catalog the knowledge of all the universes. Stella Chameleonis. This one is created by Nazushi. Their Discord link is in the description. This one is special because it was one of the ones that was created specifically for this contest. The time frame for this species contest was only 3 weeks long, so some took this as a challenge. Like a game jam, where people make a game in a weekend. But Nazushi made a whole species, lore, and world in just 3 weeks. Even cooler, Nazushi said they did it in less than 2 weeks, because they said they weren't sure if they should do it or not. And I'm glad they did it because Stella Chameleonis are so unique. This is a species I'd consider changing my persona to or do fan art for, and I've never drawn fan art before. Stella Chameleonis are made from space stuff like stardust and dark matter, and put out large amounts of astral radiation. They have wings, curly tails like chameleons, and can turn semi-invisible with camo, and they are very little, only being 75 centimeters tall, which is about 2'5" in freedom units. So they're little space goblins, and I love them. I love them so much. I really want to see Nazushi finish this species, get a website, and make variants for them. They're just really neat. Celestii. This species is made by Artio, #4365 on Discord, and their Discord community is in the description. Celestii were the first species submitted and are a close species. Celestii remind me a lot of knights. They're lanky, tall, and have a very alien-like presence. Celestii are a semi-aquatic species that are very reminiscent of jellyfish or sea angels. They live in big cities at the bottom of saltwater oceans and live in little towns in fresh water. These cities are run by a monarchy, and they eat primarily meat from fish and crustaceans. That they eat meat might be surprising because where the heck is the mouth on this thing? It's this little chest jelly. They eat by absorbing the food in their jelly. Other traits include jelly horns, which are my favorite trait here, gills, one large eye, a gelatinous veil under their arms, and venomous claws and tails. If Pendularium had a game, I could see these being their enemy. They both have this vibe like they'd be in the same universe, but not exactly as friends. Alright, that's it for this one. I'll be doing 3 more videos about participants in the tournaments, 2 more for winners, and then another one for honorable mentions and the ones I like. Many of these species are also getting fully detailed videos. Absukians is the first, but it'll be a little while until that's done. And I'm talking with others to sort out the details for theirs. So with that, if you like this video, don't forget to like, and before you go, let's thank the patrons and YouTube members who helped me make content like this, and make content like this possible. Thanks again to Colorado Blue, Vader-san, Linky, Series, Romu, and Ukulele Otter. So thanks to them for helping me experiment with new content. YouTube tends to punish people branching out, so they let me branch out without risking too much. If you want to join, you can click the join button below the video or click the Patreon link in the description. There are a lot of benefits, even for just $1, like joining us for movie nights, early access videos, supporters Discord, YouTube emotes for $3, and more like your name in the credits for $5 or more. So thank you everybody for watching, and I'll see you all later. Bye-bye. Hey, it's time for another original species video. I wonder which one this video is going to be about. Wait a second. I recognize that neon color. Oh god, no. Anything but them. It's Sparkledogs. A long time ago, when dinosaurs roamed the earth, and emo and scene were still in their first wave of popularity, before TikToks, before YouTube was the media giant it was today, we had the Sparkledogs. This species might not be the oldest original species to roam the earth, but the effect it's had on the internet is entirely unmatched by any creature and is, to date, still the best example of a truly open original species. The Sparkledog is so fearful a creature that it belongs to no man, nor God themselves, but a creature who one day crawled forth from the abyss of the early internet of its own accord and outshone even our own sun. The Sparkledog is an incredibly easy to explain creature, and it's honestly a surprise that they were as famous, or infamous, as they were. A Sparkledog is simply a species of fursona that is a dog or any other creature that is most commonly depicted with bright neon colors or colors that are not standard of that particular species. And they typically dress in clothing, patterns, and hairstyles common to the popular emo and scene stylings of the time. The hairstyle they are most commonly depicted with is scene hair or emo shag. If you don't know what that is, just Google scene hair and you'll get 50 pics that are exactly the same haircut. As for emo hair, just watch early Shane Dawson videos. Actually don't, I can't really recommend his content at all. But basically, it's long bangs or a fringe that is kept spiky like an anime character, usually held aloft with excessive either hair gel or hairspray. I think the popularity of this cut came from anime like Death Note, but trying to figure out which came first, emo or Death Note, is like trying to figure out which came first, the chicken or the egg. There isn't really a solid answer, and guessing is kind of pointless, and also we're not talking about chickens, we're talking about emos. The clothing that they're most commonly depicted in is striped arm warmers and thigh-high socks. Long sleeves and tight jeans were also part of the emo look, but I think arm warmers were more popular just because they were easier to draw while still giving that same scene feel. Other than that, there isn't any rules to this species. You're supposed to make what you want. They can be edgy, bright, grungy, or cringe-inducing. They don't even have to be a dog. Many Sparkledog characters take the themes of Sparkledogs and apply them to other species. You could even define me as a Sparkledog. I have big hair, a side shave, my wool stops at my mid-thigh, like thigh highs, and my upper arms, like arm warmers. I use bright colors like yellow, white, pink, and dark purples. While I was never personally involved in this scene, I believe I would have fit in pretty well. Hello everybody, sorry to interrupt your regularly scheduled sparkly programming, but we have a sponsor and they're an artist. This sponsor is the creator of the model that you're looking at now, Low 3D Arts. Low is a passionate creator who is new to the furry fandom and is finally ready to start diving in and making more community works. They make both 2D and 3D images alongside, as you probably guessed, 3D models. Before this, they were a game artist and have worked on game projects in the past, so they're pretty good with 3D tools. If you want to check out their other works, or commission them, you can follow them on any of these sites. Personally, I'd get in on the ground floor for this artist because I've seen some of their other 3D models that they made, and they're going to start selling bases soon too. So I'd check them out. Their work is definitely up there with other model greats like Skip4D and Bubblegum Bark. Forgot to mention that they also work fast. They made this model in just a day. Most custom projects I've worked with people on take about a month. Obviously your time may vary, but if you want to get into 3D VTubing with a custom model at a fair price, you should check out Low for their low prices. So why was this species so popular? I think it's because this was the early internet, and many weren't having their art encouraged outside of the internet, so they hopped onto this prototype meme. But also because this kind of character is incredibly self-indulgent, and at this time, during the internet, people weren't obsessed with the commodification of the self that YouTube and social media influencers brought on. We wanted to be ourselves back then, and when we made things, it was what we wanted to make, not what we thought others wanted to see and what we thought others would upvote or like or whatever would make us money. Because making money through the internet wasn't that common back then. It was still a very new idea. Nowadays, everybody has a PayPal. So Sparkledogs encouraged, enabled, and gave us a community that was centered around true self-expression. But of course, Sparkledogs were equally hated because having fun and enjoying things is cringe. And of course, the community was likely full of baby gays who were using emo and scenes androgyny as a way to express their identity in a way other than the stereotypical gender norms of the time. Cringe culture is often used as a mask to hate on LGBT and neurodivergent people because they lack the supposed social awareness of their quote-unquote normal peers, or just because they don't care what their peers think. So hearing that a primarily queer community like furry emos was getting called cringe probably isn't a surprise to you at all. People hated on them for their bright colors, their breaking of traditional design, the self-indulgence, the cringe, the edginess, the perceived bad design, and lack of respect for color theory. And it might have also been that they were just a little bit jealous that these kids found a way to be themselves and not feel bad about it. Looking back on things that people who hated Sparkledogs said, there's a lot of throwing around of ableist terminology, and you really shouldn't listen to people like that. I'm honestly hoping that this video will inspire some newer generations to dabble more in self-indulgent art and design. Capitalism has really sucked the fun out of things that we used to do for ourselves and has turned them into just another product to be sold. So I would love to see a future movement of Gen Z embracing scene, emo, punk, and self-indulgence through art. All of these things fight against the cultural norms of our times, and teenage rebellion doesn't have to die off when you turn 18. Emo and scene had such a short amount of time in the sun, especially compared to similar countercultures like goth and punk, and I would just really love to see them come back, and with even louder designs than before. But yeah, this was a pretty short one. There's not a lot here for this species, it's just a group of people making very bright and colorful personas. There are a few people who helped with the popularization of the species though, despite not having an owner. And they did this through character making memes, where you answer some questions like a BuzzFeed quiz and then give your favorite color and you use that to make your character. But no one really owns this species or the idea. It's collective property of the artists who made them. So there isn't a species guide or even rules really like other original species. And it's just funny that so many personas nowadays use bright colors, pride flag aesthetics, counterculture, and the like in their design. So it's kind of funny that people fought it for so long. Like, we really pushed back against Sparkledogs, but nowadays, like, you can't go very far without seeing someone who's got a femboy character that's a blue dog with, or blue fox with striped thigh highs and arm warmers. It's pretty common. The Sparkledog never died, it just adopted a new vessel. So it seems like it was an inevitability, because standard is boring, and normal is not normal. Your persona is supposed to be that side of you that you can't express in the everyday world, so don't suppress it. Don't filter your persona. Don't limit yourself for other people's benefit, because what you do will never be enough for others. They will always ask for more. Today, you stop making Sparkledogs, and tomorrow, they'll push you towards some other form of normalcy. Before you know it, you'll be in a business suit working a desk job, or you'll be a hipster who's into crypto. Your identity is yours. You don't have to make it digestible for others. And make sure you make some time to dabble in some self-indulgence now and then. Bye.
Aw, look at the cute silly little fox creatures. It's so adorable and innocent. Sure, there's some NSFW of these things out there, but what doesn't have a little NSFW art nowadays? They're so adorable and wholesome and perfect. Nothing could ever be wrong with them or problematic. Especially not about these cute neon babies. Well, let's see who made them. Let me check Wikifur. Uh-huh. Yeah, fictional foxes. Blah blah blah, created by... I don't want to do this anymore. Hello everybody, and welcome to another Original Species video where we cover animals made up by the furry fandom. Today we're talking about a video I've been putting off since the Gem Raptor video. But I was reminded of their existence last week in a live stream, and I put it off long enough. We're talking about Citra, a very incredibly average looking creature. They're just citrus colored foxes. And honestly, they're entirely unoriginal, and there is nothing special about them. You've honestly made more thought out and original creatures when you were 10. The only thing special about them is their creator. Most people have no doubt forgotten about Citra. They hardly existed, and if you weren't looking at internet corn 10 years ago, they'd be easy to miss. But before we continue, this episode is going to be full of some very not fun stuff. Once we get past the species stuff, I'll be talking about the creator's long history of bad stuff like cub art. What is a Citra? Citra are an original species made by Zausch. Citra are a bioengineered species of fox created by scientists in an attempt to isolate the gay gene. The scientists, of course, succeeded. They just played some Cher and Elton John and collected the gay juices we all naturally secrete when hearing such musings. In this process of breeding or engineering these foxes to have a higher rate of homosexuality, they made Citra a 90% gay male species. That's right, they're turning the freaking foxes gay! Well, gayer. They were pretty gay already. They didn't succeed in making an entirely gay species. They left 10% straight in order to continue breeding and propagating the primarily gay male foxes. These disgusting straight creatures are called citruses. There's no pics because straight people don't exist. This is just a joke, please don't take this seriously. And gay males, aka the normal ones, are called Citra. There are no female Citra that aren't straight. Female Citra exist only to breed and propagate the species. That's kind of a hint at the
things to come here. It's, the subtext doesn't get much better. And the whole thing with the straight ones being called citruses, it kind of already hits me weirdly. The language already others the gay ones as being almost an entirely separate species from the straight ones. It gets worse here with some outdated terminology. Quote, there are no hermaphrodite citra. Their genetic purity prevents such mutations. Can I get a yikes?
Are you a rewards member? No. Have you come here? I know. Okay. The 1461. Need a bag for your Sharpies? No, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Yikes! That's gonna be a fucking yikes from me. Holy shit.
Thank you. Considering the species was created, holy crap, 18 years ago, famed cub artist, Zosh, likely didn't know that people incorrectly called intersex people and trans people hermaphrodites in a derogatory manner. Usually when the term hermaphrodite is used against trans and intersex people, it's used in a derogatory or fetishizing manner. The fetishizing part is particularly prominent in some furry circles. But the term is used as a slur against trans and intersex people, so whether Zausch means trans or intersex citra aren't possible, who knows? I'm sure you're all dying to make Citra, and this question not being answered is driving you up a wall. It's probably driving you absolutely bonkers, not knowing whether you can have a trans Citra. I guess we'll never know if Zosh's eugenic utopia has room for anyone but gay men and the straight people who serve as breeding livestock. Anyway, the scientists who were practicing gay eugenics lost funding and were going to purge the species. Eugenics, anti-trans utopias, and genocide all in one video? Wow, I am speedrunning demonetization today. Thankfully, the scientists failed to unplug the Citra, and they have since broken out of the facility where they now live in the wild. Citra colonies tend to live in an elven and wild lifestyle. They live in citrus groves. They found a way to get fruitier, I guess. They feature a high metabolism, so I haven't seen any depictions of like a heavier set Citra. I guess they're all, you know, scrawny from what I've seen. And weirdly, once they consume a citrus fruit, their fur changes color, and they are forever bound to that grove. You might see some overlap here with some other species like Sodalpacas or Sodaroos or something like that, where the food they consume changes their color. It's not a super original or unique idea. A lot of species do it, but Citra are different because if they eat anything other than fruit, they get sick and potentially die. So they're so fruity they can only eat fruit. They don't use all this food for themselves, and as their creator says, Citra are useful in providing entertainment to nearby civilized units and are paid in physical resources. What this translates to is Citra bang people or give them fruit in exchange for goods. So there's the sex part if you were waiting for that. As for how they look, well, you've seen numerous pics of them so far. Well, probably just 3. I've only seen like 3 pictures of them. But they all have a trait in common. They're all very small, shorter than the average anthro character, only standing at 2 feet to 4 feet tall. If you've seen Citra at all, it's likely from this picture, the Kama Citra. I can't show the full thing because there are dongs in it. It's the first thing I was exposed to by Zausch in general. There isn't much of this I can show, but it's a bunch of intercourse positions being performed by Citra. Honestly, the most offensive part of this image, other than the phrase double pawing, is the horrible design of it. I know this was almost a whole adult ago, but he's an artist, and this looks terrible. Default fonts, like I'm sure one of these is Arial, and a terribly simple header font. There's no design to it. There's nothing that lends to the idea that these creatures are made out of fruit other than the generic plain text with green and the other color. I'm colorblind. There's nothing hinting at it here that these creatures are fruit-based. There's no images of fruit in it at all. This is a poster, by the way, and this was made to sell to people. You're an artist. Put some artistry in it. Why not use a cursive font to mirror the pretzel-y nature of the positions? Imagine putting this on a wall in your home. Burn the house down. It's tainted. This isn't the worst thing about it, though. Someone made a 3DS theme of it. Now, with that, we are done with the species part, and now we're on to Zausch himself. Also, I'm going to say his name a lot, so I won't be editing in the screams anymore. Due to the nature of this video, I didn't feel comfortable putting a sponsor on it, even if it's probably going to get demonetized. I put out a post on the community tab about it, but it was better that I just do this instead, so I canceled it. So today's sponsor is me, the illustrious Sera Proto. I'm sure you've heard of me, I'm kind of a big deal around here. You definitely watch my content on this channel already, but this isn't the only place I make stuff. I make gaming content like funny moments, let's plays, reviews, co-op stuff with Connie, Mabel, and Updog, you might know them from my streams, and commentary videos about games over on my channel at Protopals. Right now we're doing a let's play of Pokemon Infinite Fusion as a Nuzlocke. It's kind of co-op, we both play at the same time, but we're not like working together because it doesn't have co-op, but that's coming out weekly. I also stream here on YouTube, so click the notification bell to get alerted when those are announced, and follow my Twitch to catch my other streams. I also added some new stuff to my merch shop, and one is Trans Pride, and look at how hashtag relatable it is. Gorgeous. Anyway, that's it for now. I'll let you get back to your video. Bye-bye. Zouch. Warning. This is where I cover a lot of the stuff that Zosh has done. Everything here is easily searchable, and I'd suggest researching this stuff for yourself, but you'd need an eyeball bleach rinser afterwards. Semi-related, Zosh has blocked me since I made the iceberg video where I mention him, so I don't think he cares to defend himself from this stuff anymore. Anyway, I'll be discussing Cub, SA accusations against him, and his friendship to Kiro and Cothrix. Dang, Kiro and Cothrix too? They're like the peanut butter and jelly of shit. Also, side note, I'm lucky to know other furry YouTubers who have covered Zosh in the past, so you're going to see a lot of clips from Lagovert's video where Lagovert shows the context and talks about it. I don't show the whole video, so if you're curious, I've linked Lagovert's video in the description. Zosh's art. Zosh, as you can tell from Citra being made in 2005, has been a long-time participant in the furry fandom, and as is the case with anyone who has been in the public eye that long, there are some stories to tell. To get the obvious one out of the way, Zosh draws Cub. Every time I bring this up, there's always someone who didn't know. So here's your yearly reminder that Zosh draws minors having relations with adults. It's not just images of ambiguously aged characters or small characters who look like they might be young, like in the case of the Citra. There are comics where the characters involved are minors themselves. I won't name the comics because I don't want people looking them up. But one of the comics depicts young female characters in early high school in a universe where people don't wear bottoms. In this comic, there is depictions of minors engaging in sexual behaviors with adults as well as incest. If you go on to E6 and sign in and go to Zosh's tag, you'll see a bunch of blacklisted tags for Lolly and Young. Young is a bit ambiguous, but if we check out Lagovert's video on Zosh from a couple years ago, you can see the tags associated with Zosh's art were Cub, Shota, and Lolly.
There was also his comic involving cuckolding, some incest, as well as a dog girl looking suspiciously underage. As much as he'd probably shrug it off, he doesn't seem to have much of a problem making Cub content. As shown by last video, Zosh has a pretty huge slice of Cub content made. It's pretty obvious he has no issue drawing it.
Cub was changed into Young, but if you were to search it in E6, you would still see it as a tag for other art. So specifically for Zosh, this tag was changed to Young, or maybe some other artists use it too, but specifically in the case of Zosh's art, Cub is not a Cub anymore, it's Young. But Cub is still used for other artists. Cub must have had a lot of negativity associated with it. Can't imagine why they changed it to something more ambiguous.
Although, there's more controversy to be had than just his artwork of adultery. There's also Zosh using the Zootopia hashtag on Twitter months before the movie release to share his not safe for work Zootopia art. There was
Zosh and the SA accusations. Zosh has been accused of SA by Ferality. She accused him of this while talking to Dragoneer, the owner of FA. As you might remember, Dragoneer was also pretty buddy-buddy with Growly, a convicted sex offender, so associating himself willingly with another potential pest shouldn't be a surprise.
This was started up when Fur Affinity owner Dragoneer announced that his team of volunteer programmers would be working on their 4th attempt to rewrite the site. This attempt was dubbed Project Phoenix. Now, the leader of this team turned out to be Zosh. This decision was made regardless of the private messages leaked during the 2010 Yiffy League deal, where we'd see one of Zosh's ex-love interests, Ferality, coming to Dragoneer and claiming that Zosh had emotionally manipulated and intimidated her into having sex with him.
Ferality said in messages with Dragoneer that Zosh refused to use condoms during sex after previously agreeing to them. They both consented to intercourse with the condition of using a condom, and by not using one and getting her permission to not use one, Zosh would be guilty of SA. But this is all alleged. She also said that Zosh targets smaller women who are less capable of self-defense and is physically abusive with women. So knowing about what he draws, child abuse, and his art's frequent depiction of very small characters, some as small as just 2 feet tall, Zosh has a clear preference for very small people. So I'm inclined to believe Ferality's statements because it matches with what we know about him. Also, more than half a dozen other women have come forward saying all similar things. Ferality said this in full confidence that it would remain between her and Dragoneer. But due to some leaks, this private conversation made it out.
Dragoneer seemed to be pretty neutral on whether or not Zosh sexually violated someone or not. At least that's what he said, before saying that Zosh couldn't have sexually violated Ferality because she willingly drove to his house.
Dragoneer supported Zosh by saying that she consented to adult actions by driving to his home. So remember, don't go to any dinner parties at Dragoneer's or Zosh's house, because according to them, that's consenting to getting fucked on the dinner table. Dragoneer, as far as I'm aware, isn't guilty of anything, but boy is he drawn to disgusting people like a magnet. You kind of have to question a person's sense of morals if they so willingly associate themselves with people like this. Like the day he banned Growly, he tweeted about how much it sucked to have to ban a friend.
Although Dragoneer would ban Daniel from the site, it should be kept in mind what he was thinking during and after the decision. During their conversation, you have him saying things like, "I am so fucking torn right now, and I don't want to have to do this, but members of FA staff work in law enforcement." And when he would actually go through with the ban after thinking it over, he would tweet out, "One of the hardest things you can ever do as an admin is ban a friend, a good friend. Tonight I had to, and I hate myself for it." And although I've been put in that position myself after my original video on Dragoneer, I can say no, whether it's pedophilia, zoophilia, necrophilia, any philia. No matter how good a friend is, brushing them off due to some gross behavior or interests really doesn't take that much willpower.
Bro, I've cut people off for refusing to not use my chosen name. If my friend turned out to be a pedo, I'd be the first one to grab a torch and pitchfork. Because these abusers don't just speak for themselves, but for anyone they hang out with. If you have an abuser as a friend, then you're a victim too. They took advantage of you and are using you to speak for their character, and all that does is speak for your character. Drop the dead weight. Ferality has since disappeared from the net, and boy, I wonder why. She went to someone in confidence, and that confidence was betrayed to protect someone like Zosh. Dragoneer put the burden of proof on the victim, and no one will believe her no matter what she brings forward, because abusers surround themselves with people to protect them, and victims have no one. Dragoneer likely defended Zosh because this was during a major rehaul of Fur Affinity. Zosh was one of the volunteers to assist with the rebuilding of the site, and lied, or at least embellished, on his ability to code. Dragoneer must have taken him at his word and gave him the key to the city, so Dragoneer probably wasn't in the best position either. I guess it made more sense to require more proof that Zosh was bad than it was to just bench him and protect the site's image. Zosh uses CP as references. Zosh's list of depravity doesn't really have a clear end, but if you needed more reasons...
Zosh was caught in a Telegram conversation where he and a client were talking about the age of a character for what was assumed to be a commission. In this conversation, there were images of minors in swimsuits, as well as images and GIFs that looked suspiciously like CP. The thing that I didn't mention in that video, however, was Zosh's response to the whole thing. In it, he says that he didn't possess or share CP, and that the conversation was discussing a commission, mainly the body type for the character. The body type being a 12-year-old child in a swimming suit, if we're to go off by the conversation. The thing is, he also admitted to the conversation being completely real, and that the suspicious GIFs were of adult actor Sammy Daniels. I don't know why someone would know an adult actor who looks eerily young by name, but let's keep it going. Last up, he says how he's not proud of how far the line was blurred during that conversation, and that he regrets having said conversation. It is appreciated that he didn't lie and came out about it, but there's just one problem. He says he regrets the conversation, however, he says he isn't a fan of how far the line was blurred. The only line that could have blurred there was the line between Cub and real CP.
Zosh was very proud that he talked the commissioner up from a 10-year-old to a 12-year-old. What a f***ing hero. Zosh, Kiro, and Cothrix. Later he went back to his friends Kiro and Cothrix. If you don't remember Cothrix, here you go. And if for some reason you haven't touched the internet in a decade and this is the first video you watched, Kiro, or since rebranded, Radiance Wolf, as someone who is a necro-zoo sadist. The only reason he wasn't jailed was because of the statute of limitations, and America doesn't really care much about what you do to animals. I mean, we don't care about what happens to children in schools, so why do you think we would care about animals?
Here we have an almost 2-hour live stream detailing a chat between scaly YouTuber Cothrix, infamous zoophile Carol the Wolf, and Zosh. During the stream, you have Cothrix trying to get to the bottom of the whole Kiro situation. The stream would go on YouTube before getting taken down for breaking nudity and sex terms of service, but the crowning moment of this stream will be a text conversation between the three of them. Here you have Kiro admitting to having an interest in feral art, but never committing zoophilic acts with any animals. He was called out on this pretty quick by the two, but then you go down and Zosh goes on about how if Kiro admits to being interested in zoophilia, no one is going to care besides SJWs. He then seems to brag about the fact that he essentially came out as a pedophile, saying that his conscience is clear because he didn't lie about what happened in those chats. Chats where he tried to talk the commissioner into sexual art of a 12-year-old instead of the 10-year-old they were originally going for. And as for Cothrix, saying that 20% of the furry community are zoophiles and that Kiro should be fine, because people outside the furry community already think we're all zoophiles anyway. But hey, the dude's drawing what can only be described as a fuckload of cub porn, so I guess he's a valuable part to the fandom or something, I don't know. Anyway, that's Zosh for you. Artist of incest, cub, cuckery, and supporter of zoophiles till the cows come home.
Anyway, there isn't a good way to end something like this. No satisfying ending. He's still doing his thing, because in the fandom, if you have a cute suit or draw corn, you can commit war crimes and get away with it. Hopefully this is something we grow past, and that these, 20 incidences were just a learning process. If people go to bat for abusers, I wouldn't trust them. They're either easily duped or hiding secrets of their own. I hope you enjoyed this video about Citra, a very mediocre and problematic species made by an even worse person. I couldn't talk about this species without talking about Zoush, so I'm sorry for bringing him up again. You've all probably seen enough of him. I'm not here to point fingers and say Zoush hates gay women, trans people, or intersex people. It was 18 years ago. Besides, focusing on this old info is pretty pointless when compared to the mountains of other junk about him, so let's focus on what we know. He sucks. Bye-bye. Pretty great that he made such a bland species. Would have sucked if these things caught on. Thanks for watching, and thanks to supporters like Colorado Blue, Series, Ramu, Blonsk, Vaderson, Linky, and Sly. If you want to support the channel, you can by joining the Patreon by going to bit.ly/SeraProtoP. I'll see you all next time, and bye-bye. Don't panic. I know I look and sound a little different today, but I promise it's just temporary. Unless you really like me as a kobold or sounding sick. Some of you know that I went out of town for Pride and came back sick, so I might sound a little bit funny. As for being a kobold, that's just to fit the video theme, and definitely not a side effect of getting sick or any vaccines I took. Anyway, let's get started. The furry fandom is well known, infamous even, for taking works that might be considered non-furry and turning them furry. You might immediately think of Pokemon like Lucario, Gardevoir, or Lopunny, who aren't furry but possess some anthropomorphic traits like a human body type, and then turning them into something even more like a furry, or even leaving them the same, but cuter. But I mean more like taking something that you wouldn't consider furry and making it anthropomorphic. Things like planes being turned into aeromorphs, or the recent anthropomorphism of trains, and the less anthro Pokemon out there, like Pikachu. Then they become synonymous with the fandom. One of these things is what we're talking about today. Hello everybody! My name is Sera Proto, and I come from not space with videos for your face. Here on Sera's Things, I talk about mostly original species and icebergs. This creature we're talking about today isn't really an original species, as it has roots in Germanic folklore that has been changed and adapted over hundreds of years, until it was twisted into these adorable little furry creatures. But if you've seen my videos, you know that I have a pretty loose definition on what I consider to be an original species. I should go back to calling this furry fandom species to be a little bit more accurate, but original species to me need lore, design, and community, and kobolds do have that to some extent. Also, quick fun fact, when I was making this channel, I wasn't sure what species I wanted the mascot to be, so I was almost a pink kobold. Now when I say kobolds, you probably think of this, the short, chubby, cute, and oftentimes thick reptilian humanoids. But this is only their most recent iteration. Kobolds have gone through many different changes over the centuries before furries took them and made them cuter. Unlike many of the original species I cover, where I have to scour the net and scrape the bottom of barrels for lore, this creature has an immense amount of lore, books and books worth, and I found it almost immediately. Which makes a ton of sense. This creature dates all the way back to the 1200s, making them over 800 years old. As for describing them, that's where things get a little weird and you start to see a bit of a disconnect between what we call the modern kobold and the traditional or old kobold. Old bold. Kobolds come in a few different variants and can have different appearances depending on what they do. Some who work and help around the home may appear as human-like creatures, but they can also appear as humans, objects, and even fire. Yeah, just straight up as fire. The ones who live in homes are only as tall as a small child, which is at least where we got our height, and typically dressed in rags. As written by a folklorist called Joseph Snow, kobolds are in the shape of a short, thick-set being, neither boy nor man, but akin to the condition of both, garbed in party color, loose surcoat, and wearing a high-crowned hat with a broad brim on his diminutive head. That's great, and I'm sure that's incredibly descriptive, if only I spoke Old English. Basically, from what they're saying here, is kobolds are little dudes who dress badly. If we dissect the thing here, though, there's a couple of things that didn't change, like thick-set being. That didn't change. Neither boy nor man. Reptile is my favorite gender. And broad brim hat on his diminutive head. Well, I don't know many of us that wear hats, but the diminutive head part didn't change. The other variants of kobolds have different names, like a fiery kobold may be called drakes, droks, or pucks. Fiery kobolds were described as also little dudes who wear a red jacket and cap and can move around through the air as a fiery bolt. But of course, these descriptions changed over the years as more people claimed to see them firsthand. Honestly, the info on them is tremendous, and a video could be made on covering just the Wikipedia entry alone, and that would easily be an hour long itself. And that's just from the 1200s onwards. The kobold is connected to many other similar creatures spanning back into ancient Greece, where there are even tales of a koboloi tricking Heracles. But all you need to know is that they're silly little mischievous guys who dress like tiny humans called children and help with chores or are hunched over, ugly, and live in mines. There are no in-betweens. Sponsor time! Guten Morgen, Herde. Today we have a sponsor, and it's a good one. Babbel. Perfect sponsor for a video that's about creatures from Germanic lore. I didn't need much German for this video, but the practice was still useful to get pronunciation right. Babbel is a language learning app that teaches you languages in the way that you would naturally learn them, by introducing you to the languages in a conversational fashion. It's not a vocabulary or spelling app like some of those free ones on the App Store. Nowadays, you get what you pay for. And that's what Babbel is offering. 75% of the people who pay for a Babbel subscription hit their language learning goals. And this isn't bunk either. Babbel uses proven methods to teach you languages fast, and is vouched for by Yale University and Michigan State University. Best of all, you're learning from humans. Real native speakers. No AI, no machine learning here. People talking to people, and people learning from people. Just how it was always meant to be. Babbel says that you can be conversational in just 3 weeks, so take the Babbel test with me by getting a subscription from the link in the description and comments, or join me live on twitch.tv/SeraProto at 6 p.m. CST, -6 GMT, and watch me study German live. Alright, nun zurück zum Video.
It was a little cold, so I put it in on his sweater.
When we left for the sponsor spot, we finished the section about the Germanic kobold, aka the silly little humanoid who has zero drip. I thought that was the end, but I found a story published in 1912 called The Fairies and the Christmas Child. In one chapter, we meet a kobold, but the overall story isn't about Christ like you might think based on the name, but about a boy named Chris born on Christmas. It's not even about Christmas, aside from the first chapter. It's about a child running away from home because his dad doesn't get him anything on his birthday/Christmas. Which blows, but his father is poor and overworked, so the kid's kind of a dick too. No heroes. No heroes in this story. After running away, he meets the Queen of the Fae, who tells him that he was born on Christmas so he can speak to other fairies. The rest of the book is about him meeting various fae and speaking to them. The book is in the public domain, so you can read it for free if you want, and I recommend checking it out if you love fairy folklore. As the writer covers stuff even the biggest monster manual buffs haven't heard of. But I won't be reading the whole thing. It is very long. This chapter is the same length as my script, so it's a 15 to 20 minute section, so make use of the chapters or skip ahead to the time on screen if you want to see the next part instead of hearing my little story. But, like Pretentiosaurus said, it's definitely an interesting point to make note of, a great example of ways an idea can be utterly twisted without regard for the original concept. So yeah, it might not be entirely related, but it'll give you an idea of how much the lore's been twisted. So I present The Little White Feather by Lillian Gask, and illustrated by Willie Pagani. If you've ever tried to count the raindrops, you will know how I felt when for 3 whole days it poured in torrents. I was alone in the library, watching a hole in the wainscoting through which a mouse had just poked her head, when someone said, "Guten Morgen," in a piping voice. I don't think that was piping. I think that was a little gruff. And I knew this must be a kobold. I was rather surprised that I had not met one of these house spirits before. He was sitting on the edge of a bookcase, a little brown man with a wrinkled, good-natured face and wearing no clothes. He chuckled when I said that I would rather speak English if he did not mind, and remarked that all languages were the same to him. "I believe you met some cousins of mine, the brownies," he went on affably, kissing his hand to the mouse, who popped back into her hole as if he had shocked her. "They're good little chaps, but quiet and humdrum. You always know what a brownie will do, but as for us mortals, you can never tell what a kobold will be up to next. We make ourselves quite at home in their houses, and really own them, if the truth were known. But excuse me, I should not appear before you in this undress." In the twinkling of an eye, the kobold had changed himself into a curly-haired boy with smooth pink cheeks and a red silk coat and knickerbockers. Pants of dark green velvet. "This is my best suit," he explained proudly, turning himself from side to side. "I usually wear it when I play with children who were born, like yourself, at the blessed feast of Christmastide. It is only one of my many disguises, however, though I seldom allow myself to be seen at all. I can even hide in the cast-off coat of a harmless snake, and woe to him who lays stick upon me or seeks to drive me away. The Heinzelmenschen, as we are called, can be bitter foes as well as powerful friends, and 'twas an evil day for the city of Cone. When we marched out of it, it has never since prospered." "Why?" I began, and the kobold held up his hand to stop me, puckering his baby face into a dreadful frown. Why, he mimicked. "How like the child of mortal man. Everything has to have a reason. You rob the peach of its velvet bloom, that you may find the secret of its ruddy splendor, and the fairy gems on the grass at dawn to you are but water distilled from earth. You would know how the tide finds a way to turn, why the light of the stars transcends your rushlights. Elves and fairies and such like things are driven away by your curiosity as the Heinzelmenschen were by Rosetta." I was going to ask who Rosetta might be, but I remembered just in time that this would be another question, and the kobold hates questions. The kobold chose a more comfortable seat and told me of his own accord. You know what? Maybe this guy has a little bit more of a high-pitched voice, not a deep little gruff man voice. They look like little they look like little gruff old men, so maybe we'll just use a higher pitched voice, because it sounds like they're supposed to have a higher pitched voice. Toward the end of the 18th century. No, I'm not doing that. He began. The Heinzelmenschen took up their abode in the city of Köln, where Johann Farina distilled the sweet-scented waters now famous all over the world when he first blended the fragrant oils of bergamot, citron, orange, and rosemary. It was we who whispered to him in what proportion he should mix them, and how to imprison their lasting perfume. Not only him did we help, but wherever we came across a worthy fellow who was poor but honest, we gave him a lift up. Such was Rudolph the tailor, whom we found when a lad on the steps of the great cathedral, without a pfennig in his pocket. Pfennig is German money, and with a wolf inside him, big enough to swallow a little pig. When we saw how readily he turned a taller, that rolled to his feet to the feeble old woman who had dropped it, though he might well have said
he had not seen it fall, we took him to our hearts, and we swore to befriend him. So what the Kobold's saying here is that this dude, even though he was really poor, big money dropped out of the lady's pocket and rolled towards him, and him being the honest man he took the money and gave it back to the woman who dropped it, and that's how the Kobolds knew that he was a good dude. So, we said to one another, Rudolph is worthy to be our comrade, he is a good lad, and henceforth we will see that he does not go with want. Meaning that he has all of his needs met. The first thing to be done was to procure him decent clothing, for no one would employ him while he went in rags. We did this by pointing him out to the wife of a rich merchant, who fancied she saw in his pinched white face a likeness to the son she had long lost since. Touched by the poor lad's poverty, she gave him a suit of clothes which had lain by for many a day, and on finding he was an orphan, apprenticed him to a tailor. The lad worked well. We took it in turns to sit beside him, showing him just where to place his needle, so that his seams were always neat, and guiding his scissors so that he cut the cloth to the best advantage. So skillful did he become at that, when his time was out, his master begged him to stay with him as head assistant, and he gave him a good wage. So this just gives you a really good idea of like how kobolds are. Kobolds are not bad dudes. Kobolds, you know, if you have a kobold's favor, you are a very lucky person because they want to help. If you're their homie, they take care of their homies. A fine young sprite was Rudolph now, with jet black hair and eyes like coals. His master's daughter, Euryale, and Rosetta both looked on him with favor, and for a time it seemed that he knew not which to choose. Euryale was small and slight, with eyes like a dove's. Rosetta was tall and buxom. Buxom means hot. And had she been free from the voice of curiosity, would have made him a model wife. She was clever and industrious, as well as witty, and when dark Rudolph passed by gentle Euryale and took Rosetta for his betrothed, it was only the Heinzelmännchen who shook their heads. Never was grander wedding feast than this. Heinzelmännchen, by the way, they're referring to brownies, which is like another goblinoid kind of creature, another gremlin, another small creature like the not like the goblins, like the kobolds, the traditional kobolds. Never was there a grander wedding feast than his. While he and Rosetta were still in the church, we brought to his house the finest drinking vessels that we could lay our hands on, and pots and pans of beaten copper that were the envy of every housewife bidden as a guest. There were fairy cakes in the silver dishes. Fairy cakes are, they're cupcakes. They're basically cupcakes. They're a single serving size cake that, you eat at a party. There were fairy cakes in silver dishes and luscious fruits that grew in no western lands. The wine in the ruby goblets was honeyed nectar, and though his friends quaffed deeply, quaff means eat, their heads remained quite clear. A proud man was Rudolph as he drank to his bride, and she looked so happy and gay and bright that we resolved to take her too under our protection. And this we did. When her child came, we rocked the cradle and sang them lullabies while she baked and brewed, and when they slept, we scrubbed and polished from garret to cellar. Garret means the attic, so he scrubbed from attic to, the basement, until her house was the pride of the street. Often she would ask to be allowed to see us, but we always refused, telling her to respect our wish and be content. Still, she would not rest, and nothing that dark Rudolph could say to her would induce her to hold peace. He had now 3 shops instead of 1, and counted lords and barons among his customers. No one could fit as he could, for we were always at hand to nip in here and let out there. And many a fine straight figure was the result of our cunning skill. His fame spread far from the neighboring towns, and one spring a great noble traveled to Köln to order some rich apparel for himself and his suite. Köln, by the way, is a city, and I'm very sure I'm pronouncing that right, or that wrong. I'm very sure I'm pronouncing that one wrong. Our busy tailor, maybe I should take more babble lessons. I almost did that in the voice. Our busy tailor was at his wit's end how to get finished in time, for all his assistants were working their hardest, and they were still behind. Have no fear, dark Rudolph, we cried when we found him alone. Send your men to rest and leave it to us. When you wake in the morning, you shall find all of it done. We lost not a moment that livelong night. It was as if our needles had wings. I'm gonna ditch the voice. Like, I've been sick for a while. This is wrecking my voice. Okay. We lost not a moment that livelong night. It was as if our needles had wings. Just before cockcrow, the door of the workroom creaked softly open, and there stood Rosetta in her white nightgown, with her hair in 2 long plaits. Plaits is just, it's fancy for braids. With her hair in 2 long plaits, peering round the corner to see if she could catch us at work. We were justly enraged, but since we heard her in time to render ourselves invisible, and also because we loved Dark Rudolph, we decided to give her one more chance. It was our custom to leave the lower part of the house at the hour of midnight, no matter what we might be doing, and climb the steep stairs that led to the bedrooms, to watch the ghosts, which were free to roam till cockcrow. Cockcrow means when the sun comes up and the rooster crows. To watch that the ghosts were free to roam till cockcrow might not ruffle the children's hair, or wake them with their long-drawn sighs. Rosetta knew this, for she had often heard us comforting the little Rudolph when his sleep was disturbed by a bad dream, and with gross ingratitude she tried to befool us. One night she strewed dry peas on top of the steps of the winding staircase so that when we came up we should lose our footing and fall to the bottom, and thus she might see us struggle on the ground. We knew perfectly well, however, why she had bought the peas and stayed below. When she rose next morning, she forgot the trap she had laid for us and tumbled headlong down into the stairs. While she groaned and moaned over her broken ankle, the Heinzelmännchen marched out of the town to stirring music, which was heard by all the citizens. We sailed down the Rhine in a phantom boat, which you may yet see floating on the waters if you look for it at the right time, and Dark Rudolph and his Rosetta sighed for our help in vain. The Kobold was certainly a most entertaining little fellow, and stayed with me all the morning, telling me of well-known house spirits of days gone by. One of these tales was about Hinzelmann, said the Kobold solemnly. I could not find pronunciation for this word. It's a city, I believe, so I will probably pronounce it wrong, but it goes, was a spirit who haunted the castle of Hudemühlen, though it was not late in the 16th century that those who lived there were aware of his presence. He seemed of so friendly a disposition that the servants became quite used to him. They never saw him, but he would often talk with them while they worked, telling them of what went on in the underworld, and of the mighty giants of bygone days who had been created in order to protect the dwarves from savage beasts, but had become themselves so savage in the course of the ages that they had to be done away with. In time the lord of the castle heard of his strange visitor, and sent him a message saying he desired his presence at a certain hour. "No need to wait until then, good sir," laughed Hinzelmann over his shoulder. "I assist you each morning with your lordship's toilet, though you do not perceive me, and I blunt your razors when you are out of temper." This displeased the lord of the castle, for he thought it unseemly to be on terms of such familiar intimacy with a bodiless house spirit. When he rebuked him for his presumptions, Heinzelmann laughed more loudly still. "Better men than you have to put up with my company, if I will," he cried, "and believe me, I do not intend to leave you." The nobleman grew more and more uneasy, for it disturbed him to feel that he was never truly alone. Hinzelmann whistled and sang through the staterooms, and when his lordship expressed irritation, this was the house spirit's favorite song. Oh boy, I have to sing. "If thou here wilt let me stay, good luck shalt thou have alway. But if hence thou dost me chase, luck will never come to this place." That's how you know it's a good poem, when it cuts out a consonant so it doesn't break syllable count. He hummed this morning, noon, and night until the lord of the castle was sick of it. "Since I cannot drive this fellow away," he said at last, "I must e'en go myself." And telling no one of his intentions, he summoned his coach and set out for Hanover. On the way he noticed that no matter how fast his horses went, a little white feather danced above their heads. Although he wondered at this, he did not connect it with the house spirit, and when he arrived at the chosen inn, sought his couch with a mind at ease. "Thank heaven," he muttered, as he turned him over and went to sleep. "I am free at last of this trouble, Hinzelmann. By the time I see fit to return home, he may have gone elsewhere." Next morning, he missed his fine gold chain, which was an heirloom, and greatly distressed, he haughtily demanded of the innkeeper that his servants should be searched. "They've robbed me," he cried, "and they shall suffer for it. Cannot one sleep at your house without meeting with knaves and thieves?" At this, the innkeeper was very angry. Instead of condoling with the nobleman on his loss and offering to make it good, he roundly rebuked him for taking away the character of honest men without due proof. The noble was leaving the inn in much haste when a soft voice asked him why he was troubled. "If it be on account of the bauble which you set such store, look under your pillow and you will find it. You cannot get on without Hinzelmann after all." "I would had I never known you, base spirit," stormed the nobleman. "You have put me greatly in the wrong with all of these men, and my journey has been for naught since you are here. If you do not quit me, I will leave this country. It is not wide enough to hold the both of us." Then Hinzelmann spoke to him with much reason, pointing out that he wished him no harm, and that it was impossible to shake him off, since wherever the Lord went, he could follow. "It was I who flew as a little white feather in front of your coach. You played the part of a poltroon when you fled from what you believed to be evil, instead of fighting it on your own ground. Come back with me, and if you give me your friendship, I will work but good to you and yours." Poltroon, by the way, it means coward, or wuss. So he was saying that the nobleman fled like a coward. So the nobleman went back to the castle, and Hinzelmann lived there with him. A little room was set aside for his use in an upper story, and here they placed, by the nobleman's orders, a small round table and a tiny bed. No one could ever make out if he slept on this, but once when the cook entered very quickly to take him the dish of new milk and wheaten crumbs, which was placed each morn on his table, she saw a shallow depression on the pillow, as if something very small and soft had rested there. When the time came for Hinzelmann to leave the castle, he presented its lord with 3 fairy gifts, the last of these being a leather glove richly wrought with pearls and a curious pattern of snails and scrolls. So long as this glove was in possession of his house, he told him, so long would his race flourish. And thus he requited the kindness which had been shown to him. There is nothing that we like better than to help our friends. "I know," I said, nodding my head, and the spirit smiled as if this pleased him. We're back to the little boy. "We need to take no credit for this," he remarked, "since the Dwarf King himself sets us the example. His rescue of the poor old couple at Schillingsdorf is one of many instances of the way in which he gladly helps those who show hospitality to him or his kind." So yeah, these kobolds are wicked good dudes, and as you'll see later, kobolds have a tendency to, once they find an object of worship like a dragon, they have this obsession to constantly worship and help them, even if the dragon, for example, were to reject them. So as you'll see later on, this trait remained true throughout. Kobolds will, once they find a dragon, they will give them gifts, and should the dragon reject them, they'll continue giving the dragon gifts in secret. So this little bit is still present in modern, in the modern story, of modern kobolds, that once they find someone to help, they will not leave them. They'll turn invisible and continue to help them if they have to. Alright, let's continue. Caught in a storm, he wandered from door to door, entreating each person who answered his knock to let him enter and warm himself. Once and all they refused, for his green velvet garments were stained and draggled, and they had not the wit to see that in spite of his dripping clothes and disheveled beard, he was still every whit a king. At last he came to the hut of an ancient shepherd, whose little old wife was as thin as he, for food had been very scarce. The moment she saw the wanderer, her heart went out to him. "Come in and welcome, you poor little fellow," she said, setting her wide door. "Our fire is not much of a boast, but 'tis better than none on a night like this." And the shepherd hobbled to the inner room that he might bring his Sunday coat, and placed this round their visitor's shoulders, while his own lay drying on the hearth. When the old woman spread a white cloth on the table and gave the dwarf her share of the coarse black bread, which was all her cupboard contained. "I thank you, my friends," he said, breaking the bread into 2 fragments. As he did so, one became a fine white loaf, and the other a noble cheese. The dwarf laughed at the old couple's amazement, and bade them feast to their heart's content. "So long as you leave on the platter of crust a bread and an inch of cheese," he said, "so long will a fresh loaf and fresh cheese spring from these fragments during the night. But if ever a beggar entreats your help, and you refuse him, they will turn to dust and ashes. Now I bid you farewell, but ere long shall we meet again." So saying, he went out into the rain. Despite this... Ooh, that kind of gave me chills. That was a little ominous. So saying, he went out into the rain, despite their entreaties that he would at least stay with them until the storm was over. Little sleep did they have that night, for wind and rain swept through the valley, torrents roared down the mountainside, flooding the wooden houses, and even worse befell at daybreak. An enormous rock snapped off from a topmost peak, and carrying with it great masses of stones and uprooted firs, crashed down onto the little village. All living things were buried beneath its weight, except the shepherd and his wife, whose cottage was yet spared. Tremblingly, they stood at the threshold, for they thought their last hour had come. "Thou hast been a good wife, my dear one," breathed the shepherd, as he drew her frail form close to him. "It is well that we should go together, since thou hast lain by my side for nigh 60 years, she whispered, hiding her face against his breast. "How now?" cried a reassuring voice. Dost thou despair so easily?" And looking up, they saw their friend, the dwarf, riding on a rough raft in the center of the stream, and steering before him the trunk of an immense pine. This he proceeded to fix crosswise in front of their little garden, so as to form a dam. The torrent now passed by the cottage, leaving it undisturbed, and the voice of the wind was hushed. The sun came out, and the birds sang, but the only people alive in Schillingsdorf were the shepherd and his old wife. "How now?" cried a reassuring voice. And that is the end of the chapter about the kobolds. So, it wasn't super related, but I didn't read this beforehand, so there were some things in here that I learned. I ended up finding this after I wrote the original script, and I was like, oh, okay, it's probably not super important. And then I asked people on YouTube, and people on YouTube, you all said that you wanted to hear it. So I read it. Hopefully I was good at telling stories. And I don't think Babel could help my pronunciation on that one, but you know, you'll probably have better luck. But as we saw, there are lots of parallels between the kobolds of the modern sort that we're familiar with, the as you'll find out later, the worshipping business, their tendency to stay hidden from their object of desire, and their sneakiness. It wasn't super related, but it was a good story. Like I said, if you want to check out the rest of this story for yourself and learn much more about fairies and fae and stuff like that, the story's entirely free because it's in the public domain, because it's over 100 years old now. Alright, so we're going to get back onto the regular script now. So it'll be back to Shirtless Me. So take it away, Shirtless Me. I already did a sponsor spot, so I'll make this one quick. If you want to be a kobold, here are some options. First, I made this video because Bubblegum Bark made a kobold model, and they've sponsored videos in the past, so I thought I'd toss them this freebie. Check out BGB on Gumroad, link in the description. They make models for VR chat, but you can convert them to VRM and use them for VTubing as well. The model I'm using right now, the one you're looking at, this one, me, on the screen, is by Thingy. I wanted to be a tinier kobold, so I picked this one. And there is another good kobold model on Gumroad by Don't Jinx It. Don't Jinx It as probably the cheapest one at $20, and you don't have to buy a license in order to use it for VTubing. All the models are good though, and have their own benefits, just letting you know your options before you join the kobold fold, but if you want something custom, you should hire my model maker, Low 3D Arts. They do digital art, along with 3D art and custom VR chat models. And lastly, if you're enjoying the video, you should like, subscribe, comment a lizard emoji, or you know what? Ooh. Comment, is there a gem emoji? Comment some gem emojis so that I can give them to my dragon wife. Check me out on twitch.tv/SeraProto, and if you like this snazzy sweater I'm wearing, you can get it in the shop below the video. If you super like the video, click the super thanks to donate a few bucks. It's just below the video. YouTube has been demonetizing a lot of my videos, even some of my older stuff, so this, you know, really helps. Even $2 helps more than ad revenue. Alright. Back to the video. There are other interpretations of kobolds that you might have not seen, like in the famed tabletop game, Kobolds Ate My Baby. In Kobolds Ate My Baby, you play a little gremlin called a kobold. This game was designed to be a funny, short-played game where you roleplay as kobolds causing trouble or trying their best to help. If you want an idea of how short this game is meant to be, look no further than the stat chart and its very minimalist character sheet. We have every important stat a kobold needs, like eat feet, which I won't do on the first date, eat meat, you have to take me to dinner for that one first, and cheat. I don't have a joke for that one. The main difference between these kobolds and modern kobolds is that they're fuzzy in an attempt to make them cuter. But if you're a furry, or looking at me, you know we can make things cute without adding fur, although it does help. Fast forward to modern times and we have a little known tabletop game that's even more obscure and less well known. But it's where pretty much every aspect of koboldism comes from. This modern depiction of kobolds is from Dungeons & Dragons. I know, it's a real sleeper hit. You have to be careful, blink and you might miss this one. Almost nobody plays this. In Dungeons & Dragons, kobolds are reptilian humanoids who live a tribe-like lifestyle where they worship a dragon in exchange for protection. They'll live in caves or dungeons where dragons live and build traps to kill adventurers, then take their gold, gems, weapons, and armor and give them to the dragon they worship instead. Basically, they're a little army of simps who donate gold and gems to their streamer dragon in hopes they get recognized for it. But they never do. Thus is the life of a dragon simp. Thankfully, Dungeons & Dragons is almost 800 years old, so there's just as much lore for them as there is for the little old man kobolds. And unfortunately, all of this lore is actually relevant to the kobolds we're talking about today, so I'm gonna have to go over it all. Despite furries taking and changing them, they didn't change much of the culture because, I mean, the idea of a little creature who throws gems at his dragon wifey is incredibly modern and relatable. Let's go over the D&D lore and you'll see what I mean by they didn't touch the lore. Personality. Kobolds are pretty short, standing at an average of 2 feet tall, or 61 centimeters for my tea-drinking viewers. Because of this height difference between them and the other races in D&D, they're often made fun of. Even dwarves and the average halfling are taller. Gnomes, of course, are shorter, but kobolds aren't spared from being made fun of. Due to being lawful evil by nature, they are often viewed as naturally covetous, and are despised or looked down on, sometimes literally, for that. But this hate quickly becomes mutual, as kobolds are often suspicious and hateful towards taller creatures because of the treatment from tall folks in their past. But they're creatures who do respect authority, to some extent, setting aside their hate when necessary, but are always down for a little rebellion. The kobolds can have a little rebellion as a treat. If you want an idea of their Napoleon complex, you only need to hear this quote from a kobold trap maker. "Even tall ones are shorter than me when they're lying on their backs and filled with spikes." Due to this height difference and strength difference, they make up for it with their large numbers and cleverness, often making use of traps, ambushes, and large pack tactics. These plans and tactics are so important to how they act and function that it's not uncommon for every kobold involved in the ambush to know the plans, and sometimes those outside of the ambush only need to ask. In their most secret, classified, lockdown, lock and key plans, you just need to ask. They're very open about their ambush plans. Biology. I mentioned how kobolds often act in packs or much larger tribes, so just how often is a bouncing baby kobold brought into the tribe? Well, they're notorious for having the highest birth rate and being non-monogamous, meaning they rarely stick with one partner, which alongside their simpiness explains why some depictions in the furry fandom and games like Kobold Care show them as being highly promiscuous. They're not actually promiscuous, they're not human, so let's not pin human hang-ups on non-human creatures. A female kobold who is pregnant will lay an egg in just 2 weeks, with a tenth of those births leading to twins. Then an egg only needs to be incubated for 2 months, and within an afternoon, a freshly born kobold can walk and contribute to the tribe. They reach adulthood at only 6 years old. They're not just quick, they're hardy too. In the case that an egg were to break a couple weeks early, the premature kobold would still easily survive. This frequent egg-laying nature has led kobolds to have a dedicated henhouse to lay their eggs in while a foster parent looks over the eggs, meaning as soon as mom is done popping you out, she can head back to work. In the mines. There's some weirder stuff that goes on with them, but it's not super relevant to kobolds in the fandom. Kobolds are descendants of dragons, and sometimes that DNA shines through, and kobolds will be born with wings. Or, as the kobolds call them, dragon rot. A dragon rot, whose connection to the draconic bloodline is especially strong and lends them some neat bonuses like longer lives and immunities to certain magic. Society. Yep, they live in one too. You might be familiar with Kobold Society, as a lot of it is where the memes come from. Kobolds, like many enemies in D&D, love forests and underground locales where they can easily ambush you and set up a variety of traps. Caves and dungeons sound like they might not have enough room to house our reproducing reptiles, but when one tribe becomes overpopulated, they'll split off into their own little tribes. These splits are usually settled in a little friendly, non-lethal combat. But, as I said, they respect authority, especially if the proposed leader is lawful evil as well. Despite splitting, and adventurers thinning them out for population control, these towns are packed elbow to elbow like clubs during a pandemic. Because of the size of these tribe kobolds, they don't have much of a concept of privacy or shame. When you have hundreds living in a small cavern, you don't have space for everyone to have a home or, I guess, clothes. Dressing 1,000 kobolds would probably take up a lot of cloth, and adventurers don't travel by the hundreds. So clothing is limited to functionality and rituals, but not to hide their filthy, sinful bodies. Even when around kobolds of different sexes, they just let that junk hang out. Jeez, kobold caverns sound like they smell something fierce. Cave dwelling is a natural fit for them, so don't feel too bad. Like Gen Z, they yearn for the mines. But you can see them doing all sorts of specialized jobs like dragon worship, trap making, and sorcery. They also have dark vision, so they don't need a bunch of RGB lights to illuminate their vitamin D deprived flesh. Among their other activities, kobolds love communal baths and swimming. Try not to imagine an oasis of naked scaly swimming. So, how do kobolds leave their fold and join the world outside their caves? Exile. Kobolds love exile. Due to their extreme dependency on large numbers, being sentenced to forever alone is just as terrifying as failing their death saving throw, and kobolds live 135 years or longer, so alone until you fail your save is a really long time. But if one joins your party, they're a great time. Every little win is praised by them, and if they consider you among their tribe, then a win for the tribe is a win for them. They're great emotional support like that because they don't care so much about the individual success so much as the success of everyone. Thank you, Comrade Kobold. Yes, I spelled comrade with a K in the script. Religion. I'll keep this section short because there are some nerdy D&D deity names and lore, and you only really care about the kobolds' worship of dragons. Kobolds love serving dragons. They view them as gods oftentimes, which isn't much of a leap for them. Kobolds are descendants of dragons, so kobolds see them as a higher version of themselves. If kobolds encounter a dragon, they will present it with tributes, gold, gems, loot, anything they think the dragon might like. They see even the act of serving a dragon, or being consumed by one, an honor. Stop thinking about vor. In the case that a dragon doesn't want any kobold servants, the kobold will work for it in secret, satisfied with their paltry donations even if their favorite stream dragon doesn't notice them. Basically, if a kobold has decided to worship you, you're stuck with them. Better accept it, because eating them isn't an option because that's their kink. And that's it. Everything you needed to know about kobolds. The only things I left out was their diet. They're omnivorous, eating plants, animals, and the occasional adventurer. They're able to eat just about anything, even tree bark if they're desperate enough. They also shed, and their outfits of choice are pretty simple, typically consisting of tunics, breeches, loincloths, but won't turn down finery like silks, leathers, and tailored clothing. They're just like you, but small. I hope you enjoyed this video, and you learned more about our cute reptilian rivals and friends. Make sure to pamper your kobolds with fruit, head pats, and always say thank you when they give you a gift. Especially if it's someone else's arm. Thank you for watching! I was gonna say bye-bye, but that's not the thing I do when I'm a kobold. How would a kobold say goodbye? I also forgot to talk about their language. They talk in yips and yap, which is like, I think it's called Yip Yak, and it's a combination of Draconic with their own regional accent, which consists of yips and yak. So yip 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 yip. Yep, that's what the kobold do. They go yip. Yip yap.
I'm guessing that's bye-bye. Kobold, I don't know. I hope I did just say something awful instead. Thanks to my patrons, Ceres, Blonsk, Ninjasum, Colorado Blue, Sly, Creeper Kitty, Vaderson, Linky, Kit Chimera, and special thanks to my newest patron, Moonman. Creatures like them make this tiny little cave a tiny little home. If you want your name up here, you can find my Patreon link in the description. I made another original species, and this one is open with some closed options. You can check them out at bit.ly/Saurions, but let's not waste any time and get right into it. Origin. A long time ago on the planet you're standing on, but like in an alternate universe or something like that, sometime during the late Cretaceous period, there were giants who roamed the planet and ate plants and fruit. And there were little ones who hunted and devoured fuzzy little animals and ate their flesh, and yet more meat-eaters who were large, as big as the other giants, and would eat the other giants too. Towards the end of this era, the giants saw a flash in the sky, as a large burning rock flew down from the sky and crashed far off in the horizon. All that could be seen of the rock was the bright orange its impact left on the horizon, like a second sunset. As the glow began to dissipate, a great wind blew over the small island the giants watched from. The giants didn't know it, but they were incredibly lucky. But how could they know just how lucky they were? They were like animals and lived the rest of their lives as such. They continued to eat, sleep, reproduce, as animals do, and as generations came and went, the island began to shrink, growing smaller and smaller as the water levels rose and consumed the land the giants lived on. With the land shrinking by generation, so did the giants. They had to change their diets and diversify to survive. They relied more on vegetation. Over the millions of years, they adapted further, the first being the plant eaters. As they got smaller, they needed new and creative ways to reach their food. It was easy for them to reach their fruit in the trees when they were smaller than them, so the giants now stood on their hind legs and grabbed the fruit from the trees. As they shrunk further, they made tools to get their fruit, and they shared this knowledge with the meat eaters, and they shared their world, where they grew and lived together. After that, it was much like the other races of Terra. We discovered fire, ate meat again, but never each other. We made art, language, stories. Then one day, gifts from the ocean washed up on the shore, boxes made of wood and bound with metal, and filled with everything one could imagine. Clothing, food, spices, toys, and when we learned how to reproduce what was sent to us, we made our own technology. It was also through these crates that we discovered images and videos, and that showed us that there is a much larger world over that horizon, and with our land shrinking, we knew it was time to leave. We never considered it before. We knew about your existence, at least. We never considered it. We had everything we needed, but we knew what was happening. We couldn't stay here forever. Around the time we started getting the crates, the water levels started rising exponentially. One day our island would be submerged, and we could stay and drown, or move on. We gave up our homes. Our families got on boats and left in every direction the boxes came from. Some found land and continued living their simple lifestyles, staying out of cities, living off the land, Some made homes out of caves and abandoned towns, and the rest of us moved in and integrated with the rest of the races of Terra. We are those giants, and our island, the Isle of Giants, was our home. Don't let our short size fool you though. We really thought we were the only ones who lived on this planet. Before we get into subtypes, I wanted to say happy birthday to my channel. It's been 1 year since I made the channel, and to celebrate that, I made a special merch drop. I've opened up pre-orders on my super cool keychain idea that I had last year. Here it is. It's a two-parter keychain with one UFO up top and me floating dangerously being abducted by my own ship. Here's a similar one from Rogue Race, the place I'm ordering from. It'll be a little similar to this, but with my art on it. As a bonus, the first 20 sold are going to be Star Sparklies, and will include a signed tarot card from me. It will have the full art the keychain is from, and signed. It's very cool, and super limited, so make sure to pre-order while you can. I've already sold 8. So there are less every day. By the time this video comes out, it might be even less. As a bonus, if this does well, I'll commission art for more merch, and we can get you some other cool merch, like Dockies, 3D mouse pads, or collectible art cards. Anyway, this is my species, so my ad is the only one, and let's get back to it. Saurians and Saurian subtypes. What a cute little intro. Couldn't have made a better one myself, and I would know, because I made that one myself. Before we get into a buttload of lore and stuff like that, I'll be going over all the subtypes. My plan with this species was to help make some lesser used dinosaur species and make them furry in order to help people visualize more what they could look like, kind of like what Chimereon did with chameleons. So any of the future subtype releases, I plan to make them open as long as interest is shown, and the best way you can show interest is to join the Discord and make Saurians and share them with me and your friends. The more fans and support the species gets, the more I can work on and expand the species. You'll want to join the Discord if you're the artsy type too, as I host contests regularly with winners getting MYOs to closed variants. Sera Saurian. All Saurian are the result of convergent evolution, where they evolved from their original dinosaur-like bodies down to the smaller humanoid form. If you're familiar with carcinization, the process of sea creatures evolving to become more crab-like because the success that form allows, it's similar to that. With limited landmass, the humanoid form is far more successful, allowing for tool use and creation, more food sources and opportunities, as well as ease of reproduction. But each Saurian subtype is tied to an ancestor that they inherit their various appearances from. In the case of Serasaurians, they are related to Triceratops and related families. This makes them easily identifiable by their nose horn and 2 supraorbital horns. But due to the shrinking of subsequent generations, most have dropped the helm typical of Triceratops. Sera are known for being slow-moving, patient, and friendly, with a tendency to hang out in large groups. This preference for large groups has turned into a dependency on group life. This dependency on living in groups may have contributed to the loss of their helms, making it easier for them to squeeze in close. Instead, Sera have developed horn nubs on their cheeks. Personality-wise, they range from moody, cold, serious, or total gremlins, until they get to know you. They have this presence that makes you think that they're independent, but are actually very nice, and kinda need you. They're kind of like house cats. Because of their social dependency, it's common for Seras to be polyamorous, taking on multiple partners at once. The most common pairing for them is 3 to 5, who are all dating or are weirdly close friends that you might think are dating if you didn't know any better. They are, however, capable of being alone for short periods of time in private, but in public settings, they'll panic if left alone. This is a holdover from their herd lifestyles. When multiple Sera are close, you'll see them huddled together like a clique, hanging out with just each other, playing, and essentially they feel like they're the only people around and ignore everyone else. This can lead to minor situations where they get clumsy and bump into other people, or get loud and disturb others because they actually forget that other people exist. It's pretty common to see them do 180s in their personalities when this happens. Seras are also easily identifiable because they have some of the largest ears. This is because the heavier Serasaurians use the enlarged surface area of big ears to help vent off excess heat, kind of like what elephants do. This is because they might not otherwise be active enough to vent off the heat through activity, or are too unmotivated to seek shade. The rest of this is a bit of a list, but quick rundown on their unique traits. They can have helms, even though canonically they're uncommon, 2 supraorbital horns that can be back-facing, forward-facing, or standing upright. Nose horns, digi or plantigrade legs with elephant-like feet as an option. They can have beaks, cheek horns, and have a tail at an average length of 2 feet that kind of looks like a watermelon wedge. For design rules on all of these subtypes, check out the website serasthings.wixsite.com/Saurians. Parasaurian. also known as the crested loudmouth. Paras are closely related to the parasaur. Paras are known for being very loud because, in parasaurs, this crest on their head functions as a resonating chamber that makes noises to communicate with other para. When they use this crest to make their calls intentionally, it sounds similar to an elk's call, but they don't always have full control of them and might honk by laughing, crying, or out of excitement. When done by accident, they'll make a sound varying by the individual making it, sounding like chirps to quacks to bellows. You can also witness them using their massive honkers for communication when they're with their herd. Their crest can vary in a few ways: clubs, sharp, plain, and frilled. Clubs are an adaptation used by parasaurs to bang on tall trees to make loose fruit and vegetation fall down. Sharp ones are pointed to harm predators that might leap on them from behind, and frilled crests can amplify and warble the sound of the crest. Among their other adaptations is their ears. Although they're faster than Sera, they still need to offset a lot of heat by moving quickly and have large pointy ears too. But rather than being large and fanned out, they sit upright or slicked back with the head. They'll perk their ears up to hear predators, which doesn't serve much of a purpose nowadays. But instead, these large ears are good for hearing the range of tones and voices and calls, making them incredibly empathetic. Para personalities tend to vary the most. Some are embarrassed by their noises, and some take pride in how loud they can get because the louder they are, the safer the herd is. Their personalities commonly run the gamut, but their weirdest trait by far is their tendency to run on all fours. This is weird because after a certain age, they grow out of the need to use all fours and are actually slower when running this way. They tend to be sensitive about being made fun of for this, because they don't do it on purpose, it's just an instinct. A behavior left over from their ancestors, with baby para even doing it by default and having to unlearn this behavior and transition to bipedal movement later. Their unique traits are large crests, and they can be frilled, clubbed, normal, or spiked, back ridges with thin frill-like ridges that go down the spine, long tails that can drag, and unique thin, round legs that are stilt-like as an option. You can of course do digi or planty. Carnosaurian, also known as the gluttonous picky eaters. They are currently the only saurian based on carnivores. The Carno are omnivore, but greatly prefer the taste of meat, and they aren't picky about what kind of meat or even whether it's cooked. Unfortunately, they evolved to be unable to process many meats, especially raw meats. If for some reason a Carno loses access to a certain meat, they may develop an intolerance to it, similar to how humans can develop lactose intolerance should they stop consuming milk after a long time. Like a lactose intolerant person and ice cream, they'll still try to consume it. It's not all bad, as they're more than capable of eating fruits, nuts, veggies, and insects, but aside from fruits and nuts, they don't often like those other flavors. If something tastes too earthy, they'll gag. Same if it smells too earthy, and they have sensitive noses. Some even joke that they can smell what you're thinking, and this isn't that much of an exaggeration. Paired with their very perceptive eyes, they can read body language and smell differences in hormones and sweat. Despite being evolved from a predatory species, they get along very well with the other saurians, who at one point may have been their next meal. Well, they get along with others as long as they're not between the Carno and meat. The only saurian they don't get along with well is other Carnos, because of their naturally solitary personalities and instincts. They're very friendly and try their best to suppress their voracious appetites when in the company of others, just to be polite. Carnos that prove successful at fighting their instincts may find themselves to be incredible cooks. Normally they eat too fast to appreciate the diversity of flavors, but when they slow down and savor their food, they realize just how good everything tastes. Among their adaptations is a shorter snout with larger teeth and claws. The shorter snout was developed because they no longer hunt for food, so they don't need big gnashing jaws to catch running prey, and they don't need the long snouts to dig into prey better. Since they cook their food, usually, most of the time, they've developed shorter mouths with bigger noses to look more friendly and cute. Cooperation is also an unlikely adaptation. Carnosauria typically hunt alone, but as they evolved, the benefits of working with other species and living in groups proved more useful. They can still roar, but save it only for arguing with other Carnos and scaring away predators. Many Saurian credit them with the Saurians' early survival. When Carno encounter each other, they'll acknowledge each other first so that they're both aware of each other and then try their best to keep their distance from each other. With mating pairs, they'll acknowledge, get close, and headbutt. This is effectively them flirting. If they both like the headbutt, they'll date. Most Carnos who make it this far end up being together for life. If they don't get along, they'll roar until they separate. Carnos aren't violent and will never fight another Saurian, especially other Carno. This roar is just them politely asking for other Saurian to respect their personal space. Carnos are perfectly capable of getting along as long as they stay several feet apart from each other. Unique traits include short snouts, rounded heads, fanged teeth, 6 canines, 4 up top and 2 down low. Some are bearded like bearded dragons, horns on the brow, digi or plantigrade legs, clawed toes and fingers, spikes down the back, small bear-like ears, and very short tails. Stegosaurian. The big friendly giants. The Stegosaurian ancestors are, you guessed it, Stegosauruses. Stegos are, on average, taller than other saurians, ranging from 4'5" to 5'5", which might not seem like much when compared to most humanoids, but trust me, they're the tall ones. Stegos are also the slowest moving, the most patient, tend to be the kindest, and are quick to make friends. Unlike the Sera, they're much more solitary. They love being around others, but they're just as content living alone or staying in their room all day. Where Sera are very quick to make multiple friends and cycle through them quickly, Stegos tend to keep a smaller, more tight-knit friend circle, and will keep them for life. Like most saurian, they're omnivorous, but fruits and veggies taste best to them, so many Stegos will practice a frugivore lifestyle. For adaptations, Stegos have developed softer spines like a rubbery or silicone feel. These spines can bend and move out of the way. This is because when Stegosauruses were alive, breeding was difficult due to their spines. Males were just as likely to hurt themselves in the process because of their mate spines. There are a lot of theories as to how Stegosauruses got around the spine mating conundrum. One was mating lakes where Stegos would use the water to help with a more comfy breeding process, or males just accepted their fate, took the L with the W. But Stegosaurians evolved softened spines that can be hardened by contracting muscles. If their spines stayed hard all the time, it'd be possible that a Stego who falls on their back would not be getting up. Stego ears happen to be the largest of their species because of their large stature. Like other saurian, their ears are used to dissipate excess heat by flapping their ears. When cold, however, they raise their ears like sails to catch sunlight and build up their temperature. Because of this adaptation and the Stego's efficiency with energy generation and conservation, you're likely to see them venturing further north than their peers. Unique traits include very short to very long tails, soft pliable spines down the back and tail, shaped spines, tails can grow spikes and look club-like, digi or plantigrade legs, and can also have elephant-like feet. Cross-saurian and high-saurian. You thought I was going to be on the other side of the screen this time, didn't you? Well, I'm not. I gotcha. Warning on this one going forward. Cross-saurian and high-saurian are in the works and are currently limited to only adopts made by Sera and a select few approved artists found only in the Saurian Discord group. These characters are also tied to a master list to ensure ownership is correctly attributed to the owner and artist, and the restriction on creation is only to ensure they retain their identity and not as a form of exclusion, or cool kids club. If anyone could make one, they would quickly lose their identity and would be unrecognizable as Saurian. With that out of the way, Saurians can have children with other Saurians regardless of their subspecies and with various other furry species. Saurians live on an alternate Earth called Terra. That's a general alternate universe that my species inhabit because I'm too lazy to come up with an actual universe. But furries and humans live there too. Saurian can also breed with other furry species that aren't Saurian or even reptilian. Cross-Saurian is the name adopted for Saurian who are the children of two Saurian parents that are of different subtypes. Crosses don't typically specify what kind of Saurian they are, as they may identify with both parents, and Saurians have been together for so long that every Saurian has some other subtype's DNA in them somewhere down the line. Saurian who breed with other species will also inherit traits from their non-Saurian parent, but are unlikely to develop new traits not found in their parents. These Saurians are hybrids and prefer to be called high Saurian. But regardless of parentage, all Saurian are Saurian. Reproduction and gender. Warning for this section. I do discuss reproduction and giblies here. The clean version is Saurian have three sexes, male, female, and Zale. Male and female can breed with each other, and Zale can breed with any sex, including other Zale. Birthing Saurian can have live births or lay eggs, and pronouns are by the individual, and AMAB and AFAB individuals can transition. Saurian are also primarily pansexual, about 50% of them. That's it. Now, skip ahead to this time if you don't want to hear the dirtier details, or if you're a minor. Saurian are capable of breeding with most species and having children with them. This is because of their naturally adaptive biology. In order to breed with other Saurian of different subspecies, they had to adapt, and this has made their genes open source, for lack of a better word. Male Saurians look like most males of other species, and females do as well. Male Saurians are usually smaller chested, but are capable of growing breasts and have male typical giblies. Saurian can transition just like humans, and may not perfectly fit into the social and cultural molds of male and female as dictated by other societies. Female Saurian tend to have smaller breasts than mammalian humanoids, but can have larger ones with hormone treatments, but most are fine with having small to medium-sized chests, and capable of both egg-laying and live birth, but do not have a cloaca. so you can guess what their Ghiblies are. But there is a third sex, unique among Saurian, referred to as Zale. Zale are like clownfish and capable of adapting their hookups according to the needs of their group. Zale are capable of reproduction with both male, female, and Zale partners, and will change their biology to adapt to the need, but this process can take months, but can be accelerated through hormone treatment. In the culture, Saurians don't care about sex, and don't have a concept of gender on the island. The ones living among other species will choose to identify as the gender they feel best represents their identity. This means that Saurians are more likely to be trans, at least socially and culturally, with many identifying as non-binary or agender. Most Saurians are pansexual, with about 50% being pansexual, but don't have the word for it. Instead, Saurian will say which sex they prefer, or in the case of pan ones, they will just say, I like who I like. There are Saurians with preferences, but with the existence of a third sex, they'll usually go by gender identity. Should a pair or polycule be incapable of reproduction, they'll ask a friend to play surrogate or give them an egg. Polycules are pretty common among Saurians because most subtypes of Saurian are happiest when they're in groups. Saurian females and Zales, as previously stated, are both capable of live birth and egg reproduction. Live birth is achieved by not laying the egg, or it being inseminated before being laid. The egg will stay in the womb and continue to develop as the baby grows. As the baby grows, the eggshell softens and thins. Then live birth proceeds similar to how it would with mammals. Saurian will choose whether they want to give birth or lay an egg, as they have benefits to both methods. Live pregnancies last about 6 months and result in one Saurian being born, with twins being incredibly rare. Live birth Saurian will need to be cared for by their parents longer. Birthing Saurian may prefer a live birth if they're moving around a lot or wish to care for the baby long term, or want to bond further with their child. Saurian who prefer egg laying are likely doing it as a surrogate or enjoy the independence of egg-born Saurians. Children from eggs require less nutrients and can walk around sooner, since the nutrients come entirely from the egg and not from what the parent ingests, resulting in more nutritionally complete development. Eggs are also more likely to have twins, but take longer to develop and are best for parents who don't plan to move around a lot. Egg birth takes about 9 months, but allows the parents to skip annoying things like caring for a defenseless baby. Baby Saurian. Saurians who are born via live birth are called pups, and egg-laying babies are called skips. Pups, when born, are nearly blind and very similar to human babies, having almost no motor skills, no object permanence, and are incredibly reliant on their parents. Parents with breasts can breastfeed the pups, but the majority will choose to feed them pureed foods like mashed meat, veggies, and fruits. Pups aren't born with teeth, but can fully ingest these meals. Skips, on the other hand, are able to walk clumsily from hatching and can chew their own food, but it's recommended parents give them diced or cubed whole foods. Their stomachs aren't fully developed, and eating processed or high-sugar foods will upset their tummies. After this point, they develop similarly. 1-year-old skips and pups can walk and talk like a human 3-year-old, but still lack most motor skills. But at this point, they're much easier to care for, as they can be fully bipedal unless they're parasaurian. Your baby para will need at least another year before they can walk upright. Skip horns will start to grow from nubs to their first set of horns now, whereas pups will only start growing in their nubs. Skips start with small horns to help break their shell, but at this point your skips and pups will be indistinguishable save for their horns. Pups will take a while longer before they'll feel comfortable being alone. Their dependency period has left them reliant on their parents' constant presence. But most are okay as long as they can hear your voice, so you might need that baby monitor for a little while longer. At this point you might notice that their eyes, ears, heads, and feet are huge. Don't worry, they'll grow into them. They kind of look like chibi versions of adults. This cute appearance is supposed to trigger an emotional response in nearby Saurian and trigger their parental instincts. If a baby is lost, another Saurian will find it hard to ignore them and will immediately sit next to them and watch them until a parent is found. From this point on, their growth will mimic humans and will reach adulthood at 18. When they become adults, the only way to know if one is a pup or a skip is based on their body types, height, and what their parents call them. When it comes to your parents, you're always their baby. Isle of Giants. The Isle of Giants is the home of the Saurian. It's an ever-shrinking island that was originally far off the coast of Pangaea. Once Pangaea separated into the continents and land masses, the isle ended up being relocated to what is now the Pacific Ocean. There, the island remained largely untouched, except for the occasional shipwreck and lost cargo. There, Saurians lived and grew until it was time for them to leave due to the shrinking landmass. The remaining Saurians staying on the island are working on alternatives to save their island and maybe bring it back to how it was before the ocean claimed it. The majority of Saurian who left were civilians, and the remaining were mostly scientists of all sorts and subtypes that would continue living on the island longer than most. Species like the Pterosaurian, who need less land and could live in the trees, and Amphibiousaurian that could live in shallow waters. There's even been talk of aquatic saurian who are assisting scientists with raising the land. There are several plans being worked on to fix the situation they're in. Some are trying to develop a way to free the island so it can freely float. The Terra are working with scientists to create a flying city while they figure out how to make the mainland float again. Others are working on making artificial lands, but only time will tell when or if their home will float again. If that day comes, all saurian, regardless of subtype or hybridization, will be welcomed home if they want it. And with that, we're done. If you're interested in my species, you can check out the website, serasthings.wixsite.com/saurians, or join the Discord. I super recommend the Discord because I do contests, and you can find adopts for the crossbred saurians there too. We already had 2 contests, a logo contest and a selfie contest, and next is a fashion show where participants will design what clothes saurian typically wear. If you liked this video, make sure to leave a like, comment a dino emoji, and definitely check out the pre-order for my keychain. You can also help the channel by leaving me a super thanks. There's a possibility that this video might get demonetized because of the reproduction section, so super thanks can super help with some of what I'll lose. Thank you everybody for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.
Hello everybody, I've done it yet again. I've made an awesome original species, and this one is called Nomgrels, but this species almost didn't exist. If I didn't find the site Paper Demon, I wouldn't have made them in the first place. The problem with Nomgrels is also what makes them so cool. They evolve like Pokemon do, and because of that I require a leveling system, which it isn't impossible to set up, but my coding knowledge begins and ends with Godot, and I'm not even particularly good at that. Lore Keeper is usually the go-to in this kind of situation, and it has lots of automation and shortcuts for original species art RPGs, but as I explored Paper Demon more, I realized that I could do a lot more without having to know any code myself, or having to hire anyone to code. Then as I saw what was possible, I kept adding, and I got a bad case of scope creep. New things being added constantly, and now it's far from the original idea. Basically, Nomchromancy and Nomgrels couldn't exist as it is now without the help of Paper Demon. And they're also the sponsor of this video. Finally, a sponsor that actually makes sense for this channel. It's not Raid Shadow Legends, and it's not HelloFresh. It's something that actually makes sense and something that can actually help the species creators out there that watch this channel. So if you're someone who's making an art RPG or a closed species art RPG, you should check out Paper Demon and, get set up with them. There's a lot of automation, and there's a lot of features here that you won't find in Lore Keeper that will elevate your closed species beyond that of just a regular Lore Keeper site. Anyway, make sure to check out Paper Demon ARPG, Nomchromancy, and if you're wanting to make your own ARPG masterpiece that runs like Lore Keeper, but better, and without the coding fuss, check out the link in the description to see pricing, and use code SPACESHEEP in all caps when you email Red to save on membership, and it also helps out my ARPG a little bit by paying a bit of my membership fee. I'll be making a video later on how you can make your own ARPG with PDA in my next video, so check that out. Anyway, let's get started with Nomchromancy, the first nomling. Nomchromancy, the first nomling. The start of our story is in a dark, dank corner in an equally dark and dank tavern. 2 Nomchromancers discuss how hard life as a practitioner of the dark arts has become since the kingdom has been cracking down with better guards and more late-night shifts to protect the graveyard, and civilians are taking on a more personal and armed role in the removal of necromancer labs. Bodies just aren't as easy to come by as they used to be, says a cloaked figure in a raspy voice. Another cloaked figure shouts, "Damn right. Ever since the government started cracking down on grave robbing, you can't even get yourself a fresh zombie," she says as she slams her obnoxiously large wooden grog mug down on the table. "How am I supposed to keep my lab clean without a thrall?" The first necromancer says in a dissatisfied tone, "At least you have a lab still. I'm going to have to get an honest job, and at this rate, I might as well become a baker," the other mumbles before springing from her seat and sprinting out the door. Nearly returning as fast as she left, she comes back and slams a hefty tome down on the table. "What the hell are you doing, you dolts? You can't bring that in here," the raspy one says in the loudest possible whispered voice. "Calm down. This isn't necromancy. This is a tome on how to make golems, living beings made of stone, iron, clay, and what have you," she says with the proudest grin on her face.
That's great, but what does that have? Oh my god, you beautiful genius. Food is everywhere, and it's legal to work with. If we can't make a thrall, we'll bake a thrall. The recipe man gleefully exclaims before the two drink and party the night away. The next day, after nursing their hangovers, the two run out the basement of a bakery where they make their first lab and successfully bind soul to sweets. It was so simple. It's a wonder they didn't think of it sooner. Make a mold, fill with batter, heat over fire, let cool, pop out the creature, fancy it up a bit, then bind a soul to its cakey flesh, and there you have it. The first Nomling. Calm, trainable, obedient, and before long, word makes it out of town and across the world. The newest magical sensation is in, and it's Nomcromancy. Noms Stage 1. Nomling. Often referred to as the baby form of noms, nomlings are the default form of noms. Their smaller size of 3 feet tall means much less ingredients to make them than making a new full-sized golem, and smaller makes it easier for them to clean where their nomcromancers or creators can't reach, which doesn't matter as much since they revolted and became their own people. All noms enter this world as nomlings and are made of various food items molded into their current shape, then a soul is bound to them to bring them to life. Binding the soul to the body resets the soul's memory, and the souls of any formerly living thing can be used. The statues can then be brought to life by a skilled nomcromancer, or a pair or more of nomgrels. As nomlings age, they tend to stay around the same size unless they take on more food items into their flesh, but the power of a nomling's soul affects the maximum size of their body. So some nomlings will naturally progress and become nomgrels through age, or will stay nomlings without nomcromancer intervention. As they age, the soul and food meld, and the two deepen like the flavors in a stew when allowed to cook longer. When aged right, they turn into a nomgrel, or they can consume a nomaline to speed up the process. Nomaline is the concentration of ingredients sourced from hungers. More on them later. The nomaline has the appearance of a gemstone, but is actually a soft gummy candy encased in a hardened sugar shell. It can be difficult to chew, so it's recommended your nom swallows it, or you surgically implant it. Once dissolved, it contains enough calories, souls, and mass to jumpstart the nomling's evolution. The recipe is pretty simple, but I won't bore you. If you've ever made gummy candy, you can make this easy too. This is a nomling, but their appearance can vary. But the most important traits they have are their posture, canine appearance, long fat tail that tapers to a tip, furred or smooth, long pointed ears, fluffy manes, longer arms and legs, digitigrade legs, and thicker forearms. Their posture is important and the more identifying factor in a nomling besides being less than 3 feet tall. They have a hunched gorilla-like posture, and appearance-wise, they can look like most mammals, but their other traits have to be unchanged. So you can have more of a feline or rat-like face, but canids are the most common. Since nomlings are essentially newborns, they start with only common traits from the main 5 flavors of sweet, spicy, bitter, sour, and savory. To learn how to make your nomling and how to play the game, check out the link in the description called Play Nomcromancy, or go to the link on screen. Make sure to check out the guides, especially the Getting Started section. You can find us super easy by going to paperdemon.com, scrolling about halfway down the page, and you can see us right there on the front page, Nomcromancy. Lore. Noms as people. As the demand for more and more difficult tasks for nomcromancers grew, so did the need for smarter and stronger noms. Like Icarus on wax wings flying too high just to get burnt by the sun, so too did the nomcromancers. With each smarter and smarter nomling created, the more and more nomlings understood that they were being taken advantage of. The nomlings grew dissatisfied with their treatment and overthrew the nomcromancers. No one died, but some egos were bruised on the nomcromancers' ends. The nomlings took their recipes or copied them in secret and ran away, making their own towns and eventually kingdoms. They also made their own nomlings, and with time, they worked with the nomcromancers and forgave them. The nomcromancers had some help speeding up this healing when a new enemy appeared that threatened noms and non-noms alike. The new threat was hungers and gluttons. Hungers are a breed of monster that arose after feeding upon nomlings. Inside them is the concentration of souls, sugars, gelatin, and nom parts. The monsters in the area have always been highly adaptive, but before they typically adapt to just the elements. Something in noms must have advanced their biology, since they didn't just stop at hungers, but evolved into new creatures of their own, called the gluttons. I don't have art for them yet because raids aren't in the game yet, but they're coming out soon. You'll still see some art concepts for them, and these are by Worm Sera. Anyway, normally hungers and gluttons don't have a taste for non-noms, but gluttons are highly destructive and will eat whatever they can.
Given time, gluttons may realize that humanoids are also a great source of calories. Seeing the shared threat, and the greater threat to the world as a whole, they decided to work together. Nomcromancers did their part by teaching Noms how to be Nomcromancers and work together to advance Nom sciences, creating new forms to help fight the hungers and gluttons. Noms advanced these sciences even further than the Nomcromancers could do alone. Since they had free will and thought now, they were able to come up with ideas that the others couldn't. Noms created weapons and captured hungers to test and develop new weapons with. We'll be adding weapons and expanding our crafting system later too. So look forward to some Nom weaponry. And this led to the discovery of Nomaline and Nomathist, the crystals used to instantly advance their forms. Noms created their own cities, but also their own king Noms. For brevity's sake, we'll leave the kingdoms as a mention. I'm adding lore to each kingdom and quests for them later. Same with hungers and gluttons. I'll be making a video on them once I launch raids. Noms Stage 2, Nomgrels. The second stage of Nomlings are Nomgrels, and are the namesake of the species. You achieve this form by reaching rank 5 with your Nomling in the game, then finishing the first Evo quest by crafting your first Nomaline. Before hungers were discovered, there were only Nomlings. But whether due to age, Nomcromancer intervention, convergent evolution, or maybe just the first transforming unlocked something in them all, it's still not entirely known what caused them all to be able to naturally age into Nomgrels. But the first was caused by how many Nomcromancers do by default, using Nomaline and feeding it to their Nomling or implanting it in their kicky bodies. This advancement led to Nomlings being better capable of defending themselves by turning themselves into Nomgrels, allowing them to use many of the facilities and equipment humanoids use. Nomgrels stand at average human heights and are fully bipedal, no longer using their forearms to walk or run. This form is now the most common form of Nom, too. Nomgrel appearances change a bit, as they shed many of the features commonly shared with Nomlings. They are bipedal, with a fluffy mane, pointy ears, a ferret-like muzzle, longer tails, and a new addition of an S-shaped neck. The enlarged forearms are also now optional, and are more in line with humanoid proportions. Feminine Nomgrels may also have a curvier form and have an enlarged chest area that looks like breasts. But Nomgrel body types aren't indicative of their gender, since Nomgrels don't reproduce like most animals do. If they're curvy, it's just how they were made. Nomgrel reproduction is similar to Nomcromancy. The parents will make a Nomling statue, and each impart a piece of their soul into it, bringing the Nomling statue to life. A newborn Nomling is independent, but childlike, and requires education, but are capable of communicating with Noms and walking and feeding themselves. If not for the need of education, Nomlings could survive entirely on their own. Noms Stage 3, Nomsters. This form is currently in the works and may change in the future. I don't even have art for them yet, not even concept art. Nomster is the final form of Noms as far as we know. These Noms were created by Nomcromancers in order to create a guardian subspecies to help defeat gluttons. Nomlings and Nomgrels won't naturally age into this form, but instead will become this after consuming Nomathist. Despite it not technically being a natural form, Noms are eager to become Nomsters. This stage is the peak of Nom design, being larger, faster, smarter, and more animalistic, taking the Nomling's natural form and following it through to its logical Nomster's conclusion. To hit home on how big some of these are, Nomlings are 3 feet tall on hind legs typically, 6 feet tall for Nomgrels, and Nomsters start at 8 feet when hunched over. Reverting to their more primal and natural form, a Nomgrel that consumes Nomathist will typically grow, hunch over, their body enlarging all over, and then revert back to the posture of a Nomling. Think of Nomsters as the werewolves of Nomgrels. This hunched over posture and more muscular shape is more of a suggestion, as by the time a Nomgrel is able to become a Nomster, they'll have many traits that may conflict with this design, since there are traits that can do things like add wings and remove limbs. The appearance of a Nomster is more of a combination of their Nomgrel and Nomling stages. The important thing is, they're big and intimidating, with some looking like they're fresh out of a nightmare. Something that would make even a mindless glutton shiver. Nomsters retain their intelligence upon transformation, which makes them that much more terrifying than their instinct-driven glutton counterparts. A glutton will tear you apart in the same way every time, by just eating you. A Nomster can think of the best way to tear you apart. Mechanics. Now that I'm done with the description, I can talk about what the mechanics are in Nomcromancy and what makes it different from other RPGs that you might have played. First, original species art RPGs and art RPGs, while sharing similar systems, aren't exactly the same. They're two distinct ideas. An art RPG like Paper Demon's ARPG is like Dungeons & Dragons played with art, or a video game played with art. You bring in your own character, which is great because it's impossible to get a group together for D&D, so one that can be played alone is fantastic and welcome. Original species art RPG games are more about creating a unique character than it is about playing a game together, or bringing in your own character and developing it. Sure, there are game mechanics and events and role-playing, but for the most part, you're participating in original species art RPG communities to make a cool character. What Nomgromancy is doing is something of a mix of both. You're making a cool character, you'll draw art to get money, items, and other rewards, and you'll use them to customize your character, but you'll also be completing quests, earning experience points, evolving, fighting monsters, getting crafting materials, making weapons, and leveling up. Each time you submit art, you'll get motes that you can use to buy traits, cheddar that you can use to buy mutations, experience to level up and unlock quests, evolve, and even get lunchboxes that will give you randomized rewards like a trait, mutation, or crafting materials. So if you like original species games like Chimereon, Bayfoxes, Lithbound, and more, you'll get a similar experience, but with the addition of a deeper, more rewarding RPG mechanic and gameplay. If you want a video game like Neopets or Fervilla, but without having to count potatoes, this is a lot closer to that than just a closed species art community. If you're the type who likes art RPGs like Paper Demon, but want to focus more on creating a new character and creature with some light rules to push you out of your comfort zone, then this game is for you. So play Nomgromancy and play the next evolution of original species art games. I'm also creating new mechanics as I go, some new features planned in the future like sticker sheets. You will earn stickers by doing certain achievements. Then when you get 10, you put them on your sticker sheet in your art program of choice and send it to me. I'll give you the rewards in exchange for what stickers you have. I also have craftable traits planned and equipment for after the release of raids. There will also be systems added that I didn't make, but Red, the owner of Paper Demon, is going to let me use, like an element system that features base elements, but also combo elements for when you team up with friends. If you're interested in joining Nomgromancy, it's open right now. All you need to do is go to paperdemon.com, scroll down, and click on Nomgromancy. If you want to know how to play, I have some tutorial videos up already in a playlist, and that's linked in the description and in comments, and a series explaining how everything works with more videos coming out soon. But everything you need to know is in the written guides in the Nomgromancy group, so if you want to play, go to the link in the description called Play Nomgromancy, then click the button at the top. Then go to guides, and find this one called Making Your First Nomling, then follow the other Getting Started guides and quest guides. How is Nomgromancy monetized? Nomgromancy is entirely free to play. The only mandatory cost to play is art or writing that you submit, but there is some optional paid stuff. Nomgromancy has a monthly subscription it has to pay in order to stay on Paper Demon, so in order to offset that cost, I have to have a few microtransactions in the form of shortcuts, as well as some other optional stuff in the future. Like the sticker sheet will have an optional premium version with just a couple extra rewards, Patreon rewards like a special badge on your character, and if you're a patron, your name will be on the front page, and a donation box. Again, all of it's optional, and the money goes to paying for Nomgromancy's hosting fees. That's pretty much it for this one. If you want to get your own ARPG on Paper Demon, go to the link in the description called Host on Paper Demon to check out the pricing, and when you email Red to learn more, mention code SPACESHEEP in your first email to save on your subscription. Thank you everybody for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye. Today I'm talking about closed species discourse, and while this conversation is as old as time, it's becoming a recent thing for me. YouTube is pushing my videos harder because it's the holiday season, and ad revenue is 50% higher around this time of year. So I'm getting a lot of new people who are viewing the videos about Chimereon, a species that I have already discussed that I have changed my opinions on greatly, and my shorts about closed species and some stuff like that. A couple people in particular are going through all the comments and responding to me everywhere they see me. It's a little obsessive and creepy, but I thought it'd make for a good topic. Also, arguing this junk in the comments is entirely pointless and super reductive. People don't talk like this. People don't talk by clickety-clack on their keyboard. You don't change hearts and minds with text. You talk to people. If you want to change my mind, you gotta talk to me. And if I want to change other people's minds, I talk to them. But I don't trust that people will watch this all the way through and will comment long before they watch the full video. Some will see the title appear in their feed and they'll go, oh, I'm so mad, and the clickety-clackety. I also know that many won't ever change their mind, regardless of what I say, but I feel my viewpoint is necessary because I'm involved in these communities in a way that they aren't. I've talked to the creators, I've talked to members, I've made videos on several of these communities, and I run open species and art RPGs. They're not closed, but I can share my perspective as a creator as well. A lot of the people spreading hate about these groups only have perspective as an outsider, or heard bad stuff from a friend of a friend, or were told to dislike them from a YouTuber who also heard from a friend of a friend or otherwise limited experience. Before we start, I recommend watching Simple Nick's video on a similar subject. When you're done watching this video, of course. We both approach the same subject differently, and Nick talks about different issues and points than I do. So, watching Nick's video will give you a more complete view on this subject. Also, sub to Nick, they made my fursuit, link in the description. First issue. If closed species haters use this energy towards a problem that actually matters, the world might be a better place. Also, you don't hate closed species as much as you hate capitalism, and hassling creators isn't going to solve this thing that you have a problem with, or view as a problem. If they stop, they'll be replaced by another person. You need to attack the problems at the root, not the effects. Arguing with a YouTuber in the comments section or hassling an artist will never fix this problem because it's not the root of the problem. Use this excessive energy and obsessive nature you have on something that actually matters. This thing only matters to you because you seek it out. It's on your mind a lot because you want it to be. You're seeking out this stuff, you want to be upset. If you don't like it, have you considered not seeking it out, or maybe ignoring it? Everyone who participates in these communities do so willingly. So this really is a waste of time. You whine that closed species communities harass non-members for similar characters, but you're harassing people for having a good time, and those people likely have nothing to do with the rare instances of harassment you claim are happening. So, you're not any different. Sorry, you are different. You wave a different banner for a different cause, mighty keyboard warrior. But to address the points that I'm seeing, closed species are restrictive and have lots of rules and stifle creativity. Have you ever watched a streamer play Dark Souls with a dance pad or a guitar controller? Some people like a challenge, and some like prompts and being told what to draw. Some are more creative by having some restrictions, like, for example, in the old days of gaming, they had to find creative solutions to their problems because of limited hardware and file sizes. A lot of your favorite video games just simply wouldn't exist in the same capacity if they had no rules. Absolute design freedom doesn't guarantee creative works no more than restrictive rules squash creativity. Also, with absolute freedom in design, you get choice paralysis. I can't tell you how many communities I've talked to that say they like the rules and having prompts and events. They all say the same thing. It really helps me with art block. It's something I hear near daily, running an art RPG of my own. It's not a closed species, but we do prompts and events. Choice paralysis is a thing that happens when you have too many choices and don't know what to choose. If you've ever struggled to find something to eat on a massive menu, then you know about choice paralysis. A closed species can limit your options to a smaller menu and help you choose your meal more easily. Closed species aren't the only way to do this, of course, but these members choose to do it. So again, if they do so willingly, who gives a damn? Don't like it? Don't join. But I don't see why it's necessary to poop on everyone's parade who talks about them. The amount that hate closed species is much more than the ones who enjoy it. Some closed species have become open, and there are closed species creators who have pulled away from their communities or shut them down in response to, harassment over closed species. You won. Shut up already, and let those of us who are left have our fun. Again, complaining about harassment that these communities do, yet closed species haters have coerced these groups into shutting down or changing because you don't like them, when they aren't doing anything wrong simply by merits of being a closed species. Also, I see tons of whining about closed species and being annoying, but you don't see anyone annoyingly being in favor of closed species. Haters will whine and be annoying, then complain about closed species as if they aren't being insufferable themselves. They exist in their own spaces, just trying to do their own thing, and you're shouting from over the fence, "Stop having fun!" That's really the biggest annoyance here, the lack of self-awareness that these people have, and the refusal to hold a mirror up to yourself and question whether you're being just as bad. Having to register to a master list is dumb. Why do I have to have an ID for my character? Master lists are an anti-theft measure. By having a master list entry, you have a place on the net where people can easily confirm you own that character. So if someone steals your character or tries to commission someone, the artist can check and make sure that they actually own the said character. It also prevents people from impersonating you, as I can go onto the master list and check it and see if this person is pretending to be you, or pretending that they own your character. It can prevent scams by people who are selling characters who aren't theirs. Then, lastly, if someone makes a character without going through the community's preferred methods, like many close species haters do, they can check if the number on the art actually matches an entry on the list. Then they know to avoid you, as you're not a real member of the community. The only reason I can imagine why you would be against master lists is if you're someone who does actively draw characters that are, quote-unquote steal characters or designs or steal OCs, again, quote-unquote, because that's all the master list does, is it prevents character theft. These master lists are also usually managed automatically, as in, you make the character, submit it, then they add it to the list for you. You don't really do anything to get on the master list, it's usually all done by someone on staff. Some charge for updates, but you're taking someone's time for them to update the website, so it's a fair trade. And it prevents people from making changes too frequently and overworking the, usually unpaid teams or very low paid teams who make the master list. Because most people don't pay their Discord mods. The master list is for your benefit, and you usually don't have to do a thing to manage it. This is like complaining that you have a birth certificate and social security number so people don't pretend to be you. There are, of course, people who will draw them regardless, but the master list helps you avoid non-community members who are profiting off of a community they have no involvement in, like rainbow capitalism. Drawing a character just because they asked you not to, then showing off and being proud about it, is so incredibly stupid and childish. It's like the kid who draws on the walls because mommy said not to. They did it for attention. It's goofy, and it lacks self-awareness. Hopefully you grow out of this attention-seeking behavior when you get out of high school, but if not, you'll probably never grow out of this behavior. Doing something just because you're asked not to is like anti-maskers refusing to wear masks because they're not sheep, or men trying to be sigmas because they're not like the other girls. You're being an ass for the sake of being an ass. It's obnoxious, and some of you are genuinely very talented, and that's why it's so incredibly disappointing seeing you waste your talents in a half-cock attempt to get back at what? Fellow artists? Wow, you sure showed them. The characters are unoriginal and overpriced.
I want you to imagine telling an artist that their adopt is unoriginal because it's a dog. That's essentially what's happening here. People pretend to be outraged with the exclusionary nature, but how many shrimp personas do you actually see in the fandom? What are the chances that one would look exactly like a fluffy shrimp by complete and utter happenstance? Slim to none, but we will find half a dozen knockoffs specifically replicating Mochiri's style. Art theft is never okay, but it's okay if it's a closed species, I guess.
Also, the value of these works are only defined by the audience receiving them. That's how capitalism works. I hate capitalism too, but I understand that this is something that will happen as long as the US continues to run like this. Whining and starting internet arguments won't fix an economic issue. You need to get out there and actually do something. Use your excessive energy to solve real problems instead of harassing internet communities and whining about kids who won't let you play with their ball. I've linked a leftist YouTuber you can check out, who I watch pretty regularly to learn more about socialism, called Second Thought. They teach about socialism in a very approachable and simple way. Every item sold has a value dictated by the buyer. The item is only really worth that money if the consumer is willing to spend that much to buy it. If the consumer doesn't like that price, they can go seek out cheaper alternatives like store brands, knockoffs, or go to a different seller, or buy from a different artist. Do you see where I'm going with this? The buyers see value in the art and community and are fine with the cost, so they buy it. Doesn't matter if you think it's overpriced, as long as the buyer is cool with it. Being civil in discourse is for people who have the advantage of having the popular opinion and can exert numbers over you, but I'm going to try and stay nice regardless of that. It's not your money. You don't get to tell people what to do with it. You don't have to buy it. No one is making you. If it's too expensive, then walk away because you're not entitled to art. I also don't care if you're an artist and you take issue with these communities because you don't speak for artists everywhere. Each of you have different opinions, so pretending you speak for everyone is pretty naive. Lastly, why are you the decider of whether the art or design is good or bad? What makes you the voice of what's good art and bad? Adopts are just NFTs. Tell me you don't understand why NFTs are bad without saying it. Yes, on an absolute surface level look, NFTs and adopts have similarities. Some adopts are made from a base that all have that samey look, with only minor things like color being different. But I don't see you all whining about adopts in general being bad. You only complain about close species, so you're explaining your disdain for these groups with an unrelated factor rather than explaining your disdain with things you have an actual issue with. If you're not whining about adopts in every video about adopts, I don't want you using this argument because you don't dislike adopts, you're just using them as a simple justification. As for the deeper part, NFTs are bad for the environment. Adopts use the same infrastructure as the internet does as a whole. The same infrastructure you use every day to make comments, use social media, and look at images and video. All of that is also used by adopts. NFTs use new internet infrastructure that's designed explicitly for the selling of NFTs, and these systems use a ton of energy and are killing the planet. That's the major distinction here, other than adopts predate NFTs, and that NFTs use automation to randomly generate thousands of images. If you think NFTs and adopts are on the same level of bad, then you need to stop using the internet because you're part of the problem that you take issue with. Legality or close species aren't legally protected, so I'll draw what I want. This one is a really funny one to me because of just how obviously you poorly represent yourself and your argument. This one is a big silly. You would draw these and break the rules even if it were illegal. So don't pretend that legality is a factor here. Don't pretend legality is a factor when you obviously don't actually care about the legality of it. You're misrepresenting your point and lying in the most obvious way possible. Don't argue from the standpoint of legality when you don't actually care about the legality of it. This is another made up after the fact point. Legality has no bearing on your decision. You're a clown. As for the legality of it, no court has actually ruled in favor one way or the other on this subject, so we can't really speak to the legality of it. People patent names, catchphrases, and people even try to patent things like Magic the Gathering decks. The reality of it is that it exists in a Schrodinger's cat situation, a legal purgatory because no court has ruled on such a thing, and those who have claimed otherwise at me failed to ever send me a source, like a court ruling. So I'm up to changing my mind on this. If it is actually entirely legal and it has been, ruled on in a court of law, please send me the court ruling. I would like to see that. Fundamental misunderstandings because you don't know what an art RPG is. An art RPG and close species community will often get confused, and that's mostly because of the owners of these communities. An art RPG is an art game where players will draw and submit it for in-game rewards. Think of it like Neopets, but you submit art instead of, counting potatoes to earn money. Art RPGs are basically video games you play with your art, kind of like Art Fight, but it runs year-round. In order to play these games, you need to have a character. In the case of Paper Demon, you can import your own character. But in the case of Nomgromancy, my art RPG, you'll make a new character by playing the game. This is where it gets confused with closed species. You need to play the game to make a Nom, one of the species in my game. You can make one if you want without joining the game, but you're not an actual player if you don't play the game. And you won't be able to benefit from the gameplay experience if you're not a player. And that's fine. It's all up to you. It's all on you. But you're missing out. This is like Neopets in that you can draw Neopets and have OCs of them, but you aren't actually playing Neopets unless you're on the site. You're drawing them, but you're not getting the game's experience. Closed species don't want you to make characters unless you go through the right channels to buy and adopt. These aren't art RPGs. Often art RPGs get confused with being closed species because the owner called them a closed species but will have game mechanics like Chimereon. Now, my game is nowhere near as badly monetized as Chimereon, and I'm not going to defend the monetization. And the adopts in my community have stayed around 50 USD. My game has a lot more game to it. We have crafting, equipment, raids soon, leveling, and our creatures even evolve as they level up. But the people who buy the adopts in Chimereon aren't there to play the game. No one's buying an $800 adopt just to, change features on it and have to redraw it. No one's going to do that. No one's going to spend, the supposed, $2,000 and stuff like that on the characters just to have traits change so that they can play the game. No one is joining Chimereon in that way. No one is joining Chimereon by paying $800 for a character and then changing it by earning more traits. So, to that extent, one could say that people who buy the adopts in Chimereon aren't part of the game community, because they aren't, because no one's going to buy that and change it. My main point here is that a lot of people will say they hate an art RPG without understanding that it's not actually necessarily a closed species. For example, Chimereon is an art RPG, but it's also closed because you have to earn your characters or win the free character raffle. Nomgromancy is an art RPG and is not closed because you get your first character for free. Both have rules. Chimereon have more, but both are a game. In order for a game to function, you need to have rules. You can shove all the pieces of Monopoly up your nose, but you're not actually playing Monopoly unless you follow some sort of rules. For everyone to have fun playing the game, we all have to follow a set of rules. It's kind of like driving. You have to trust that everyone around you, who is also driving, are all driving by the same rules and know what they're doing to some extent. If you can't trust that, it makes, driving a lot scarier. The rules in my game mostly relate to not being a piece of shit, but I have some rules, like only the common traits are free. You have to play the game to unlock the rest. This is called a progression mechanic, like leveling up in an RPG to unlock a new skill. If anyone could make and do whatever they want from the beginning, they wouldn't be playing a game. Hopefully this helps with telling the difference between the two, and art RPGs can stop being conflated with closed species when they aren't the same. Not all art RPGs are closed, but there are some closed ones. As for my species, I really don't give a damn if you draw them without playing, and I have a rule that anyone who harasses you for making a character without playing will get banned. We exist in our own little bubble. If you don't like us, leave us alone. I'm not asking you to join, and we're minding our own business. They're bad because they're exclusive. Concerts are too. Should we do away with those? They have limited tickets, not everyone can afford them. They abuse artificial scarcity and FOMO. So do video games. Pretty much everyone with the Battle Pass has some sort of scarcity and FOMO. When the Battle Pass goes away, all the items on that Battle Pass are taken out of, the available options. And you probably still play them, right? I mean, I know I'm not the only one in my comments who plays Fortnite. Call of Duty players? Yeah, just anyone who bought a Nintendo Amiibo. Because Nintendo had a big problem with artificial scarcity too. They were deliberately not printing enough Amiibo back in the early days. The point is that artificial scarcity being abused is a factor in all of capitalism. Things are artificially made scarce in order to keep the prices high. They did it with milk just last year. They dumped tons of milk because people weren't buying it and they didn't want to have to lower the prices. So if you have an issue with like closed species using our artificial scarcity and FOMO, then you shouldn't play your video games that you like so much either, because your video games obviously abuse those too. Last of all, I wanted to talk about this because Nick makes a really good point, and it's one I've said before. You may accuse closed species of being unoriginal, but was there a demand for chameleons before Chimereon? Was there a demand for shrimp before fluffy shrimps? Sure, but not nearly as many as when you were told you couldn't have a closed species persona based on them. You only care now because you were told no. These groups popularized and basically defined what these creatures would look like as furries. They went in a direction few to no one else was going in. Why do you care now when you didn't care to make a chameleon or shrimp before? It's as simple as that. You only care now because you were told no. This is really all I have to say on the subject. It's really disappointing to see so many people care so negatively about what is effectively a non-issue. You could do so many things with the time that you wasted. You could make great things with this time. You could play a game, watch a movie, make beautiful works, but instead you're whining on the internet or wasting your artistic talents on trying to own the artists. It's sad that you waste your talents like this, and it's a little pathetic that you seek attention this hard. Bye-bye. Hello everybody, we have a new original species and it's brought to you by Beetle, a previous sponsor of this channel. You might know Beetle Yeen as Bubblegum Bark, the 3D model maker who's made models like parasaurs, thylacines, kobolds, goats, sheeps, big cats, hyenas, canines, pride pups, and more recently their horse VR chat model that also has unicorns in it and stuff. They're known for a more fursuit-like 3D model style. Well, They also made an original species, and it came out today when I recorded this, called H1Y33N, or hyene. At first, you might think these are Protogen that are hyenas, and while that's not very far off, there are some distinct differences between them and Protogen that we'll go over, but as usual, we'll go over the lore first. Keep in mind, this original species is open and very new. There might not be a lot of things that you've come to expect from other original species. Lore. There is none. Beetle... There is none. Beetle makes 3D models, and it's not uncommon for modelers to make original species to make models with and not focus much on things like lore. Beetle plans to make them into 3D models as well, so this isn't uncommon, as many of you have asked me to cover many species that only exist as 3D models, and as you'll find out if you've looked at their pages before suggesting them, you'd see that there's no lore, which I believe this lack of lore is just a symptom of modernization. Since people have 3D models, they can interact in person and don't really, roleplay as much as they used to. So there isn't as much of a need to make lore if no one is using it. For example, you'd be surprised how often I hear that people are surprised that Protogen have lore and rules. Design. Now this is something I can talk a lot about, because there's a lot going on here. The design here is straightforward, and we have some strong themes of retrofuturism. Retrofuturism is an art style pioneered by the late 50s, 60s era. It might be further back than that, and was named more recently. Shrimply, it means that the art is reminiscent of how the artists of the past might view the future. Hovering cars and stuff like that, the Jetsons. This means strong themes of chrome, shutters, valves, exposed electricity, and exposed bolts. The strongest theme is always chrome, but pretty much everything I named, previously, is present in the design of hyenes, but with the addition of their fleshy head being planted on their robotic body, which is pretty much the only thing besides the screens that isn't retrofuturistic. Screens can be retrofuturism, but they're typically on the chest of robots and not as a faceplate. The primary traits of the hyene is the chrome-paneled body, exposed bolts and screws, screens on the face, screens on the paw pads, vents, screw-on wings, collars, and cyborg-like heads. Beetle is open to most of these things being changed, with the most important thing being that legs, arms, waist, and face are all robotic, and the head is held on with a collar. By the way, I really like this aspect of the design. The head being held on by a collar is very reminiscent of Frankenstein's monster, but with a collar instead of bolts sticking out of the neck. If Frankenstein's monster was part robotic, I think it would be a very similar design. So this is a very good mix of not just retrofuturism, but Frankensteinian-like design. The vents are located on the upper thigh, where they vent off all sorts of gases, with one of Beetle's characters giving off a sleepy gas, and you're encouraged to get creative with what the fumes could be. The vents open and close in a camera lens style shutter, rather than the vents that you would see on most technology now that works like blinds. This is another feature that gives them a more futuristic or alien appearance, shrimply because it doesn't match our current technology. Blinds are just shrimpler and more reliable. The knees and elbows appear to be similar to gaskets, or like a bendy straw. Exposed screws are present all over, like on the optional screw-on wings, but they're located elsewhere, like on the back of the legs and along the back of the chassis or torso. The screen on the face and paws are somewhat similar to a Protogen visor, but the screens here are a part of the body and not just a visor. There isn't any art of what it would look like without those screens, but you'd have to assume it wouldn't be another face, but tech instead. If you're unfamiliar with Protogen, this face shows a variety of facial expressions, shapes, and patterns in the form of light patterns, much like a TV screen. As a bonus, the paws can be 4 digits or 5 with a little thumb. It might be a little misleading from the perspective, but the face isn't flat or a uniform round shape like that of a Protogen, but instead is shaped more like a bean or a heart when viewed from the side. As for organic parts, we have the head, ears, mane, and tail. These are pretty straightforward hyene parts and can be based on any real-world hyena such as brown, spotted, striped, and aardwolf. The ears have metal insides with little vents inside for hearing, but that's pretty much it for design. I don't usually talk about the art of a design, but the theming of this one was really strong and I felt like I had to. If you want to make your own, I put a link to the original post in the description where you can follow the creator, alongside a link to their Ko-fi page where you can get the free base. Next, I'll be talking about rules, but I wanted to talk about some me stuff real quick. If you missed out on the keychains in October, I have some good news for you. I have another unique merch idea I'm doing, and the link to that is in the description. This time it's only $10, a lot more doable. It's a tarot card with some art of me on it, similar to the bonus cards that were, sold with the keychains, and it has a QR code on it. When you scan the code, it'll take you to a Google Drive folder with a personalized message just for you. It's super simple to do. You'll pre-order on Coffee, email me at sarasthings@gmail.com with what you want your message to be, along with your address and name you want me to call you. Then I'll record it and upload it. You'll scan your card when it arrives, and then find the video with your name. Then you can watch it or download it. If this one does well, I'll order a big batch of cards and sell them throughout the year. The link to order is in the description, and I'll see you in your own very special video. Rules. The rules are pretty light on this one because it's an open species. I'm going to keep this one as a bulleted list since it's just rules. Beans are held together by screws, so every metal part is removable and replaceable. They can speak any language. Screens can display anything. The chest, neck, and head are organic. Mechanical parts can simulate organics, but will be metal inside. You can have horns, accessories, wings, and anything else as long as it can be attached with screws. So I assumed the screws have to be visible too. Crediting is encouraged, but not required. You can sell adopts and customs. 3D models can be made, but only after Beetle makes their model first. Other than that, do what you want. My opinions. People wanted me to start reviewing species, and I don't think I'll be doing that. I will say some of my opinions though, but I won't be scoring anything, unless the creator asks me to. I think art is subjective, and while there can be good and bad art, I don't think it's helpful to score it. So my main issue with it are issues that come from new releases, and this is a very, very new release. It's filmed the day that they came out. There isn't any lore, which I consider to be pretty mandatory for an original species. It's cool to have a neat design, and there is some inferred lore from the design, but I'd like to see a more concrete story here. Like, how are they made? What is their society like? What made them need to be part machine? I don't need a full breakdown of anatomy like Dutchies, but I'd like to see some more. Another issue I have is that there is no community center, no place for people to gather and share designs other than just being on Twitter. I think there should be a Discord, which I believe Beetle does have one, but it's not linked in the species info where people can join easily and find it. I think there needs to be a place for fans to gather so that they can share updates with the community. My last issue is they only exist on Twitter and soon Gumroad. The only people who will find this species are Beatles fans and my fans, people who see this video. This is fine considering they don't have lore, they don't really need a website, so they don't really need a place to host all this info, but I'd like to see a card page or a similar single page site, someplace that is easily searchable so that if I Google robotic hyena or something like that, they'll actually show up in the Google searches. Other than that, I love the design. I personally won't be making one because I have a lot of other art projects I'm working on, like Nomgromancy. That's on the end card if you haven't heard of what that is yet. But I love the retro-futuristic design, the Protogen visor-style screen, the exposed machinery like screws. It's an incredibly well-designed species and well thought out with a cohesive style. But there isn't much that can be said because it is very early on in the species' life. So we'll have to see where it goes. But that's it for now. I'll see you all later. Bye!